Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Well, folks, if you thought Master Santiago was all the Valorant you had to watch today, baby, you couldn't be more wrong. Welcome to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Emily and birthday boy Vansili. We have to get it out of the way. It's Vansili's birthday today. So
okay, let's get out of the way. Thank you so much.
Big
Now we turn
big
the page and we focus on the important things, the game changers. I hate celebrating my birthday. Let's not put this on the spotlight, especially when you pass your prime already. Everything's little. It's not a number. Well, you know what the prime is. It's like 35. You know, the average like 70. I'm past that already. So
nah, you've never been better, Vance. And honestly, let's do a little segue. Game Changers has never been better. If you've been watching the games up until here, it has been so exciting to see how the different teams are playing out, how kind of the different shakeups that we've had thus far are happening, Emily, especially with kind of how the bracket has turned out.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a good amount of upsets too going into this. I feel like a lot of people's predictions were similar to what was happening last year, you know, seeing Wada kind of dominate their way through. But for them not to end up to be that first team in grand finals is a little bit shocking. And also seeing 100 Thieves go out and Ghost, which I feel like were two teams that also had pretty good expectations going into it.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at this bracket, the important thing for me that points it out for FlyQuest is they came in with a slightly new roster this time around too, and they're actually seeing results out of it. You know, you're not slipping away here when you're actually close to the finish line going into kickoff and potentially towards the end of the year. 100 Thieves, unfortunately, they also had a small roster change, but didn't get the best of results, although they had a very good series against Blue Water. They should have won it in my eyes, except for eco rounds, unfortunately, 3 of them on one single map versus Blue Water that kind of just let that series slip away. So overall, I like what I see so far in terms of competition for 2026. Of course, there's no Shopify Rebellion Black, but you definitely see that for the rest of the pack, the competition continues to stay rather close, where even Wada is not at the top here as the winners finalists for now.
And I'm glad you said that, Vance, because that's exactly what I wanted to focus on right away. Wada being in the lower bracket. I think I messaged Emily last night. I was like, are you seeing what I'm seeing? You know, that this is something that was so surprising. I mean, this was the team last year that kind of burst onto the NA scene. Emily came out of nowhere. You know, this free agent team, you know, brought in the chamber, even got to play in LCQ in Sao Paulo, and now we're facing Blue Otter in the lower bracket.
Yeah, this team's history is so fascinating to me because, you know, we saw Starbound on a previous iteration of FlyQuest before going into 2025. And then obviously they had that big combine. A lot of players didn't make it, but something great came out of that. And that being Wada. They kind of came out as early on as like a pug team, but then we see them dominate through the entire year, getting getting first in kickoff, second in stage 1, third in stage 2, and yes, even going into LCQ to get that second slot. And, you know, they were so dominant, especially for not being this kind of like generic standard kind of team, right? We saw them having an insta-lock chamber every single game and making it work. That was even before the initiator nerf. So now going into 2026, we kind of expected the same. They've had a few bumps in the road so far, but I mean, they're still looking really good and look like a very promising team.
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway coming from 2025 as well for this team of Wada was the fact that they were able to go to the LCQ. Who did they have to face off against? Like the MIBRs and also the Team Liquid that ended up winning the Game Changers. So if you're looking at right now the competition of last year, it was basically 3-4 of the best teams worldwide in terms of Game Changers rosters. So that's a lot of great experience that comes in for the team of Wada that they can carry over now for 2026 and potentially have a strong run here.
Yes, and just in case you are not sure what this Wada roster we are talking about, let's refresh your memory. We got you, babes. We have, of course, the chamber we are talking about, Starbound, Bunny B, Juna, PowerPixel, and Astralis. And Bunny B is the person that we're kind of highlighting as that new change in the roster, Vansili, obviously replacing Sleep Arya / Femboy, stepping into the role for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what Bunny B brings to this roster is actually quite nice. If you look at the agents that they currently play here for this roster, mainly being around like a lot of Yoru, a lot of Wele, and a lot of Raze, of course, if you remember Bunny B from the Xset days, right? They also had experiences IGLing in the past, so it could be a player that's very vocal. And now, especially when you bring this in versus Sleepy Arya last year, that was basically almost like a Neon / Raze 2-trick, if I can put it that way, depending what they bring from map to map. And they were kind of playing like Judge here and there too for full maps, right? So now you add Bunny B that allows for you to be a little bit more slower in your tempo in these moments where you need to be, and you don't always have to be super aggressive as a team so that you funnel everybody to Starbound. This allows for you to work the map a little bit more now with this type of Swiss Army knife of Bunny B on these agents.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a pretty good slot, and especially because Wada kind of changing the pace here. You know, last year we saw them putting so much emphasis towards Starbound, setting them up, and then leaving them to kind of just do their op things on one side of the map and then have the rest of the team work elsewhere. But now we see them playing a little bit differently. We see them playing a lot more 2-2-1. So the rest of the team having their own set plays within those duo and those pairs, leaving the Starbound on an island, it gets a lot more important. And I think Bunny B has been doing a pretty good job at coming in as oftentimes the solo Yoru and being able to find value in it. You know, having a little bit more dimension to their whole game plan. And I think Bunny B slots in great for that.
I think the important thing to think about as well is if you look at the stats and the numbers for Bunny B, it's probably not like the main star duelist type of like huge numbers that you would expect from a star duelist, but you have to understand what they're faced up against here for Bunny B, as not only she's playing single duelists for the team of Wada, they're also playing a lot of compositions for Wada that's double initiator or double senti. It doesn't really give you good opportunities for Bunny B to be set up for plays and get a lot of entries or first bloods or like kills and fallbacks, right? So you have to be very self-sufficient going into Bunny B's playstyle with this roster in the future, or in your future matches, in the last matches that you've learned. So hopefully they picked something up throughout the last couple of weeks so they could turn things around against Blue Otter today.
Well, they have to, because it is lower finals, and like Van said, they will be facing Blue Otter moving into today. And again, it is do or die right now in order to make it to the upper finals. I mean, Emily, to throw it to you, we have a whole bunch of Otters on screen. I love it. Otters and headphones. We love to see it. I think you spoke, like, they're kind of going on a run here. I don't think this is a kind of team we've seen in tier 2 in GC, and they've never really, I think, kind of like made people's minds up like, oh, this is the top GC team, but they have really, you know, defeating 100 Thieves to get here, really been going on a run, like you said.
This is also just a pretty new roster. I think, you know, we have Badison coming in from TV, Sin coming in from Empire, Avery from Ghost. So having only 2 players remaining, May and Oasis, and kind of being able to have a dominant run, like you said, is very impressive. I feel like each match, obviously, you know, throughout their run, they've had some downs. You know, we see them lose a couple maps here and there, but I think they're figuring themselves out. They're in their developmental era where they're trying to find what's best for them, whether it's maps, specifically going into their map pools, or, you know, what kind of play styles and comps work around them. We see them play a lot of different things as well, and I think each match we see them improving little by little. But when we saw them against Wada, we saw a lot of gaps. So it's just about how quick their turnaround is here, and if they're really prepared and had enough time to make the fixes that they needed going against Wada again.
Exactly. When you fall down to the lower brackets, if you had a deep run so far and got some good upsets versus teams, despite being a new team, this probably means that there's a lot of work around like their coach Lolomir, not only in terms of how they want to prep the team, but also how you try to win these vetoes in your favor. Because if you look at the map pool around Blue Water, they don't have the strongest of map pools. They're probably going to have a couple of maps, or at least Abyss is like an instant ban in the first place, but other ones where they don't look like the strongest. But for the other maps are going to look amazing because you kind of have a good feel of how you could find timings for individual players, and then you find like these hero plays. So then it's up to the coach at this time around too to get these veto process in their favor, or the map vetoes in your favor, so that you could actually have these individual plays pop off here for a team.
Most individual players that we want to highlight is Avery. Now, if you look at Avery's GC resume, or just resume in general, it is stacked. Van Silly, they've been to Ghost Gaming, Oofies, YFPX, Supernova Galaxy, Dart Monkeys, like the OG Dart Monkeys way back in 2022. Like, their experience in GC shows when they play.
Yeah, that was what Dart Monkeys that made it to the top 8 of the main event as an unsigned team. Also having great results in Supernova Galaxy, playing with Bunny B, by the way, on the other side. So when it comes down to like their own reads of how they could punish players like Bunny B in a new roster, they could definitely do that for the team here for Avery. But overall, definitely one of like the best initiators that we currently have, playing under multiple rosters too. If you're looking at this roster for Blue Otter, just as you mentioned, Emily, in the first place, it's like an amalgamation of different players going into this, right? And it's been the story of GC for kickoffs for a lot of these years, where you kind of have like the 1 or 2 that's kind of like set in stone in terms of rosters, and the rest are just mixing and matching to see where it sticks and where it works. And so far, it seems to be working well here with this brand new roster that's been shaped around here, Avery.
Yeah, and I think Avery's been doing really well. Avery mostly plays initiator for those who don't know. We see them on the Sova, the Teo, even the Breach, and they've kind of been one of the more consistent players for this roster, being able to not only support their team, but also just hold their own when it comes to taking those mid to late round fights, and just overall being kind of a rock for this team.
Yes, and I think something else that we want to highlight, I think you were talking about, is like how kind of the players have come all over kind of into this moment, finding their success in Blue Otter. And I think a lot of times we talk about like kind of like the super team, but I think something we don't talk about are kind of these, I'll call it a sleeper team, but the folks who have so much experience, who kind of fly under the radar, who can get in there and get the work done. But something very, very interesting for both of these teams is this is not the only time they met up with each other. In fact, they met up with each other very recently on a Saturday, February 21st. This is a rematch, actually, of the upper semi-finals, Emily. And Breeze going 13-2, which is not what you want to have if you're Blue Otter, losing your map pick in that way. And then, obviously, a much closer map of split 13-10. But Wada take this 2-0, Emily?
Yeah, no, I think going into Breeze, even though the scoreline doesn't show it, I felt like Blue had an idea of how they wanted to play it. I felt like they had a good idea and what utility throw, especially when they went into their execs, but it felt like they weren't all there. We saw them kind of struggling to have any mid presence, and when they were going for these big execs that in theory work really well against Wada, because Wada thrive when teams give them gaps to go for these kills, go for these first picks, and when they were going for their execs, it just felt like their spacing was always a little off, or the utility was either late or just kind of not all together. So these are really small things that Blue could have, went back into the server, fixed their timings and everything like that, just to make sure they're all on the same page. And it could have been a different story. And then map 2 obviously was a lot closer, but I just felt like Blue was a little stagnant. They were struggling to have quick reactions, and oftentimes when they were playing really well early round together, as soon as someone got picked off, they started to kind of take ones and it fell apart from there. They need to not do that against Wada, because like I said, they're a team that will take advantage of whatever they can get. They will go for fights that you are not prepared for. And as long as Blue play a little bit more reserved, a little bit more tight, I think they'll have a lot better chance going into today.
You need those protocols to really try to figure out where Starbound could be, because as you're mentioning, Emily, these gaps that were left behind or left open by Blue Water and how you're able to scale or trying to scale on these maps, it was fully taken advantage of by Starbound. Or we haven't seen too much results from Starbound in a previous series when they got knocked down here by FlyQuest. The other matchups that they always play against, easy to get the op down because you have like these open sites, these open lines. So hopefully Blue Water this time around, they fixed that a little bit more to identify where these positions could be from Starbound, or these impact positions that Wada could be at, so they could exploit the other spots.
And folks, we have our map picks and bans. See, where are we going to be going to in this do or die lower final? And just a reminder, it is a best of 5. So grab a snack, grab a friend, go to the bathroom super quickly, because we are going to be in it for the long haul bans. And we ban Abyss, which I'm pretty sure you said was a very obvious ban right away in the green room, or Braga House, I'm forgetting really quickly. But then we also ban Bind, Haven, Corrode, Split, Pearl, and if necessary Vans, we head to the beachy beach of Breeze.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. I thought Abyss would be floated by Wada. I know it was going to be an instant ban by an instant ban potentially here from Blue Water, but you kind of want to let that float here for Wada. The reason why I say that is because they've already ran this composition in the past last year, if you remember Ascension, with the Astra, the Sage, and the Chamber, and they looked really good on it, and I think it still works in today's meta. But the thing is they still wanted to ban it. I thought because you're going to leave that through, you could ban something else where, for example, Corrode wasn't the best map for you with, again, playing this single duelist with double controller or double senti. Didn't really work out for them, right? It was, the map's way too big for them to try to get map control and map space, but I thought that would be the map that they would ban. But instead, I would feel that potentially then King Fred has been working throughout the clock with PowerPix LA and figure out how they could fix their Corrode here to play against Blue Water.
Yeah, I mean, this is a mirror bans going from their last matchup, but I'm looking at these first 3 maps and I'm a little bit worried for Blue, because if they haven't fixed their execs, if they haven't their gaps within their defaults, I feel like this is kind of goes Wada's way. We have Haven where it's a 3-lane map. You know, you have to be ready to kind of clear out those lurkers whenever there's presence on the map. And going into split, it's a map that you can go for these heavy execs, especially towards that A site, which we saw Wada struggle against Fly, but that was a Fly that had everything covered. No gaps in their execs. Everyone was always holding something. Utility was always placed exactly where it needed to be, and they were able to get those trades.
We are heading into Agent Select, so we can see just exactly how this is going to go. Guys, breaking news, all the news, the press, Starbound's on Chamber.
Oh.
Whoa. But
Wow.
we've seen ISO, a Clove, Vance. I hear a giggle from you. I'm going to go to you.
That's the thing, because I thought that this would be easy pie for Wada on the first map in this series, because you're playing this Neon and Viper versus what should have been a Breach, Sova, and Jet. Very one-dimensional, old composition from 2024/early 2025 for Blue Water, but they're coming out with a lot of aggression. With the scaling off the wall, you're trying to counteract exactly the ISO versus the Starbound. So not only you're trying to identify where Starbound could be, you're basically not afraid to go head on against Starbound with the ISO, and they're gonna brute force their way into these site hits.
See, while I do love seeing the ISO come out to kind of just act as a complete counter for a heavy opping player like Starbound, the only thing I'm worried about is how quickly they'll be able to kind of capitalize off of that. Because as soon as that shield's gone, all we really have is a Yoru to try and speed up there, which I think can be a little bit tough. We saw them struggle a little bit in their previous matchups, but overall, I think the comp change coming in from Blue Otter is great. I'm hoping we see a little bit more coming in from Wada though.
Well, folks, it is time for the lower finals. Do or die for both of these teams. In a best of 5, I'm going to send it to our wonderful casters, two of my favorite people in the business. It is Shift and Ash.
Appreciate that, Desk. Hey, really interesting matchup, rematch, if you really want to call it that, because let's be honest, it is. But the maps are very different than the first time they had played until we start to get later into the series. Shift with Ash. My focus, first and foremost, comes down to, hey, first 4 maps, 3 of the first 4 by statistics look great for Blue Otter. Just comes down to, will they be able to handle Wada today where they weren't able to a couple days ago?
Yeah, I definitely agree with the point that Emily was making on the desk, right? The fact that it's really important that Blue Otter has adjusted their executes where they've been struggling a little bit, especially on the first few maps that we are going to be seeing. But like you're also saying here, Shift, these first few maps are their best chance at trying to make this best of 5 go the distance here for the lower finals. I think no matter what, though, we can all agree that Blue Otter are definitely the underdog heading up into this match up against Wada. It's going to be an intense one to kick things off here as well, especially with Wada looking to defend their kickoff title winners from 2025.
Yeah, and after a really hard-fought upper bracket final, they're looking for that little bit of extra revenge in a more elongated series in their own right. So, lots on the line here, I think, just in general terms of how these two teams have played up, but of course, trying to extend the hopes for Wada to continue to fight back for, like you mentioned, a chance to go back-to-back, essentially. But I think, you know, I just got to say it, because I'm sitting here where I was watching the Haven match last night for Blue Otter versus 100 Thieves. Defensively, they looked pretty poor up until late. A lot of thrifty rounds had come through that kind of gave them a lifeline. Oasis had a really, really poor defensive start. So I'm looking to see, will there be an instant surge up to allow Oasis to get involved, have more of an impact overall, and see if they can match up versus the star-studded power that really every person on the roster for Wada can carry at any given moment in time. I feel like there's a lot of pressure and a lot of spotlight focus onto Oasis to get us kicked off here on this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes. I think that especially up against a team like Wada, you cannot afford to have a slow start. Like, this Wada squad is one of those teams where each of these individual players, especially, you know, players like Starbound and Bunny Bee, if you let them heat up early, it is so hard to slow them down. So Blue Water are definitely going to have to start off on the right foot. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these compositional changes are going to affect the way that Blue Otter are looking to approach this map here as well. And I think that overall, though, it's just going to be a fun one to watch. It's going to be interesting when you compare like having like the ISO Yoru, which definitely is a classic pairing there when it comes to that double duelist here on Haven, but it can be also a little bit of a struggle to try and get like that really good entry onto site. There is going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on Badison, more so with the fact that Oasis has shifted over to that smokes role here for Blue Water, and those those flashes are going to be really important for the retakes here for Blue.
Yeah, and I will mention, and I'm glad that you brought that up. You know, I didn't really say it specifically, but Oasis on the Jet last night, this is a brand new composition in the mix here for what Blue Otter are trying to do. So for two teams who have found a lot of success on this map, a very unique look here for Blue Otter trying to change things up. First blood already tallied for Wada. Sin in a little bit of trouble. I will say Sin was unbelievable last night, being able to hold on to sites defensively, but that was in a different role pretty much at this point. Australis will get a second elimination. That's over on A long at range with the classics. So now it's floodgates open as the execute towards A is on the way.
It's going to be so imperative that Madison's able to get at least one hit.
Oh, how about more than that? Able to find two, but stunned up. Can't find an opportunity to shoot at the third. Juna right there, and Buddy B from behind, no problem. Wada comfortable in the opening pistol.
Yeah, I think having the Blue Otter players kind of go down one by one in those first two engagements was so tough. Like, you have your Smokes player a little bit on an island, and then you have the fact that Avery now down, not going to be able to provide that information for Blue Otter on that retake. And Blue Otter, now they're going to look forward to round 3, right? That's the expectation for Wada. It's a very comfortable purchase that you have there. Bunny B, Neon, Bucky, something that I never want to see in my lobby personally. Like, she's an absolute menace, and it looks like Blue are going to opt for that mid walk.
Yeah, may as well try to just overwhelm and take a weapon away. You can see at the moment, there is a trademark to alert the defense of, in this case, of what's happening. Juna is able to take down 2. Bunny B a third. Standing. Last one to stay alive would be Avery inside a window. And it looks like Wada is pretty aware. A couple outlaw shots just kind of hitting the shoulder of Avery, who will not have a chance to take down Australis. Not a full flawless thanks to Juna dropping, but a very clean round overall, and the bonus will be heavy for Wada in round 3.
Yeah, quite comfortable. And at the very least for Blue, the fact that they don't really buy up into any pistols even, I think is so important when you know Starbound is going to have that Outlaw online into this round here as well. No one's going to be one shot, which is definitely going to be huge. I think that now taking a look at how Blue are opting to set up, it's going to be that classic KJ leaning over towards that left side of the map. More of a stack over here at A, going for a bit of that aggression to maintain control of a lobby and see what information Blue can find.
Bunny just going to take the scope and see if there's a little bit of a walk down opportunity for Power Pixel to threaten C. Trademark watching the flank through A main, which Blue Otter has put in some significant presence on right now, but have not pushed through that as of yet. Aldrone to lead you to believe that this will be a C execute. Fast lane trying to block. No presence on that long flank yet. Aldrone very passive from Blue Otter just to double check to make sure no one's hanging around. But this is going to be a 5v5 post plant. And again, with things like shotguns and SMGs in the hands, Wada's going to be feeling pretty good about this, especially with a headshot landing earlier for Bunny B.
Just to put a bit of a long rotation here for the rest of the players on Blue Otter as well. Really delaying this retake and allowing Wada to set up very comfortably into this post plant.
Yeah, this has been very apprehensive for Blue Otter. May's able to take down 1, make it a second. Wow, random shot from Oasis will land. So now an opportunity to try to jump on towards this. Smoke blocking the entryway as Starbound's trying to snipe this. Juna from behind him to find 1, Starbound another, but not more. So the bonus was significant, but the weapon's just a little bit too much better rather, for Blue Otter as they get on the board.
Nicely done for them. A little expensive, all things considered. Luckily, Madison gets away with the skin of their teeth there. For the side of Wada, they got to be relatively happy with how that bonus ends up panning out there as well. They managed to get that spike plan to get the 3 picks there too. I think for Blue Otter, though, solid look so far. You know, it's not like we're seeing Wada run away with these rounds by any means, which I think is a really good sign when you take into consideration the last time these two teams faced off, how dominant that first map was for the side of Wada and what that can mean for that team's momentum. Blue Otter are definitely holding steady for now.
I agree. But the power position of Starbound on a scope is often what Wada has kind of, I won't say like heavy leaned on, but it's a staple of what they do. Decoy out will bait out the opening shot, and that's an angle cleared. That Blue Otter will walk down at A long. And it looks like Wada may attempt to try to re-clear this. Another deep owl drone going to be sent out. Counter on the way, and we'll see if there's any actual action here as the defense has been scouted.
I like the toxic screen popping up there as well, like denying any sort of push from a short in that moment too. This is an important fight towards Garage.
No peeking.
Oasis almost caught with utility out, but able to find damage onto one, plus of course the elimination in hand. Sin, Judge, all able to chunk out one. Shots to the other, even better. Now to the pistol, not going to be able to find Power Pixel for any damage whatsoever. So 3v2 situation with Starbound on just an operator is going to be in some trouble. Power Pixel for what would be a 1v3. Has a plant available and the Hunter's Fury for the post plant if they can manage it. Backing away, Battison, who often had been playing the chamber prior, finds themselves in a very tough 1v1. Now it's just down to the timing here versus Avery, and Power Pixel was looking back towards screens. And Blue Otter, big round there, get us tied at 2.
Really huge picks also to be had by those eco weapons over in Garage, over towards C Long. Like the fact that Sin is able to solidify 2 kills there is what turns that around into Blue Otter's favor. Without those 2 picks, things definitely look a lot more dangerous when it comes down to who would have been up, the space that could have been taken by Wada. I like what we're seeing from both sides so far to those shift. You see like that green light from the players on Blue Otter to have Avery and Battison pushing up towards A Long after pushing the op off the angle, and then after that the fact that you have the re-clear coming out from Wada with that drone as well. The maintenance of this control of these areas of the map has been really nice to see from both teams.
Go, go, go.
Got ourselves just a hero rifle here for Bunny B. Hunter's Fury still available. Starbound an orb or an elimination away from getting the tour de force, which could be all you might need. Here's the first entry. Bunny B not able to get the better of Oasis, so 5v4 early. Starbound is able to find the tour de force. Kill contract will be sent out. Avery still hanging for now. May be able to take down Australis. That's an unfair fight with the weapons. Same can be said for that one there at Sewers. So all things told, pretty comfortable stuff here for Blue Oasis. Only dropping Sin thanks to Starbound's tour de force, which is still out and active.
Oh, but you know Starbound, even in a 1v3 situation, they're always able to make some sort of magic happen. It's going to be key for Blue not to give these ones away.
Do not peek, do not peek, do not peek. What are we doing? We've got a 1v4 now down to a 1v2. 35 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds
Also,
left.
keep in mind, Starbound still has all 8 shots of the Headhunter, and if you've watched Starbound play Chamber, which is every time, all the time, always, that is an option if things get a little bit mixy. And how about it? Starbound's going to get the plant and have a chance to set up the 1v2 on their terms.
10 seconds
Gonna
left.
be curious to see what the positioning is. See, Starbound also does have no they have no idea where these 2 Blue Otter players are. It's gonna be a long rotation from that A side, comfortable
Oh, man.
to, you know, push out, knives out. They don't have to worry for Starbound about that clove because Oasis did die on that A site, so no concern about any smokes to allow that defuse to go down. They know that they can hold that scope comfortably once that tap does happen.
There's also no wall for May either, so this is about as free of an angle as it gets for Starbound. Just comes down to the timing, especially with Avery on an Odin. They will be the one initially trying to hop into the fuse. May on the corner. That's too simple. Gets to halfway. Starbound predicts that. As soon as the next toggle comes through, there's going to be a chance, but Avery pops off, finds an off angle. The problem is the time. Starbound will clutch a 1v4, a huge early misstep for Blue Otter.
Absolutely insane there for Starbound. It all falls apart once Battison gets picked off on that A site. Felt so comfortable, and then that rotation just taking so long from the right side of the map to the left. Again, that time just running down on them. Really nicely played there by Starbound. A couple missteps on the side of Blue Otter, now landing them into hot water when it comes to that buy. They're going to be on the pistols now. You have 2 ults to work with here. Might see those get popped depending on if Blue are able to find some sort of...
Early walk up for May, not going to work out. May also, I got to give some credit, was insane yesterday on this map defensively. But that was on the Omen, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Memory doesn't always serve me right, but got a new composition for Blue Otter. Hanging early for now. Much better defensively to this point. Avery, a little bit of a aggressive Aldron. Prediction here on Sin is good. And the limited purchase for Blue Otter is being swatted away with some conviction here for Wada. A flawless round will come through.
Really nicely done there. I mean, just about as like what you kind of expect, right? Was a little bit surprised by that mid walk down since there was that lack of support for Mei going for that window angle. Not really any cover on any of like the walk-ups, whether it was from grass or that window peak, but now we've got, you know, full utility online. You've got plenty of ults to cycle through here on the defender side as well. They'll still go for that aggressive mid window peak. It might look to try and get that Hunter's Fury off over in A lobby. It's gonna go blind actually, trying to get that off.
Oh, and that's going to work out a little bit of isolation here at mid. Bunny able to shut down the double tap plus extra, but as he pulls out the finger guns, nothing there. Juna does get 2 in response, though, so heavy action early at mid. Oasis now behind enemy lines, trying to join this thing. Head has been seen, but Starbound, huge shot. Gives them another chance, but the problem is you just don't expect that Sin walk through C long. That was a messy 10-person fight at mid, and Blue Otter come away on top.
Hey, it may have been messy, but I think like the ideas were quite solid from the side of Blue Otter. Avery looks to gamble the fact that Starbound's likely peeking over towards A lobby, as they typically have done on the attacking side here for Wada, that Hunter's Fury, but then shifts where that is going to be directed based off the information that Badison and May are able to hand over. And great communication on the side of Blue Otter for Sin to have that walk down come through off of Oasis's comms. Now heading into this next round, haven't seen that off get that early value that we've wanted from Starbound these couple of rounds. Blue have adjusted nicely.
How about this? Australis commits to the heaven from the shadows. Badison tags up, but able to hit the first shot, teleports back to safety. Blue Otter now with numbers, but the post plant aren't going to be set up by Power Pixel. Australis will fall atop at heaven. Defending lockdown could be a problem here for Juna. Needs to make a decision on what they want to do inside this Viper's pit. Owl drone flashes, everything just thrown to Juna's direction, trying to hold them off, who now will be detained. But the snake bite does catch one. A little bit of extra damage on Tomor. Starbound and Power Pixel, last 2 left for the 2v3. Decay has been survived through for Blue Otter. This is a very nasty smoke that's taking away the angle from Starbound, who does hit once, but Avery's going to stick, and Blue Otter ties up at 4.
Really nice retake coming in. We talked about how the cycling of these ultimates is going to be so important. That lockdown meaning everything for Blue Otter to be able to take that space. A valiant effort from Juna in the Viper's pit to try and delay as much as possible. It just was not comfortable for these blue players to be, or sorry, for the Wada players to repost on those angles. Overall, this is a very back and forth start so far to this series. Like, just trading 2 rounds for 2 rounds here for both of these teams. And Blue Otter, since these guns have come to fruition, it feels like they've been definitely a little bit more in control when it comes to some of those retake situations. Absolutely
agreed. So far, this is looking much better than last night. With the new comp that they have not played in competitive action here on Kickoff. Which is surprising to say, because they have played an absolute metric ton of Haven so far. I'll drone to scout mid. May catch a little bit of info on ISO. Nope, not the case. May will stay incognito, and we'll just get a walk down here for Wada as smoke will embellish the front entryway at B.
A bit of a mid crunch they're looking for right now. Warmup does go down to the shock dart.
A lot of eyes open, but May takes away the angle for a good first blood on Juna. Defense still is trying to stick in, but Badison gets beat to the punch by Bunny Bee. So now the spike should be planted without much concern.
Spike planted.
No ultimate tools for Blue Otter to re-clear this. So a very tall ask for the 3v4. Oasis will try to work their way over towards mid doors. Finds the first. Power Pixel looking for potentially a trade, but gets caught on the sideline area over from Connector. Now just out of the 1v1. Starbound misses the first shot. Oasis with the rifle, looking to get aggressive. Sees the barrel, has the angle, and with that, the headshot locks. Oh, it's so much better tonight around for Oasis compared to yesterday. Much nicer, great shot, and Blue Otter take their first lead.
Really nice, a solid Red Bull clutch to come in here for Oasis. Blue Otter, like, they've been putting out some great ideas into the server on this defensive side with this new composition, but not just that shift. It feels like in a lot of these rounds too, we've seen these hero moments that are just able to turn the tide for these Blue Otter players. We've had glimpses of that for the side of Wada as well, but Blue, again, we've talked about how they feel a little bit more in control, especially since they've gone a bit more towards that retake fast flood kind of style here on the defensive side. Now the first timeout's here to be called by Wada.
Yeah, and much needed too. I mean, it's just offensively, they have not really had a clean execute look. You go a couple of rounds ago and their execute was established by Australia, seemingly hit from the shadows up top to heaven, plus you get the early plant, but you're fighting into a 5v4 and against a lockdown, trying to use a deep Viper's Pit to cover you. So full purchase going to be on the way here, and this is a round that I feel like if you're Wada, needs to set up not just what happens here, but needs to set up the rest of the half. Like, honestly, 7-5 is not necessary, but boy, you'd love to have it, especially considering that this comp for Blue Otter is really going to shine, you would think, offensively.
Yeah, it definitely is. Moving away from that jet breach chamber composition here for Blue Water just allows them to cover so much more ground with this new comp, right? Like the passive utility from Sin's KJ, and then on top of that, the fact that Badison is just able to kind of wander across the map and reposition as needed with that teleport has made such a huge difference for the information that Blue Water are able to get early on, like this A walk-up that we've seen before from them. And Wada, they have been diligent to consistently re-clear this space after making noise on the other side of the map. But let's see what Blue Water are able to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is, for Wada, you have to understand that this is a potential, not just because we've seen it before, but because you wanted to play for the Orb at Sea. Walk behind the screen, wide swing for Power Pixel, secures the trade. Badison now hanging with the op inside the site. Help on the way with May, who does have a kill contract. That could very severely stall out this offensive push, depending on who gets caught by it.
They're not expecting Starbound on the right side of short yet. That swing timing could be big.
Nowhere to run!
Here comes the Hunter's Fury to open the doors.
The angle here.
May
still able to stay alive in the smoke.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Discord just disconnected me. May still alive and kicking nicely. Oasis able to find 2, but May will finish things off. Clean stuff right there. 6-4 the count. Blue Otter surviving with 3 and never had to use the kill contract.
It was comfortable. I think it was great bait there from Badison, the TP out. May able to stay alive in that smoke for so long made such a huge difference. And Water's doing a really good job of like punishing these mid-round executes on the side of Wada. They get that early info that allows that rotation to come in a little bit sooner. Wada still forcing that issue despite cutting that noise over towards the A side. It just wasn't enough of a sell. Now, 3-1-1 split here. Operator's been spotted.
Line shots are not going to land. And Wada are going to have to scramble and flood something, would be, you'd think. Power Pixel with the Marshal. Starbound will commit the tour de force. And we know what they can do with that. Hot hand today to be sure. Oh, that is not okay. Australis just a little shoulder and then a wider peek, able to find the headshot. Kill contract is going to call in the Omen, though. So 1v1 with May. Double tap still alive and active. The shield gets broken, but again, just too much weapon superiority in that 1v1. But look at the space here. Juna's already walked up through sewer, and once there's just a little bit of help, Wada may very well get a free post plant set up here.
Yeah, she's gotten a really good timing, but this mid-walk is also going to give Blue Water a lot of nice information. And the fact that that trip
30
has
seconds
started
left.
over towards that C side of the map, it'll be free for Blue to wrap.
See how things unfold from here. Power Pixel playing up close and personal. ISO making noise from the front, keeping eyes largely away from this play at sewer. You also have the lockdown for Avery at long. Starbound gets traded. Oasis brought back to life. Caught by Power Pixel. What a shot. Does he get another? No, she does not. Avery able to turn that into 1 plus a second from Sin, and there's no way that Juna could hang versus the 3 remaining defenders. So 7-4 the count, 1 to play. Blue Otter looking much better defensively here today.
This comp just looks so much more comfortable for them. The way that they want to play this map looks a lot more comfortable right now on defense for Blue Otter. Wada,
Last round.
I gotta give them credit though. It's not like they're doing the same thing every single round and falling prey to Blue Otters like fast floods. They're trying to change things up. They change tempo. You have some faster rounds with Bunny Bee trying to take space a little bit earlier on. You have the fact that they're going for those reclears, getting the information. But Blue Otter have been consistently winning out in those first engagements for the last few rounds now. And that's made like such a big difference in being able to have that numbers advantage and be able to shut down some of those pivots that Wada are trying to throw out.
Well, now it's kind of do or die time. Early Hunter's Fury thrown over towards C long. And Avery will miss everything. Bunny Bee actually still very aggressive on this angle. Owl Drone just to make sure no one's pushed up. And there's the info that you're looking for. May right there with, just going to take an extra look due to the double tap still being active. And Bunny Bee will throw the fast lane and then get out of there as soon as the spam has ceased. So 5v5 we stayed, minute 10 on the clock.
Yeah, our op has been reposted towards the A site though. Wada seemed to be aware of that possibility, so instead it's going to be a pivot over towards mid.
Well, there's the action. Blue Aces able to lock things down nicely, trying to force the issue with the shorty. Doesn't fully work out versus Australis, but once more, Starbound finds themselves in a 1v2. Lots of time on the clock, but no spike this time.
Yeah, that makes it a little more awkward. Still ones to be had though, and you cannot give those away to Starbound.
Again. Oh, stop it. Oh, the scope down at the wrong time. We've got to snipe off. At least for now. Oh, here we go. Starbound gonna go to the rifle. Battison gets out of the dimensional drift very early. A couple of flashes get tossed, but honestly, Starbound is more than fine. So it's all gonna come down to timing.
10 seconds left.
Starbound's gonna attempt to plant. Angle being held by Battison. Can't find the exit. But we'll know that it's a little bit of a ring around the rosy situation. Starbound checking. Shot lands. And Wada will get 5 with the Red Bull clutch before we swap the side.
Those are situations that Starbound just doesn't lose. You cannot be splitting up against that player. You've got to be holding hands, sticking together, or else they'll do such a good job at isolating those 1v1s. Now, though, I think as we look to swap sides shift, I think that this is a really nice scoreline that Blue Otter have gotten themselves, considering their struggle on defense that you were talking about last time around. And now heading into the offense, knowing that Starbound getting that operator online early is such a big part of Wadada's defense. The compositional change to have May on this ISO is such a difference maker up against that scope when you have that hard counter with the ISO shield.
Okay. Big pistol here could determine this map maybe a little bit earlier than you would assume if Blue Otter can take it. May going quickly, even though the double tap has already expired. For a reset. Spam from the frenzy, holding things back, plus the relay bolt also there. Starbound up top, not noticed whatsoever. But a little bit of trouble here, no more ammunition left. Sin's able to find the trade eventually. Follow-up, looking decent as Australis is able to take one down. But we find ourselves, all things told, ignore the barracks, a 1v2. Juna
Spike planted.
getting into the site, maybe a bit earlier than expected, but Battison locks it down, and Blue Otter take the pistol.
Huge pistol to be picking up here on the side of Blue Otter. We have to remind ourselves, it's also Wadada's map pick to start off this best of 5 series now. Heading into the following round, for the side of Blue Otter, they are going to have that anti-eco that they get to work with here. Expecting them to mostly stick together, not look to give any of those weapons away for free. And for the side of Wada, curious to see what their approach to this eco is going to be.
Well, for now, action comes to a Well, there is no action. Very passive start to the round. Flash does have Starbound snapping back into B. Double stack over towards Garage. Walk up for Power Pixel at Sewer. Gives Wada at least a little bit of early information. Well, it's not really even a full walk into Sewer. It's just an angle being held outside the door. So say maybe Wada could use that to assume where Blue Otter are going. But for now, everything stays quiet with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, just not looking to give any sort of early pick here. Maybe force Blue Otter to use a little bit more of their utility for these clears. Maybe the Owl Drone invested over towards a lobby nobody wants to visit. Short, you know, just in case. There's a shorty waiting on the other side. We'll see what Power Pixel is able to relay to the team. Aside from the drone, hasn't heard anything else. That's why you see the stack still on the left side of the map.
30 seconds left.
Now, Power Pixel can get one. That would be insane. The timing awkward, but still works out. That's a weapon that could potentially be collected. Exchange shock darts. Oasis takes some damage, but is able to confirm the trade and keep the weapon safe. Starbound up top. 2 of the 3 lands, but no.
One enemy remaining.
Avery follows up, and Wada looked like they're just a matter of time away before they fall in this anti-eco. And there it is. Avery's able to kick 3, so a couple of ticks away from finding an early Hunter's Fury for Avery, who's let a couple loose already this game. And Blue Otter are up 9-5.
Blue Otter, you couldn't want any more than that, right? Like, having the pistol round and then that anti-eco going near flawlessly for this team is just such a great way to start off this second half. Now, as we head into the next round, Wada, we're not going to see that operator come online just yet. Overall, though, a bit of a lack of information. I think that's what makes it a little bit harder for this Wada team. Kind of having to hold these sites with their bodies. Go for a bit of that aggression here like Bunny B.
Timing here, decent for 1, but nothing more. It's a huge weapon collection as well. A Power Pixel there for the trade. The vulnerability comes through. Power Pixel overwhelmed. But on the other side, things continue to build nicely for Wada. 3v2 situation, but most importantly, a 2v2 on towards the A site. Aldrin already taken down. There is the nearsightedness that comes through. A couple of tags land, and Australis reconfirms. Finds the shots both onto me and onto Avery, and Wada to keep it within 3.
It's a great paranoia to slow down that push there from Blue Otter. They were looking to try to get that timing, but Wada still able to win out on their anti-eco versus the bonus of Blue Otter. I would say it almost did feel like by the skin of their teeth with how that round was transpiring, despite the fact that it still was that 3v2, right? Overall, taking a look at how this ult economy is looking to cycle, we've got 2 away from that Hunter's Fury here for Avery. Let's see that come out this round. That dart actually doesn't scan the walk up there from Bunny B, so this timing.
Yeah, that was very surprising. Aldrone should reveal Battison, or at least push them back. Yeah, really well done to use the Aldrone to either isolate or push them back. So first blood tallied here in a pivotal gun round for Wada.
No, that was really great protocoling out from them. Start around on the upper angle here. Something that we've seen them play before on that A side. Taking the opportunity to go through with the lurk smoke, but doesn't check that left corner. May gonna fall. Things are getting awkward now.
One enemy remaining.
A touch. Australis just goes to town. Headshot after headshot, finding 3 over to C. And Wada now just down 2. A map that we've often seen dominated by the attack seems to start trending for the defenders as Blue Otter now find themselves on a, at most, pistol upgrade round.
I'm going to be curious to see if these upper angles for the side of Wada are going to cause a bit more distress for Blue Otter as this second half continues to pan out, because we saw Starbound taking that again over on that A box over at between A short and A long, and then seeing it once again there on that B side. But it's not just Starbound, who can take those angles. It's Australis as well with those TPs up. She's able to also kind of draw that crosshair placement away. But the timeout to be called here for Blue Water for the first time. They're not looking for Wada to get any more of an advantage over them. Even though it will be likely some sort of like half buy coming in for the Blue Water side with their, when all things are considered with that economy. With how these ults are cycling though, again, we're getting close to that Hunter's Fury. Now a bit closer to the Dimensional Drift for Badison's Yoru there as well. Definitely key things to look out for depending on how this next round develops for an opportunity for Blue Otter to even maybe take away an eco. We'll have to see.
Facts. Well, timeout will expire here as elected by Blue Otter. And we move into what, yep, you're right, will be, I mean, really, this is kind of a force buy. I mean, with the economy that's left, you're going to be a little bit hard-pressed to do much on the back end of this, pending how the round goes. I think in particular, you really need to get the spike planted for the extra boost of cash. Looks like Avery will be fine for that. And then, as you called it, Ash, that will, of course, mean the Hunter's Fury is also earned with that. All drones exchanged over towards A-Link. Avery, not sure if they see everything, but saw something, I'm sure. And how about this? Blue Otter are going to exit over to garage side, but they lose Sin. So now you have to chasing it down. And Wada, in the meantime, are going to find enough eliminations to repossess the site. Hunter's Fury also off the table with Avery dropping. Down to just what you can get from Badison and May, and the answer is you don't get much. Wada just down one now.
It was a really cool idea with how that setup was panning out in the post plant for Blue Water. You called the fact that they were retaking that garage space, looking for that wrap back around, trying to pinch, help Sin out. But at that point, it was just a little too late. A bit of an overpeak. I think Sin's positioning was so important there. Regardless, as we head into this next round, Operator finally online here for Starbound, right? You've got this player who's just been absolutely insane, so troublesome to deal with. But this compositional change, once again, that Yoru with the flashes, you've got the shield there for May too, can definitely put a bit of a damper on that plan for Starbound at the very least. Even if they're not going to be met with some sort of first engagement, you know they're always good for maintaining control of the area of the map that they're posted up on.
Yeah, absolutely. Dart finds nothing. Power Pixel deletes it really before it even lands on the wall.
Wait.
So now it looks like Blue Otter are going to try to rewrap this in. This stack at C is deadly, to put it plainly.
I know. This is such good bait for Juna's positioning in Cubby right now.
Yeah,
like you see the op get pulled off. You're not really going to expect someone else to walk down.
Now the dimensional drill will be sent through garage. But like you called, it's perfect bait for Juna. You spin up a web, and it works out nicely. Badison out of the dimensional drift does take down Starbound, but the spike is down at C long. And there's more help here than just what you expect from Juna. Snake bite, just to try to congest this choke point. And Australis will get involved. Oh man, what a plan, what a setup, and what a deterrent. Just taking care of a recon bolt that A forces Blue Otter into the hands of Juna and the defensive C.
That was such a nice round to watch. I just, like you were saying, the setup was perfect. The idea was there. It is unfortunate for Blue Otter that, you know, you have the dimensional drift from Badison actually going through garage instead of finding the information that they would have gotten had they had pushed long instead. Not that the idea was wrong by Blue Otter, but the trap play from Wada definitely reigned supreme in that situation. And that was an important round for Blue Otter to win if they wanted to maintain that lead. Right now, tying things up here for Wada, a perfect opportunity to try and take the lead here as well when you look at the difference in weaponry.
Absolutely. A couple of the big tools are nearly online, though, for Blue Otter. May not be necessary in this round, especially with Badison already dropping. Power Pixel discarding the orb. And that pre-fire works out for a very clean first blood. Same can be said, though, on the other side. Viper's Pit close here for Juna. Bunny Bee, you don't expect to see the overdrive unless we're on lower weaponry or if we need to do something crazy. So Pivotal round coming up in round 20. As this one, you would figure, with the numbers and the weapons, should go to Wada. We'll see.
In theory, that is for sure. Timing could be important here for May, but Wada actually aren't going to move an inch, so not going to get to catch anybody off on a rotation just yet, despite this garage presence from these two Blue Water players. Looking to group now. Likely towards A for an execute, but this high-low is deadly.
It really is. Yep. Follow-up utilities to make sure there's no burst behind that little peak. And the defense will restructure a different little stack up on this off angle outside of sewer at A.
Standing ahead.
10 seconds left.
Close to the corner, gets the lead. Here comes the hit. Wow, overwhelmed. That's a couple of weapons that actually may lead to a post plant that could be pretty significant here with the Hunter's Fury in particular. A little surprised they didn't give the plant to Sin last second just to get the lockdown for some extra effect, but nonetheless, 3v3. Starbound trying to scope things out with the Outlaw up top, able to connect once. Oh, what a snake bite. Oasis is serious hurt, and Starbound is just going to take care of it themselves. Last one left is Avery inside the Poison Cloud, also taking a significant amount of decay. And Blue Otter had a realistic look at that, but not quite able to get over the finish line for a Thrifty, and Wada will take the lead.
I do want to give them credit for how they did dismantle that high-low situation, though. Like, that dart timing was perfect coming out from Avery, but the retake utility from Wada was so good there. That paranoia paired with that snake bite to ensure that close graffiti could be cleared, it was really nice from them. Just really disallowing any of those crossfires to find any sort of potency there. No contact plays that could be played. With any swings there for the side of Blue Water. Now that lead that we had been talking about coming in for Wada, but you've also got a bunch of ultimates on the line for both of these squads. It could get really interesting depending on what gets utilized in these next couple of rounds.
Agreed. Defense going to take a pretty normal spread here. Australis feeling a little bit of pressure. Paranoia out. Hunter's Fury trying to assist. It lands onto one and connects onto Oasis. A critical member to drop. May has pulled Juna into the kill contract. Very clean, and Australis could only get the opener. Nothing behind it. So Blue Otter will have the site. Oasis moving very quickly. Shut down, though. Quick shot from Starbound, but trade is in. Bunny B responds, and now the finger guns are out. Fast lane goes up, but a little bit too late, and that's enough for Blue Otter to keep us tied now at 10.
Really great response there from Blue Otter. They invest 2 ultimates into that. You're talking about how Oasis is pushing over towards CT and the trade being perfect there from May. Just really nice communication that you're seeing from the Blue Water side. And that was also 2 investments of alts on the side of Wada as well. So like pretty even across the board when it does come down to that alt economy as we head into round 21. Now Wada kind of shifting the way that they're trying to take control of this space. A very passive hold over towards that C side. They know it's mainly been a KJ lurk poking and prodding from Sin there, focusing their efforts on the other side of the map.
Flash comes through but doesn't hit Bunny B. Huge. So now a Judge is a big problem at this position. Aldrone comes out and tags, but wow, this is a huge force from Blue Otter with a lot of gunfire still coming through the doorways. Avery eventually gets the trade, but that is punishing. 2v3 situation. Post plant going to be on the way. Hunter's Fury still available for Avery, but you would have to assume Blue Otter are likely just going to stay on site here, and so they will.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of taking this garage control, knowing that they don't have anything to cover that flank, and especially with where Starbound is, having that Tool de False online, watching over in C long, Wada have to have a very good read of where these 2 Blue Water players are playing.
This is taking a lot of time.
Yeah.
And May is going to have perfect timing to wrap around this with the Hunter's Fury to delay the initial plant. Or part of the defuse.
Last player standing.
Yeah, they don't even get it to halfway. Yikes. This is not ideal. So, Blue Otter take a late lead. A little technical 1v2 Red Bull clutch for Avery there. Actually, technically 1v3, I guess, depending on the timing of those kills.
That was really perfectly played, though, by Blue Otter.
Yeah.
Like, we ought to give them a lot of credit for the for the communication that's going down in that round. Like, they have an understanding that Wada are expecting them to get a little bit aggressive in a 2v3 situation, especially when they don't have control of long. They're just waiting. They're expecting them to push up, but Wada, they don't give them anything, and the timing was just perfect. It's got to be a little bit of a morale buster almost in that round for Wada with how it felt like a round that they should have been able to find that retake with ease.
I mean, I'll be honest here, Ash. A lot of this map, I think you can categorize as Blue Otter kind of controlling the identity of a lot of these very pivotal rounds. I mean, we've had a couple of convincing rounds for Wada just based off of gun superiority or like the opening pistol and anti-eco, but you called it early. Blue Otter was not getting pushed around in that first half, and they come out looking really solid on the defense, and now Blue Otter is controlling how this second half is being played, largely speaking. Attacking lockdown, doesn't look fully. Detained starbound. Second opportunity will not be missed, but there will be no third. Juna is the one detained. Shakes that off, but the plant will come through.
Spike planted.
And alert, 1v1 maybe here for Sin, and Juna falls, and now all of a sudden all the guns are up. Wada has to flood through garage, but somehow Power Pixel's able to find one for an opener. Little, wow, staggered setup. Oasis just tries to look for timing on the peak. Awkward to be playing. So now it's to the 2v2. Wada have gotten back onto site, but they don't expect that Sin's playing in this corner. Sin? Hello? Sin? Hello? Are we kidding? We didn't get Bunny B off the defuse. Oh no, there have been 2 critical air rounds for Blue Otter. That one may be more important than any.
You definitely know that Sin is kicking herself in that situation. I respect the trigger discipline, but the timing of that smoke going down could not have been worse than the not being able to find the pull down to ensure that you could guarantee that kill either. Very critical mistakes, like you were saying there. Especially with Bunny being so low, too. Like, you would have expected that the spray should have connected. A timeout to be called by Blue Otter now. I'm sure maybe comms could have gone a little bit more hectic. Maybe looking to ground the team after a round loss like that to bring things back to a tie here, 11-11. But I think that when it comes down to the overall macro of how Blue Otter are approaching these attacking rounds, I can't imagine that they're looking to change anything crazy. It might just be a conversation about some sort of play with that Yoru ultimate that Madison's just one away from getting.
Oh, how pivotal one bullet missing could possibly mean. That was about as perfect as it gets for Blue Otter. But now you find yourself tied at 11. Full weapons, but not full armors. Well, actually, Avery can only afford a stinger, so a weakened economy here for Blue Otter pretty significantly, especially considering there are no ults available yet. Now, if Madison can grab the dimensional drift, maybe swap weapons with Avery, we're dealing with a little bit more damage potential, but that has to come through first and foremost. The opening wall for May, as Power Pixel sweating just a touch. Lobbing a shock dart will be all right. Australis not baited by the decoy, has a freebie, but May only get one. Dropping over.
Oh my
How
God.
does Australis get that second one? Breaks the shield, plus gets the headshot, but Avery, the stinger works out. Follow-up elimination from Sin is good, and it'll be a 3v2 post-plant scenario for Blue Otter.
They need to win this round to be able to take this map. Otherwise, it gets so much more dangerous and their economic situation comes into play. You can't take those ones.
Bunny B down to 6 HP, though, also cannot fall off of heaven here. Juna is seen. 2v2. There's the fast lane. Here comes the quick walk up. No pre-fire as of yet. Poison cloud in the way. Sin able to find the low HP plus another, and Blue Otter will find themselves on map point.
heroic round coming out from Sin
Match
there.
point.
Australis was doing everything that she could to maintain control of that A site, getting those 2 picks, just unfortunately not getting the timing and kind of getting caught out with that paranoia in hand. It was so important for Blue Water to get that round win, because otherwise that round 22 loss could have been the downfall of this map. They stay alive for now, though. For Wada, they still have a full buy going into this one. We have a couple stronger ultimates on the side of Blue Otter. A bit more impact with that kill contract and the dimensional drift that you had mentioned previously. Now, Madison's going to be able to fully clear out this A site. Power Pixel looking to reposition into heaven. Call for the fast flood retake here with the flank coming in.
Yeah, Vert's going to read this, though. Kill contract, pulls the neon. Could be a slippery 1v1 inside there. And that's why Bunnybee just a little bit too much to handle. Sin responds to Starbound on that pinch. You know that Bunnybee is still here, trying to dance with it. Fast lane, keeping Sin's attention, but Madison playing on the A-Link could be huge. Here comes the slide out. Madison doesn't see the initial contact, but still goes 1 for 1. Not bad. Bunnybee sprinting across very rapidly. Are you kidding me? What a shot from Bunnybee. Avery down. Sin 1v3. Doesn't catch the first, and Bunnybee, who was initially trapped by the kill contract, had a contract of their own in mind. It's overtime. 12-12. We're going to go extra.
Really nice call coming out there from Wada. I think that Power
Overtime.
Pixel being able to get off of that site, and then the fact that you had 2 coming in for that flank Starbound, especially being able to get that pick as necessary, was massive. Heading into OT, Glass Cannon Operator, not much of a surprise for Starbound. But the thing is, we weren't really seeing, again, the value that we expected from that op on attack like we typically do from Starbound. That's not to take anything away from them. They are still 24-14. They have had some insane clutch moments. But Blue Water have been very keen to not give those picks away early. They've been very measured in how they're taking those first engagements, and it's been hard for Wada to find the openings that they're typically used to seeing off of that position.
Starbound looking for a blind shot after being tagged up on the cross. Will not connect. Aces. So unfortunate in the timing. Wada will get first blood, but keep in mind you've got a potential early flank for Madison. Problem is there's a trademark in the way, so May is going to have to go intergalactic here. And wow, catches Juna a little bit sleeping there at Sewers. Huge response, and almost a chance at a different angle on towards A lobby, but no, the shield will break.
It's a one-off shot though, and it already has Wada running to the other side of the map. Sure, C is relatively open, but there's still a bit of that stall potential with the Nano Swarm here from Sin to buy a bit more time on the rotation here from Wada, with the Owl Drone looking to clear over in mid.
Bunnybee disrespects it, just dives through, and then there's the teleport for Australis to help clear the C site for an immediate plant. Avery has a lot of utility, some of it already connecting onto Power Pixel down to 75 health. Here comes the recontest. Decoy. Wow. Follow-up flash. Comes out, but May responds. Kill contract again comes out. This time it's May versus Australis, who wins it with no double tap shield available for May. But already on for a potential defeat. We also have Avery on the Odin. We've seen this before, but Australis has the edge and the angle from Cubby to take down both and wanted to have the early angle.
She's been so heroic in some of these rounds, like those pop-off moments. The impact in the picks that Australis is able to get for her team too has been so impressive. Something that we know that she's capable of and have seen for the last couple of years of her competing in Game Changers, repeating those kinds of results in her capabilities today. Blue Water onto the attack. I feel like that defensive round in OT was definitely hard for them to lose, considering how much better their defensive side has looked comparatively.
Quick walk up here for Blue Water, and a little bit of spray through the smoke works out. Flash Juna trying to play the counter angle, not going to work out. May finds the second. Bunnybee looking for something on the flank. Neon can be so silly sometimes. That was insane. 3v4 gives the defense a chance. The problem is you cannot allow this post plant to purely stay inside a garage, and Power Pixel finds one. Bunny be able to find a flash, gets a second. Bastion in some trouble. Caught in the corner. They should know that Baddison's just on the other side of this wall. Oh, but Baddison finds two! They can't isolate. So now it's just Power Pixel by themselves. Shotgun to the corner, not gonna work out, and Baddison will take down all three to tie us up again.
Switching sides.
That was a huge
Overtime.
3K coming out from Baddison. Now a second overtime in the bank for these two teams. I'm kind of curious to see if that op's going to come back out here once again for Starbound. Bice has not come in. Maybe a bit of a conversation from the team to see like what direction they want to be taking with that. It will, nonetheless, first time out of overtime to be called here on the Blue Otter side. Got an Odin in the hands of Avery here as well. Kind of curious to see like what they're going to look to switch up, because we've seen a lot of different iterations shift of how Blue Otter want to manage that defense, right? There's been like the walk-ups towards a lobby. You've had changes in position, some mid-fights going on early as well. And it does come down to, again, not giving that pick too early, because those flood retakes have been so strong from Blue Otter. Kind of curious what the conversation is like here in that camp.
All we can do is speculate at this point. Timeout close to expiring, and we will see if the defense, which had largely won out either of the two halves, or both of the two halves, I should say, can come to life. Starbound going to stick onto the op because, of course, they are. Avery back onto the Odin, as they had been in the previous overtime defense opportunity.
I like this change, though. Last time around, we saw it was Oasis over in A short, right? Trying to disrespect Juno's wall, not allow her to get that lurk off comfortably. But the change over to it being May makes all of, or Baddison at that, both of them, makes all of the difference so that Oasis can smoke a bit more comfortably on that B site.
First time we've really seen this kind of a stack for Blue Otter at Sewer. The Wada, as we've seen in their first half, have been very primed and ready to re-clear out A, just due to the fact that they really haven't given it much early contest.
Sin's able to get out, though, with this positioning. They're happy to give up this C site, give up Garage as well, knowing their strength is in that retake utility.
Sin keeps their life. Wada very silently will take the C site.
Spike planted.
And Starbound, yep, is watching the crossing angle to make sure no one rotates through B. That's where first blood will come through.
No peeking.
Maintaining this garage
Smokes
control is so important.
Recon Bolt not going to reveal much inside the site. Because, like you said, garage is the main focal point for this post plant. Quick teleport on for Blue Otter with Baddison committing to the site. Smoke down over the top of the spike. Juno. Oh, good reveal behind this, but only finds a little bit of damage. Sin's able to find one. Avery another, but Wada still finding a lot of time involved, and there's the last needed little bit of Bastion, as Baddison could really only do so much inside the smoke. Wada to keep us all offense here in the overtime. Another edge to them.
Starbound's positioning over in mid was so important. Being able to catch that rotation from B. A lot more comfortable for Blue Otter to set up into that post plant. Or sorry, for Wada to set up into that post plant, making it awkward for Blue Otter in the retake. Looks like Blue Otter are going to be mainly focused towards this mid control here, but you're also going to be facing up against a Bunny B who's been absolutely deadly when it comes down to those relay bolts and that ability to delay.
That is some tasty spam if you're a Wada fan. Little bit of damage tallied across the board. Blue Otter will still get on the B though. Follow-up spam through garage, not really going to connect for much. It's another post-plant fight. We'll have to rage in towards grass. Bunny B, no antics this time. Power Pixel just trying to spam. Baddison beats the angle, takes down two. And we may be primed for another overtime. Especially with Judah dropping 2v5. Not looking likely with the time that's coming through.
Especially not with that tag on Starbound now from that Owl drone. The wrap back through C-Link is impossible.
Should be.
Last player standing.
And it will be. Wow. Okay. We go again. This could be a long evening of Valorant if this keeps up between these two teams.
Overtime.
I gotta say though, Shift, that was a really funky round in Garage.
Correct.
The spams that were going down there from Power Pixel, a bit over committed on the LMG on the Odin. I think on defense now though, Blue Water, they've done some really good conditioning up against Wada. Knowing that they have historically tried to contest that short walk up there for Juna. It's been a lot more uncomfortable for her since then. Once again, denied. Avery with the reveal there as well. May have been shut down, but it just makes it really awkward. They don't have that timing. Instead now contacting over at C where you've got a really deadly crossfire set up here.
Aldrone. We'll see Battison. Bunny B tries to dive over the top of it, but a good response to get out of dodge, and May is right there to pick up two. Sin another. Can Blue Otter finally take the edge in the overtimes? Feels likely. 5v2 again with Starbound and Judah, the last two surviving.
There's no way they're able to get that spike down. Like, the full push here from Blue Otter, the flood was so good. And I think the main thing that I want to touch on that round there, Shift, is Blue Otter has been doing God's work when it comes down to baiting for May to get some of these picks. Like, I feel like we've seen so many rounds, and it's not just Battison. There have been times where it's been Oasis, it's been Sin, it's been Avery as well. Like, being in some positions where they're looking to be that first engagement, and May is either on some sort of off angle trying to catch them out or going for some sort of wrap to ensure that that trade can come through. It's been really nice to see those micro plays coming in, but another overtime match point here for Blue Otter. Going to pull out that last time out now of this first map in our best of 5 series. Wada want to have a conversation of how they can keep this first map pick of theirs going.
Have to get a defense, of course. And as you see in the timeline, defense has been absent here in this overtime spree. And it's tough to put a finger on what do you really need to fix if you're Wada. I mean, honestly, they've just been caught by surprise in this overtime a little bit. I mean, the hit towards B, hadn't really seen too much of that. And I don't know. It's just, you also look across the board. It's like they're slaying right in the mix. But I don't know. It's hard to put a finger on what exactly what did I need to be doing here to try to change things up. Maybe showing a little bit of early aggression. Like, I just feel like we haven't seen too much of that in particular, but
yeah, it's really hard to say, I think, because it's not like these two teams have not been making adjustments. Like, they've been adapting throughout this entire first map so far on both ends. And a lot of those rounds aren't even coming out to, like, huge, like, macro mistakes. It's been micro moments of getting caught off guard, like you were saying.
full rundown. Juna, how much can you grab? Wall gives Juna a lot to play off of here, actually. Steps up and takes down a couple, plus a reveal on to sit in the corner. Oh, mercy. Australis right there to help. But Oasis responds. 3 for them. Are you kidding? Just when you thought that it was going to be Wada off of Juna's solid hold, now Wada have to battle up against the extra life from Oasis after their third. But you need to get a little bit of damage, and the running is happening. Can you find one in the corner? No, not quite. But info for Avery to try to find the 1v2. Not going to play off the spike. And Wada are going to re-walk down through grass. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it seems to be a read that it was an A push, though, instead.
30 seconds left.
So it should still be free for Avery to get this spike planted. But now, with that lack of tap sound over on
I
the
have
other
the
side of
spike.
the map.
Standing
Got to
ahead.
smoke over towards long here as well. I like how Wada are playing this. Bunny
Spike
B and
planted.
Pixel looking to continue to play together in this 1v2. It should be really hard for Avery to find the picks necessary.
Unless you line them with some spam. That recon bolt will give you just about all the info you need as far as where is this coming from. Bunny B will hop on. You hear the footsteps in the jump from Power Pixel. There's a spam in the corner, but Bunny B responds, and they do get the defense they need. 15-15. Clean the slate, go again.
Switching
We
sides.
thought that with
Overtime.
that defensive round being picked up there from the side of Blue Otter, we were like, okay, maybe the first to get the defense round in is going to be able to take it home, but really nice adjustments coming out there on the side of Wada. Heroics from Juna, backside of that C site, able to get 2. But Oasis trying to turn that tide. Now, as we head into this 31st round of Haven. Saw the Odin spam over towards window. Double walk down push here from Blue Otter. Prone to clear that out. It's really nicely done.
Yeah, this is tough. Mavis kind of has to pick their battle here. And it's a bold idea. It does not work out. 5v3 early. Wada, huge advantage. Should have the map in front of them here to play with. Aldrone keeping things interesting. And Sin has been seen. And that will be an instant trade.
Yeah, you were talking about maybe changing things up with a bit of that aggression, but the re-clear really nicely done there by Wada. Avery is going to need to get a pick or 2 on site. It's not going to happen. Wada look to clean up to get that match point onto their side here.
Switching
One more
sides.
round to be able to take
Match
their map
point.
pick home. It's been a grueling first map to start off this lower finals shift. And if this is any sign of what the remainder maps are to look like going
mercy.
forward. But it's been really good Valorant. You know, like
It has been. It really has been.
the macro plays have been really nice from both these teams. We've had hero moments from them as well.
Yeah, that's what I... Oh, Starbound getting aggressive caught. I was about to say, like, it's hard to think through these timeouts. Like, what are the things that are going wrong? It's just been a couple of great individual moments that have allowed these rounds to come through. And another one comes out there in terms of an individual moment. Sin finding the better of Starbound at mid. Has Blue Otter considering that same offensive look into mid again. Avery, Aldrone, Juna in some trouble. Deals with it. Paranoia to deter any follow-up action and a snake bite. But now you take your focus over to Australis. Smoke will fade. Oh, and he catches one right through the decoy. Follow-up from Bunny B on the pinch may have us looking at a nail into the coffin. But this play through B is going to mean that Juna's in a 1v2 for right now. There's the swing. Baddison able to connect. Bunny B quick on the hunt. Can't find the timing. 2 versus 2. And you're going to give the spike to Baddison for the dimensional drift. Reveal is out. You find her before she can go into the dimensional drift to the 1v1. Bunny B quick on the corner. No! What a shot from Avery! Bunny B was trying to play off the power of Neon, and Avery shuts it down.
Overtime.
Incredibly done there by Blue Otter. I mean, that pivot over towards the C site, really nicely read in that 2v3 situation. And they were drawing out some really good utility in Garage as well, like denying any further stalling power from Wada. Starbound going down early in that moment. Not just because of like the early information they're always good for finding, but the fact that that trip is also no longer in play makes things just so much more awkward for Wada.
How about this? Different look. Glass cannon for Sin with the op connects for first blood. That's Bunny B off the table. So how do you set up the rest of this offensive round with no Neon?
Yeah, it gets really uncomfortable. Bunny B's been such like a key component of those executions here for Wada with the space that she's able to take. Oasis gets away with her life. So no way to equalize those numbers quite yet. Looks like they're trying to pivot over towards this A site with the fact that Juna's been able to scale up long. The thing is, despite that mid presence, again, it being a 5v4 makes it really comfortable for Battison and Avery to continue to maintain this A presence.
Well, trade happens over the top of this A site. Blue Oasis and the rest of Blue Otter looking clean. Battison will flash out, but countered by Australis initially. Starbound to the corner, able to connect, but May right there with it. Overwhelms, and Blue Otter will take the edge now 17 to 16.
Sides. Match point.
You got to think about how tiring long maps are like this to like start off a series, right? I know for some teams it can be invigorating, but for others it can also be a little bit draining. It kind of just depends on the day. Regardless, that operator, again, back into the hands of Starbound. This is something that we expect. The last time we saw Wada on defense, it was that mid-peak that immediately got punished. It looks like we're seeing maybe a wide swing through window. Instead, it'll be the drone to start things off. I don't know if it actually spotted Starbound on the off angle.
Hard to tell. Power Pixel takes a little bit of damage and some trouble, needs help. Smoke not going to get there in time to stop things. Now you've got Bunny B running into the site, trying to hang out, but Blue Otter have the numbers, and it'll leave Starbound by themselves. Lurk is here for Sin as well. Just down to the timing of when the peak actually happened. Starbound very aware this could be a potential play, but May will finish things off, and it took a year and a half, but Blue Otter will steal away map number 1. Wada's pick of Haven and take the early edge in this best of 5. Holy cow. Yeah, holy cow. What a start.
It was insane to see, again, the underdogs in this lower final being able to go toe-to-toe with a team like Wada and definitely stretching them the distance when it came down to those macro plays, the hero plays from both of these squads. It's been an impressive first map of Haven from both teams, but massive upset map there for Blue Otter be taking away Shift. We're in for a series.
On a comp they haven't played yet. Whoa, buddy. We've got ourselves a best of 5 in front of us, but a huge edge for Blue Otter to get us kicked off with the first map win. Had to break. Jask will be back with us to give us the thoughts right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, folks, I'm gonna need one of you to call my cardiologist because 1 sugar-free Red Bull, 2 sugar-free Red Bull, and 3 sugar-free Red Bulls later, we are here after only the first map is done. And I have never been happier the fact that I buy Red Bull in bulk. Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Emily and Vansili on the desk. If you are just joining us, well, buckle up, because it's going to be a long day if first map is anything to say. 18-16, Blue Otter stealing Wada's map pick of Haven. Vansili, we were sitting here, we were watching go back and forth like a ping pong match, like a nice, curling stone hitting each other. This physics, Winter Olympics. But oh my goodness, Vansili, we are in for a great lower finals.
If this was a curling match, at least there was no Team Canada double touching the stone going through
Your
the
gold medal
hog
winners?
line, right? Yeah, but we won't talk about that. I think also this replay is long enough that by the time we're done, it's going to be agent select for the second match. It's been so long, as indeed these overtimes have been kind of crazy. But I think overall, when we had what Schiff was mentioning at the end of that first map, he mentioned, this is a BO first time that they choose this map, Blue Water, that is being BO, and then it was going to get messy no matter what, right? So the game in itself was a little bit of Blue Water trying to figure out how to really run their agents that they haven't really tested out in an official before. So you're not going to be like an expert in all of these rules. And then secondly, on the other end, it's for Wada to figure out, okay, crap, how do you play against this ISO that's supposed to be countering Starbound and whatnot? And then you kind of just feel from round to round. Sometimes you get some flash in the pan of some great Valorant rounds coming through. But overall, I definitely do feel that it was a game of finding your timings and punishing some big mistakes that both of the teams actually showed throughout this map.
Yeah, one thing that I really want to go back to is the defensive half coming in from both sides. In that first half, when we saw Blue in defense, we saw them playing super aggro, and oftentimes Wada would get a first pick, but they'd find a way, whether it was the anchors, whether it was like a little re-aggression, they were able to stabilize numbers. And also there were a couple mistakes in Wada's post plan specifically, if I can recall, or if I can remember, that they were just not taking their numbers advantage too seriously and letting Blue kind of work their way back on the round. I think that first half was a great half for Blue considering everything that was going on. I think it could have been a lot more even, and honestly that's how I felt this whole game, especially when we got towards OT. It felt like either team could have went away with it. It just kept on going back to like either hero plays or small mistakes. And to compare Wada's defensive half, they were not being super aggressive early on, but they were playing super reactive, super proactive, and that's one thing that I really admire that I felt like old Wada didn't really have. We always saw Starbound going for like these first initial aggro peaks and then falling off, repositioning, and kind of just reusing and recycling that method. But this time around, we saw Starbound kind of sitting back, letting Blue walk into their crosshair. And oftentimes it would be the other people around the map going for some aggression or going for reclears and just always making sure they were on top of Blue.
Yeah, if anything for me on the attack side for Wada, I was a little bit messy when it came down to these post plant scenarios where, exactly as Emily was mentioning before, when you're trying to do so many hero plays, you're not as coordinated to really run down those your protocols on these post plant scenarios, which really didn't give a chance here for Wada to have a full grasp of their attack side. And they had to come down to like 2 big clutches from Power Pixel a 1 versus 4, a 1 versus 2, remember, on that B site against that Yoru ulti from Badison. If not, it wasn't going to be a close game overall here, where I think Blue Water could have finished this quite earlier on in that second half. But now it comes down to that second map. You have to turn this around here for Wada. It's a heartbreaking loss that you had for both of these teams. It was a map that could have been yours, but it's going to be Blue Water no matter what. Now you have to focus on Corrode, where it hasn't been the best of maps either for Wada. And again, I think I have to underline the fact that it's a map where you're playing double Senti, because it's Australis on a deadlock and then you have Starbound on a chamber. That also doesn't allow for a solo Yoru to get good value into like aggro lines, pushing through, and you're kind of just having to flash for yourself. Hopefully you get one and you TP out. So Buddy B has to be really on her toes to open up in these scenarios where she wants to try to push down and find these hero moments. If not, it might be another one of those scenarios where Wada are going to have a really hard time holding out a defensive line on Corrode.
Yeah, and I think one thing that Blue do really good on Corrode that I'm hoping that they can bring out to the rest of the maps going into today is that on Corrode specifically, it felt like their execs were super clean. They have a bunch of utilities supporting our waylay. We have the Fade Eye for info. We have the dogs and the tail missiles to kind of clear space, making it a lot easier for Battison to get those first initial picks, whatever site they go. I need them to be consistent with that. I need them to not have as many gaps as we saw the last time they went against Wada. And also just outside of the macro, one thing that I'm really looking for today is that after that, or not today, but after that first map is a lot of these small mistakes that we saw. We need to see Wada being able to trade. We need to see Blue not allowing like Starbound to go for these super insane 1v4s or 1v3s to kind of secure rounds. We need to regroup, regain going into this next map and just make it a challenge for both of these teams.
Yeah, and the thing is for Blue Water, in terms of the tail comp you're just mentioning here, Emily, is for me when I was watching their games, it's fairly slow on how they like to operate on their attack side. They're not really doing too many of any protocols or conditioning with the tail in the first place. They kind of just sit back towards the spawn, trying to use the scope to their advantage on Battison playing a Whaley, for example, and then you're hoping for picks in the mid round at middle. If not, you're starting to slowly scale up and then you go for the explosions. I think if they continue that type of playstyle against Wada, I think that's where Wada also has an advantage with, you know, aggressive lines that Starbound could have rather with their operator, where now finally you play into Wada's strengths, which is let them come towards you when you're playing that defense, and Wada could farm.
I want to ask you, Emily, this is kind of more of a general question. For those of you who don't know, in chat, Emily is a former game changer herself, has some iconic clips, if you know, you know. But moving into kind of this map, if you lose your map pick after a grueling overtime 18-16, I think sometimes for players who all speak up, you know, it's easier to lose and be stomped on and then move to the next map. But this is a pretty grueling loss as we move into Agent Select for Corrode. Emily, is the mental there? Are you exhausted? How would you be feeling?
I mean, definitely exhausted, but for a team that has a lot of experience like Wada, especially going to internationals and stuff like that, I feel like it won't affect them too hard. And you also got to think, this is a different story because it's not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. You have an extra chance to kind of redeem yourself. And even if they do struggle in the second map, they can regain for that third and go for a full reverse sweep, which is kind of rare and kind of a hard thing to do. But I think if a team can do it, it would be Wada.
Vance, I think I heard you go, wow. So I'm going to send it to you.
We have an agent change, right? But the game plan is still there. Still having an ISO in the composition for Blue Water. I almost feel like this will be the pattern you see across the board for this roster moving from map to map. The only difference is which player is going to be able to take the reins of this ISO. This time it's Oasis as the ISO and May goes into the Clove. So there's a switch off in that side, but they definitely do want to fight with that. We're not afraid to fight against Starbound, which I am down with, because in a lot of these map comps for the side of Oasis, sometimes they play the chamber and they like to play the operator on that side too. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if they want to battle into an op versus op on Starbound on long corridors, especially out in the open when you have gaps on smaller smokes with the Clove for the mid control.
I also think this is really good going for Blue Otter. I know it's like a last minute comp change, but we saw them find success with that going in from Haven. And then also the Chamber v Chamber, I think this could go amazing for Blue actually, considering how Wada do like to play this defensive half. I think that Blue Otter, if taking the right space and playing it a little bit slower, like you said, in that early half, I think they could find a lot of good first opening picks coming in.
Well, folks, we are in map 2 of a best of 5, and we better get to it. So I'm going to send over to your casters, Ash and Shift.
Yeah, thanks for the breath there, friends. We needed it. Let's get into it once again, though. Corrode, a map that really has been a staple for Blue Otter over the course of everything we've seen so far in Game Changers this year. They're 5-0 on it. They've got a couple of very convincing results. To be fair, a lot of it came versus Evictix, which is no slouching team to be sure, but most recently, the win versus 100 Thieves really kind of stands out to me. Their offensive side has looked very polished, and I think that's the first focus for Wada as they try to get one back here in this best of 5.
That Anyways, as I
You're
was
good.
saying, we are all good. We are all good. Just had to refresh on my end a little bit there. But as I was saying, when it comes down to, I think, this last-minute compositional change for Blue Water, kind of curious to see if that ISO is going to be something we're going to continue to see to be that Starbound counter as this series unfolds. But kicking things off with this pistol round, Starbound with the first pick overall. That plant should be able to go down here for Blue Otter. It's been a lot of early pressure already from Wada, though.
Planted.
They're just trying to wrap back around over towards A main and find that timing for the pinch.
Yeah, this is all about who scouts this out, if anybody, from Blue Otter. They're setting up their post plant over towards Link's side. Juna going to toss the Paranoia into the site, and that's enough for Power Pixel to find the timing of the peak for 2.
One enemy remaining.
Crossfire set up, looking decent as well here, as Wada will just break things down. That is just about as perfect as it gets. Paranoia keeps everyone focused. Easy double pinch on the back, and the pistol goes to Wada's defense.
Save the day. Easy.
Very nicely done there for Wada. Again, they want to start things off on the right foot with getting that pistol online, especially with losing out on such a close Haven matchup. Wada, I'm sure the response that they'd like is to be able to take this map pick of Corrode off of the side of Blue Water here as well. Overall, though, it is going to be interesting how the game plan changes here for Blue Water, right? Because swapping out the Tejo for an ISO is nowhere near a sort of like one-to-one swap. They did have those like very slow starts to those attacking rounds, but there's such a big difference with the amount of like area, the space that the Tejo can clear out instead of it being just these firefights that you're going to expect to see and just absolutely mowed down over an elbow. A flawless round for Wada to clean up that anti-eco and carry all of their weapons into the bonus.
Yeah, full bonus, of course. A decent idea for Blue Otter. Just put up the shield, hope that you can get all 5 pistols to exchange something outright, but nothing there. So good spray, good control. Wadded up. Not actually going to elect to boost their bonus to anything more, which is maybe a little surprising considering Power Pixel still just has the pistol, but see how they decide to set them up behind this. You've got, again, heavy set up over towards B, so it does allow you to stack. Early flash plus push up towards A main here has Bunny B and the rest of Wada looking for an early first blood, but Blue Otter, aware of that, will be very responsible in making sure they can keep this a 5v5.
And it's really good that they actually pulled that saturate out early as well from the side of Blue Otter. Being able to force that utility out of Badison definitely changes how these executes can go, because that waylay, at times, it can be so dependent on being able to get that dash in, throw the saturate down, ensure that they either get the kill or someone on the team can follow up. So it swaps things up a lot when it comes down to that tempo. That's why you see Blue Water, they're trying to see if anybody on Wada will bite. No control of any space though, and this lean back over to B is deadly. You've got that chamber trip, watching the trademark, and then on top of that, layering these deadlock sensors as well. It's going to be so hard to find some sort of burst with 30 seconds left on the clock.
30 seconds
Especially with the outlaw and the play behind all of this, it can be really hard to get into the sight. But Starbomb misses the first couple of shots. The right click eventually does land. Australis in the corner. Oh, maybe overcorrected a little bit there. So only 2 fall. Blue Otter able to get their post plant set up on their terms. And you're fighting up against a Spectre, a Bulldog, and a Classic the rest of the way. And May will use the overheal for a moment. Prowler will sidestep. Little awkwardness initially for May to hop back up onto the railing, but is able to find all 4 and turn that into a pretty significant Blue Otter win. Shuts down the bonus, and now we go into full purchase.
Yeah, not the exact sort of delay I think that they were hoping on the Wada side, but at the same time, granted, these corrode rotations through spawn take forever, especially if you're playing over towards like a elbow side and whatnot, and not going for that cut through into mid. Overall, you see a couple of pings going through here. Might be poised with a Paranoia ready here for Juna off the information that Around's able to find both the deep smoke over the stairs. Won't be anything.
Whoa! Power Pixel holds down the trigger long enough for Oasis to slide over and actually take down the pick through smoke. Bunny B responds with some A main pressure. But Blue Otter will have the middle of the map pretty much to their name here. Australis just kind of shouldering the cross.
Look at Oasis.
Oasis have gotten through. That's exactly right. Prowler to clear out a link, and this is going to be an AF finish here without question.
But I like the adjustment from Wada. This call to push forward in a main. They know it's that push into a link. This timing, not going to find anything either. No opportunity for Oasis to catch anybody off guard. Wada, they just get to fully group over towards this A-link side. Late wrap from Juna.
In on the corner. Just gets caught walking a little bit too much. So now you have to hold this post plant 3v4. May does have the ability to come back to life, though. Could be pivotal in the post plant hold if they do drop early. Flash on the corner. Ooh. Nice little dance back, but Bunnybee takes a ton of damage, down to 1 HP initially. Able to recover a lot of that, obviously. Oasis. No, nothing there on that crossing corner, so now it's just down to what exactly Blue Otter could do from this position. Avery slipping over to the other side of the dark cover. Able to span angle down. That's enough for May to follow up, and there's the Nightfall to follow. Nice hold for Blue Otter. Pending, of course, they could deal with Starbound, and the clock may do it for them. Doesn't make a difference. The shorty finishes the final punch, and that'll be a 2-2 count. Blue Otter cook it.
Really nicely done. Both of those teams being able to reposition appropriately due to the information that they were able to find over in CT for the side of Blue Otter, and understanding that that was an aggressive push coming in through a link there as well. And Wada, I like the idea, you know, grouping over towards mid, trying to take that A main control on that retake, really not knowing if anybody was deeper spawn. But the utility from Blue Otter definitely rained out super in that round. Wada. Two marshals on board. You got Starbound trying to pressure over in mid here as well. Nobody on Blue Water willing to bite. I think right now just trying to maybe deal with a bit of that deadlock utility that Australis is throwing up over the main, denying that wall from providing that kind of passive ult there. But they just want to regroup. Nobody wants to risk giving one of these rifles away for free.
Yeah, no way. And, you know, for Blue Otter, you're also draining a lot of early utility out of Wada. It's a Grav Net, the Barrier Orb, and a Smoke that's already off the table. So you're planning on not doing much in this first 45 and then taking the fight on your own terms with your own executable utility. And that seems to be looking towards B. Quick rotation for Power Pixel. Once again, hits the choke point with the Prowler. But not going to dissuade Blue Otter much longer. Taunt is out. Wow, the dashing for Batson is almost going to be good, but Australis has a good response. Trade eventually comes through. Power Pixel try to get it done with the Marshall. Starbound there with the Headhunter. They're going to combine for one. But will they be able to stop the spike?
30 seconds
Hard
left.
to say because the spike's not being committed for a plant yet. And honestly, this pin time going towards B could work out, but May stepping forward knows that there are two players that are weak. Now the focus back towards main can be riddled with all these rifles, and that is absolutely picture perfect from Blue Otter. Tight moment, Water to give themselves a look, but Blue Otter survived through what was largely a thrifty.
Yeah, really nicely done. Not looking to force that plant and having the understanding that there was the timing for that flank to be coming through and continuing to pressure into those mid players. Now, weapons will be back online here on the side of Wada. Full loadout to come in. Actually didn't take a quick peek at that economy, and Starbound, instead, it'll actually be that tool of false that they're going to look to pop into this round, holding over towards that elbow side. Blue Water, they have the read. Again, they called it out, Chip, in the previous round. Blue Water are always going to want to try and deal with this deadlock utility a bit.
Well, this is interesting. Hard commit for Blue Water. The kill contract does not land onto anything, so you've got all 5 members still up and active for Wada, and they've got Power Pixel, a delayed peek back into the site for 3. Avery eventually had to shut it down and find a second, and if May can get a little bit of damage done, maybe a chance to still stay a part of the play, but enough space gained to give Avery a chance to try to re-clear out the flank. May will not be brought back, though, so it's now just down to the 1v3 from here for Avery.
Yeah, and they're fully boxed in. Starbound's on this flank with the tool to false. Knife out, not going to have anything to meet him. And there they go. A solid round there from Wada. I saw the idea from Blue Water, but again, that stall ability with the deadlock utility, sure, you're able to take down the first sensor and the wall early on, but it's just so hard to find a comfortable burst onto site, even when you're trying to scale with that ISO wall. And heroics from Power were absolutely insane over towards that backside. No one was really paying attention to that angle. Everyone very focused on where Australis was.
I think that's just because Oasis used the kill contract off of the get-go to clear that angle. But Power Pixel was so much deeper into B-Link that they stay away from it and then just sprint back into the same angle. So good awareness from Power Pixel there. An unfortunate kill contract miss leads to a 3-3 game. First blood already tallied as Baddison has had a really tough time getting things going here on the Waylay. Awkward moment here at A main as Sin initially had the scope angle up. Bunny B trying to challenge. And it looks like both players will respect one another while the feel out over towards B is on the way. Oasis is, or maybe that's May now trying to work their way in on a rogue mission to B, gets caught off map and or off screen rather, I should say, and that leads to a pretty desperate situation for Blue Otter to try to navigate this 3v5.
This is the second time we've seen Oasis in their spawn, by the way. Like, just walking up into mid and pushing that mid window. You see the pings coming out here as well. Oasis signaling that someone could be underneath window playing hell. Very heads up move from Wada to be maintaining control of this B-Link, understanding that there is this hole in where they've been playing, but this position from Sin can be massive. Punished by Bunny B. That's a tough loss.
Just never pulled the trigger. Spike will still be planted though. Dimensional drift just to ensure that this round gets over the finish line here for Wada. Avery stuck just on top of the site, but Oasis up top creates two. That creates an opportunity as Oasis gets a third. Low health pull for Power Pixel. Starbound, though, watching the corner. Never allows Avery to get back into the play, and Wada will take the edge.
Yeah, heroics from Oasis, just not enough to take it over the line there. But getting off way more than she should have, if we're going to be completely honest when you're considering that
Correct.
HP. But I think kind of similar to what we saw on Haven, like the desk was talking about, the fact that we're seeing, like, there are a lot of good macro ideas that are coming into play, but at the same time, a lot of mistakes as well. You know, seeing those holes, I think that Wada definitely had an understanding in that retake. Blue Otter as well, just not really having the timing on some of those lurks, or just the heads-up awareness of Wada looking to punish some of those solo angles. It's the reactivity that's really been such a boon for both of these teams, and I think that's why it's made this series so streaky so far.
Now the paths will be set out by Baddison. No one's home, though, at A. So no effect there, although Blue Otter will, of course, get the site relatively quickly. But Nightfall, Annihilation, both huge tools for Wada attempting the retake. Starbound looking for the long angle initially. No one is playing the back of the A site, though. Everything is playing at elbow or on the site itself. Nightfall cuts across, connects to at least two. One of them, though, is not Oasis, who had an angle, had an opportunity, but cannot convert. Baddison follows, though. Avery able to connect, and now is a Nightfall of their own. Hold on a second. This could get really interesting for the front side of the site, but now you got to keep your head in a swivel. Starbound able to lock down to one. Headhunter for the other, and it's going to be a 1v2 Red Bull clutch for Starbound in the midst of a very tight battle on the A site.
And Starbound is that player that you can always rely on the side of Wada in those moments when it comes down right to the wire. Their mechanics and ability to micro in those situations is why you see this chamber composition for Wada, like on every single map, something that was their signature in 2025, carrying that over into the 2026 meta here as well. This Wada squad has always marched to the beat of their own drum, and Starbound is such a big part of that.
What a display. Wada now have the edge, 5-3 up. Purchase not great here for Blue Otter in the next round, but still have enough to fight and potentially give themselves a lifeline. The big issue, though, is just behind all of this utility, Starbound is going to be able to hold these angles over and over again. Sin has the tour de force. And yeah, that's what I was about to say. Bunny Bee's going to get a little bit of help here to stay a little bit longer at mid. Wall comes through. Bunny Bee just takes it to the chest. 1-1 will be the exchange for before.
Really nice utility to delay this push over in mid though. Juna punishing off the back of the Prowler and the Seas. That grab net also just making it impossible for the swing to come through for the refrag there for Blue Otter. But again, it's come down to a lot of these timings here for Blue Otter on the attacking side. Whether it's been May, whether it's been Oasis, these opportunities to thread the needle where Wada are leaving these holes. And they are aware of the space that they're giving up.
That is the big key. Juna stuck in a corner, eh? Good, that's clean. Gives you a 3v3 situation. No post plant set up yet, and Wada once more will take the early and quick timing to play behind through A main. Would May expect this? Can Avery check it? The answer is no on to both for now, but of course the awareness is there. Starbound taking their time, clearing things out. Australis able to find Sin for 3. May able to follow for 1. Caught with utility out. Is there a trade at a power pixel? No, because Avery has to watch 2 things at once. Timing everything here, but is able to catch Starbound before they can really lock in the aim. Haunt is up. Enough information to convert onto Power Pixel, and another 1v2. Red Bull clutch comes through this time for Blue Otter and Avery.
Really nicely done there by Avery. I think the positioning for May was so important over in A link at the very least. Able to get the one needed, right? But again, I feel like in this matchup so far, there are just so many of those like heroic rounds that are necessary for either of these teams. Like, I've lost count, genuinely, Ship, of how many Red Bull clutches we've seen in the last map alone, and already only heading into this first half.
Agreed. Very much so agreed. Wow. This has been a treat so far, friends. Both maps, very tight, very back and forth. Wadded up back on towards the pistols and an eco. Nice awareness there as Madison's able to find Juna just barely through the box. And with the superiority of numbers and weaponry, you figure Blue Otter should be able to set up their post plant at least on their terms, and they even catch one more over towards mid link. So good opportunity here for Blue to set up their economy, both in their financial concerns as well as in the ultimate economy, depending they can find these eliminations. But Bunny Bee just kind of slips underneath Madison's aim. That may be an opportunity to grab a weapon. Yeah, to teleport over to it. Australis hits another one from the backside. What is happening? What is happening? This is not how you would draw this up. Avery, from the 1v2 now to a 1v3. Make it just down to the straight 1v1 with Australis, and Avery's good for 2 Red Bull clutches in a row.
Back to back there for Avery to tie things up 5-5 here for Blue Otter. Just absolute insane stuff. I think gotta give a lot of respect though. Wada, they did a great job of playing that distraction tactic. Like Bunny Bee opening up that retake here for this team. That pick on Madison was so important, especially when it came down to being that distraction there, pulling Sins, just focus away from that A-link push that was coming through. Well, just so nicely done. Again, Avery being able to close that one out. Now we see a bit of a shift in how the setup looks. Kill Contract's not going to find anything B main. They were looking to see if maybe you had Starbound posted up on a bit more of an aggressive angle. It was not going to be the case. Now back to the drawing board. Over in mid here for Blue Otter. A contact play into A-Link, with the shift here for the Sentinels to be over on this A site for one of the first times that we've seen. And the walk up in B makes this read really comfortable for Wada.
Yeah, sure does. Well, this timing is going to be really interesting behind this barrier of Australis has a grab net perfectly placed. And the flank is currently underway. Australis though caught, tagged through the wall, forced to hit the engagement. That's first blood plus a second from Avery. But Starbound inside the site, watching everything at once, finds 2, then slips away. Make it 3. Starbound with the slow field all over the site. Now has Power Pixel set up from the pinch, and it's on to Oasis. And all of the utility from the fade has Oasis revealed, stuck, and desperate for some sort of a lifeline. Some space to breathe here. Oasis trying to isolate, but it's Starbound for 4. And Wada take the edge, 6-5. Last round of the half upcoming.
Absolutely incredibly played there by Starbound. That was just insane on the A site. And you saw Sin was ready to try and re-clear where she was expecting Starbound to be. Except when you see the TP being called there by Starbound, there is no way you're really expecting it to be over in front sight there, right in front of your eyes. Like, it is such a ballsy play to be making. Just actually genuinely insane stuff. Now in the last round of this first half, setup changes here once again. Got that trip from Starbound over on this B side. An early wall from Australis outside of A main. Nobody's gonna look to break it though. Sin just waiting, seeing what she's going to be able to hear and relay to the team. And this is a tough last round of the first half here too, Shift, when you take into consideration the economics on the side of Blue Otter right now. They do not have much to work with.
No, they do not. And Bunny B is chasing down one, sees more. They decide to try to force this 1v1. No, instead it's just a decoy out and some separation gain to make sure no one's at the front doors of B. And we'll reset.
Got some deep trips here towards that A site for Australis to be able to play off road. Paranoia to delay this push and buy time for the rotation from the B players.
Well, here comes the action. Annihilation will be coming through. Baddest able to find one with a shotgun. Australis head on a swivel. Pixel right there with them. And there will be an opportunity for Blue Otter to out-trade this. And they even find Starbound a little bit deeper. That's a huge pick. Now it's just down to Bunny. Rifles have been collected. First action is good. The second one was close, but May quick enough on the angle to finish us with a 6-6 half. And goodness, yeah, you're going to see it. Just another affair of back and forth, streaks in a row. Swap the sides, we'll go again.
What a way to steal that last round away there for Blue Otter as well. We talked about how that buy was going to come into play for that team and how awkward it was going to make it. Australis on an island on that A site, just not able to do much more than she already did. Now, heading on to defense here, it's such a close map already, and we haven't even seen like half of the players in this server really coming alive. And I think that there is a little bit more pressure now for Sin on that chamber here defensively to be able to hold her own over at B.
Agreed with that. Absolutely agreed with that. But this has been really, really good Valorant at this point. First blood for Sin going to come through onto Bunny. It's an important 1v1 there. And Oasis will make it a little bit better. The extension of the double tap makes this ISO so hard to get rid of. And Starbound will obviously be ran down here. First shot good. Second one just a little bit wide. And May will finish things off. Not quite a flawless, but pretty much is. Blue Otter take the opening pistol in the second half.
Doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think.
Pretty sure on Haven too, it was what, pistol for the most part between these two teams, like each team being able to get one of their own regardless of the half. But now overall, I think Blue Otter, you got two outlaws in hand that you get to work with here. Bucky for Oasis. Okay, I was gonna say Bucky is a little bit untraditional for an ISO player. Overall, we'll swap over to that Stinger, but right now for Wada, looking to group up over in mid, trying to go for some wall bangs here from May. Not really going to connect with much other than a bit of damage over on Starbound. Bunny B is already immediately coming this one.
Follow up. Power Pixel and Oasis involved in the trades, but Blue Otter will have the numbers. And of course, Power Pixel down to 3 HP is in some desperate trouble. Starbound able to connect for a little bit of damage, then falling away. Baddison, yep, that'll work. Up close and personal, not as much, but still good damage onto Juna. But the Outlaw has been collected, and we know that that could potentially be round changing. The problem is, it's still a 2v3, you still have no spike.
Yeah, it gets a little bit funky now. But for the side of Wada, they'll also be happy with, you know, doing as much damage as they could. Sure, getting the round win would be great, but when you've got Juna so low, tempering expectations a little bit here. I like how passively Blue Otter are playing, though, knowing that it's going to buy them that much extra time, forcing Wada to clear out so many more.
left. Spike planted.
Well, the numbers are starting to flood. No reason not to wait for Sid here. Smoke is out. Juna just trying to hold the corner initially. Spam not quite where it needs to be. And Avery will step out to catch one. Starbound now resorting to the headhunter. And, well, the problem is Spike was being held the whole time. Plus the final elimination comes through. Blue Otter, 8-6 up. And now we navigate through what will be an interesting bonus round, considering the circumstances of how many eliminations have come through in favor of Wada in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, they've definitely got to be happy with some of that damage that they did, making this bonus just a bit weaker here. And Wada, again, they played it safe, right? So they're not going to be on any of those half shields. The Outlaws aren't going to be as potent as you would want to see in the Blue Otter camp. Now, an early take here for Madison, not going to find anything, forcing a bit more of that utility out. Even an early paranoia there from Juna to clear out the close angle.
Well, battle at mid could determine what happens here in this next contact. Do you expect this much of a walk-up? Or is the problem? You may not expect May to be in the corner, but Avery kind of gives up the opportunity for the crossfire setup, especially with Madison assisting at long range with a classic elimination. 4v3 Oasis. Tough battle at that range with Juna, but wants to force it. Double tap is up, and the window on that fight will close.
Yeah, Oasis trying to go for a walk up. Made it out by that clone there as well. Really nicely timed there. A site not quite open though, with the fact that Madison's still able to punish the Bunny Bee on that. It's going to be hard for her to find more.
Last player standing.
Oh, okay. A little spam from Juna will pretty much put the round out of question. Unless...
Spike planted.
Nope, not this time. Clean follow-up there against the bonus for Wada. Only dropping 2, plus getting the plant. They'll be right back into purchase territory at full buy. And now we're going to get our first full gun round here for the defensive Blue Otter. Do you have any worries about this composition defensively as we kind of go through this half, knowing kind of that Madison is obviously looking to try to play aggressive with the waylay?
I think that it's on Wada to have the understanding of how they're looking to punish the aggression from Blue Otter, right? And I think that's why you see a lot of that utility being expended in the early round, just to deny a lot of those early angles there. And the thing is, for Blue Otter, sure, we see that first fight, Madison's able to get that refract out at the very least. But now, it's a little bit more uncomfortable for some of these rotations to come in. You've had constant mid presence from Wada, looking to punish those walk-ups like we saw in the previous round here as well. And for Blue Otter, if they're not getting those opening engagements, they're not getting those first bloods, it's about having that understanding of, okay, maybe we pivot our game plan to playing a little bit more for those fast flood retakes.
Well, here comes the run down mid. Avery not going to be baited by the decoy. Nightfall's going to come through. Avery in some trouble, but stays away from the Prowler and holds down the trigger for 2. An important double there. Now Sin, next one up. Just can't quite lock down the headshot onto Juna. Damage was tallied, but not enough to get to Elin. Problem is, the spike was, well, down for a moment. From the shadows will recollect it. Starbound now has to watch the Blue Otter cross. Oh, wow, what a prediction from Starbound! Oh my goodness, Madison tried to get up close and personal. Starbound was not fooled. Snaps over for a second and finishes the third.
Again, the sheer mechanics that Starbound is able to pull off in these rounds are at times miracles for this team, right? Like, it's such a fast flood there for Blue Otter to be taking that retake. You have a one player trying to get that plant. Judah not really in a position to be able to get a comfortable trade there for Starbound, and they don't need it. They're just able to do it all on their own. A very punishing round loss there for Blue Otter as well. Going back into another kind of half eco situation. You've got Starbound trying to get the peek over the smoke here in mid, not able to spot anything out. Blue Otter not looking to push the issue too much, especially with this weapons disadvantage. Playing a lot more turtled onto these sites, aside from that peek over in B main.
Trap destroyed.
Well, again, patient approach here for Wada. Not wanting to give away anything on the openers, and a tight moment there as Oasis peaks and forces Starbound to retreat back. Sid, next one up, not able to connect. Nightfall will pause the approach, especially with that barrier or blocking the connection to B. But Badison, how much of this are you able to hear?
He hears all of it.
30 seconds left.
All of it. So now you've got Oasis, or pardon me, May, head up. Long range shots for Badison onto Juno are going to work out. Oasis inside the kill contract. Tough battle at that range with the Stinger, and Buddy B will take it, if only just barely. But back to the mix, and as Power Pixel will plant, advantage will go back to Wada.
Oh, and this rotation from Badison. Just taking so long, walking over to be able to regroup with the team.
Big battle here, and Australis will get the better of Sid. No worries on the follow-up. Only one will drop thanks to the classic through middle onto Juna, but Wada are really starting to establish some deep pockets now. 3 rounds in a row, handful of plants behind all of that. And you've also got a couple of key ultimates starting to be charged up that will beat the timing of the resets for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I think Wada have a very solid understanding of the win conditions in a lot of these rounds here for Blue Otter. Again, being able to punish some of that early aggression, denying some of those deeper lines. A lot of these
You want to play?
kind of like
Let's
pump fake
play.
situations as well, where they're trying to draw out some of that utility. But now, Dimensional Drift looking for the information. Sin will be spotted out with the off.
Not there.
Action coming quickly on the site, but to be able to find the high angle onto Sin. That's your first defender out of the picture. Who, of course, not going to be a part of anything anymore for the defenders. Shots down low from Blue Otter actually do connect up here towards tower. Oasis would need to clear, but not able to with the double tap shield. Avery going to try to follow up. You just have to win this position back, and it's just easier said than done. Wada up to double digits, and the economy continues to not really be battered nor bruised whatsoever. Where on the opposite side, Blue Otter are back into another save.
It's a really beautiful execution that we saw from Wada. Timeout to be called now on the side of Blue Otter. They're losing 4 rounds in a row. Convergent Paths were online in the last round. Did not see that be used. You do have Tour de Force here for Sin, but she has been struggling to connect her shots a bit in this map, which is definitely difficult as a chamber player, right? Like, your whole kit is around being able to take that space, being able to pressure the other team, especially with your picks that you're getting. And if they're not coming into your crosshair, at least being able to hold on to those deeper lines. And I think Wada have been doing a really good job of clearing her out, making it really difficult for Sin to get comfortable in a lot of those positions. But Blue Otter, I think now, we've seen the adaptations a bit with their game plan shift. Like, they were going for some of that aggression, then they were playing a little bit further back, trying to play some of those crossfires, opting for some of those retakes, the rotations. But Wada have been pretty good about, you know, the bursty executions after drawing out a lot of that earlier utility and being able to isolate the players on site.
Yeah, very true, very true. Smoke getting ready to be placed as soon as the barriers drop. And, I mean, Blue Otter, again, reflecting on last night's match, had a handful of thrifty rounds get through that really allowed them to find that narrow edge to take down 100 Thieves. So far today, it's been mostly just Red Bull clutches that have given us the drama outside of this good Valorant overall being played. Wada, with Juna finding the opening set of kills, will have the significant advantage here against what is now largely just a classic of the two sheriffs. And maybe if weapons can get collected, we can look at something different with this tour de force, but you have to figure that Wada will be aware of that, cross their T's, dot their I's, and try to get to 11 quickly.
Slow contact play up towards mid. Avery's trying to set up with some sort of cross. The Prowler does go out for the information, but full flash there for Madison. Not going to be able to swing off of it. The punish to be coming in there. Again, though, this is, you know, what we kind of expect into this round, right? The eco there for Blue Water, not having the weaponry to really contest. The second that Wada caught a whiff of where Sin's tool de false was posted up, it was immediate respect, a full pivot over towards that B site, knowing that the rest of the team didn't really have as much to contest with.
Yeah, and that's just easy Valorant at that point for that. I mean, you know what's in front of you. Take your advantage, take your extra weapons, and move into a 3-round edge. So, looks like that should be the case. See if Sin can try to maybe do a little bit of damage as soon as the smoke fades. But, again, it's just even eliminations at this point just does not really feel like it matters, just due to the simple nature of the economy that's already been established for Wada. Sin will take down 2. Maybe an opportunity for more. Shoulders tempting. And Sin will get the better of Bunny B as well. So a little bit of extra punish there. Not the worst news. I think in particular the ability to just kind of keep yourself stabilized financially if you're Sin. But must-win round now coming through for Blue Otter on their map pick. Otherwise, they will be back into dire straits and looking at what has to be force buys the rest of the way.
Yeah, and Madison hasn't had an opportunity to really use the conversion paths yet either. We've been holding on to that for the past couple of rounds. I think could definitely be a big boon for either a hard stop on a Wada execution or huge into one of those retake rounds here for Blue Otter. We'll see which direction they end up taking it in. On the other side, though, Astralis does have that deadlock ult, the annihilation available. She's always pretty good about ensuring that she gets her one with it, taking somebody out of the equation. Again, look at the way that they pause for Wada. They're always expecting someone on Blue Otter to look to walk up with this double duelist composition.
Yeah. Grab net, not going to really hit. Focus moving over to B with a minute on the clock. Sin holding, but only with a Phantom. Does have the ability to teleport deep and safe over towards tower side. And that will come through. Nightfall will not reach all the way. Sin will stay away from it. Sight take is on the way. Barrier or blocking, but Sin, wow, actually catches Juno off the teleport. And that now has Wada looking to try to force and isolate. Deep scale coming through. Annihilation comes out, but Sin has done very well here for Blue Otter.
Yeah, not having any smokes on this B site makes it so awkward to try to get this plant down. Having control really important here.
Oh, but Power Pixel has just once again reduced the presence of the Waylay. Avery May finding a couple of Power Pixel off the reset. Gets more. How about more behind that? No, not quite. Starbound. 1v3 technically. Has 2 more to try to grab. A little bit of an angle! What a transfer into the smoke! Oh, May! Beats Starbound there with the classic. You saw the idea. Starbound thought the same thing. Couldn't quite get to the headhunter in time. And Blue Otter take the must-win round to keep their hopes alive.
You talked about how important this round win was for Blue Otter. But we also wanted it to be a bit more convincing because despite the round win, they're still not going to have as comfortable of a buy as they would have wanted. I think Sin being able to dodge that Nightfall was so important to be able to know that Juna was sticking that Omen ultimate right behind her. Being able to get that pick on Juna completely shifted that round there for Wada, not having you know, the cover necessary in that round now. He's going to be denied the forward angle right off the gate by the Prowler.
Well, a little vying for positioning happening over towards B main, but not much gained, not much lost, all things told. Sin still going to hold with the op. And this little peek up towards top mid could be everything. Starbound is aggressively clearing the corner. Prowler is out. May aware that there should be some action. And Blue Otter step up and deal with it nicely. Follow from Power Pixel. It just always feels like Power Pixel is in a position to reduce the numbers to more manageable terms after a bad fight. Once more that comes true, and we'll go to a 2v3.
Yeah, they've been incredibly impactful and reliable on this map of Corrode. Grouping up now with Juna, you still have a 1 haunt available and the C's.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and
30
the contact
seconds
here.
left.
Oh, goodness. Avery almost just wins the round outright. Power Pixel for what would be a 1v3. Making a decision with 17 seconds on the clock. Economy is still fine for the most part. And Sin will stop the cross, and we're back to within 1. We told you this might be a long night of Valorant, and we're threatening extras possibly again.
Yeah, it's been adjustments for both these teams. Mistakes made on both sides here as well, but overall, again, good understandings, I think, of each other's win conditions in some of these rounds, on top of heroics constantly being pulled out from either side. Timeout to be called now in the 22nd round by Wada. They had a streak of what, I think it was like 4 rounds in a row, 4, maybe 5. Yeah, before Blue Otter was able to put a stop to that momentum. Now, they don't want to let them get away with anything more. Trying to cut that down before it gets like out of hand with how close it's become now. I think, especially considering the money situation on both teams, relatively even in the sense that this next round could make or break either of them.
Yeah, it really, really could. The importance of this one, just about as high as anything we've seen. Also got to keep in mind that Wada could also determine what they want to do in terms of orb collection. Do you prefer the Nightfall, or do you prefer the Dimensional Drift early? Nightfall to follow potentially for Avery on the other side. No kill contract yet for Oasis. And Starbound's going Glass Cannon, which is a little surprising, I think, considering the fact that Dimensional Drift could be a play here. But yeah, it looks like with that judge, we're probably getting the Dimensional Drift.
Yeah.
That's not ready.
You love some good old Yoru gameplay, that's for sure. I think this mid presence here for Starbound has been really important for some of these pivots on the side of Wada, as well as being able to catch off these mid rotations, considering the mid aggression that we've seen the past couple of rounds from Blue.
I have them.
Well, the setup is ready to go. Well, maybe not. Thinking about feeling things out at mid. Starbound sees the Prowler and puts the scope down at the worst possible time. So Blue Otter will not just find one, they also catch Bunny Bee. Oh, that's huge. The whole setup was supposed to be a Dimensional Drift over to B. And now the round is just over.
I think there was maybe a call to try and fake it over towards that A side. The presence that Australis was showing, and then use the Dimensional Drift, but Sin's not going to move from that angle with the op,
30
right? Like,
seconds
leaving your
left.
spike alone. Tough work to do. Now, 25 seconds on the clock. Sure, Juna's going to try and run over, but May's going to try and cut off this rotation. A teleport does come in, but the fight's not going to go in Juna's
Spike down
favor.
mid.
Now, Australis can't do anything in this round.
10 seconds
It's
left.
just completely fallen apart. The idea was there at the beginning, but the mid-round call, I just don't think it is enough to try and deal with that trademark early with the clone. Yeah, sure, you take it down, but if you're taking the trademark down, that also means that Blue Otter are going to dedicate someone on that B site to hold the line.
Yeah, that's just a really, really terrible situation for Wada, because now you're trying to essentially pull the same executes, maybe not fully, because like you said, like maybe you're trying to set up some sort of a fake to get the crossing angle for Starbound, but now you're dealing with a weakened economy for the first time really this half, and it comes at the worst possible moment. Spam down mid. No one really hit by this, but Blue Otter are feeling frisky. They may come over the top here. That is really good information. How do you want to set that up? How about some wall bangs for May? Oh my goodness. Right as soon as the dimensional drift is hit, you deal with the play before it even starts. Bunny B and Australis trying to get it done on their own. Australis will drop. Bunny B, last one standing. And the economy is going to be broken behind this. Blue Otter take a late surge. We're at 12-11, but don't blink yet.
This underdog roster heading up against a Wada that has been so consistently in the top 3 of game changers over the past year in 2025. The team that came second at America's LCQ, and Blue Otter have been pushing them the distance, capitalizing on mistakes being made by Wada. A lot of solo fights that are being taken and punished earlier into the round there by the attackers of this half.
Oh, this contact feels so dicey. Starbound is going to get the tour de force though. Our Pixel still has the Nightfall from the previous round. Kill contract is ready for Oasis, and they are set up at B-Link. Can Starbound get that mid-cross that they wanted from a couple of rounds ago? That may be a huge determining factor, but Avery catches Bunny B again before the play could even start. Good shield from Oasis. May just gonna get to work spamming down the choke point. Follow-up utility behind that. Madison stops the haunt, and Wada will lose Starbound at mid. Blue Otter looking good for a 2-0 edge in this best of 5. Madison out and out of the smoke! And Blue Otter will not need to see extra innings this time. 2-0 up. Oh my goodness, it's currently happening. This Blue Otter team doesn't know how to die.
It is just insane how close these two maps have been, and looking at Corrode, I think there was just such good conditioning in that second half from Blue Otter. That early aggression that we saw at the beginning of their defense, it slowed things down so much for Wada. They had a hard time picking up the tempo in that early round, always cognizant of the fact that Blue Otter could be walking up. But after the job was done, they weren't over peaking anymore. They were happy to play further back and force Wada to waste their utility on a lot of those reclears, attempting to contact up some of those angles. Blue Otter, it seemed like they ended up having their number after the work was done earlier in that second half shift.
Wow. Unbelievable scenes. Put everyone on notice. It's 2-0 to Blue Otter. Wada now backs firmly planted against the wall with map 3 split coming up after the backside of the break. The desk before that, though, to give us their thoughts. Don't go anywhere.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, folks, it is now 2-0 for Blue Water, or Blotter, if you will. Welcome back to Verizon Game Changer. You guys like that one, didn't you? You like that one? Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Emily and Vincili on the desk. If you're just joining us, well, technically, Blue Water, or Blotter, I keep wanting to say it, are one map away from continuing their lower finals win and to the grand finals. On the other hand, Wada fans have 3 maps now to bring it back and do a reverse sweep. But just go back and talk about road bans. It was back and forth and just wasn't quite enough for Wada, but it was enough for Blue Water.
Just another one of those maps where it came down to the wire in the last few, except this one didn't go into extra innings, but definitely some big crucial rounds that was taken advantage of from Blue Water that unfortunately Wada just let slip, because overall it still looked like on a defensive end what we were talking about before, Emily, is that we still had an easy opportunity to shut down some great defensive rounds on Wada's end when Blue Otter were trying to do these slow defaults that we're talking about.
Yeah, no, but the one thing is about this map specifically is mid is so important, and it felt like the side of Wada realized that, especially on the defense half. We saw them always prioritizing it. We saw them re-clearing and constantly retaking from that mid space and even going for a bunch of flanks and kind of crunching Blue on site whenever they were in a post plant. And oftentimes it did work, but there were also just a few moments there where we saw them struggle. We saw them kind of lose the fundamentals, not trading each other, not peeking together. That kind of just let more rounds slip into Blue's way. And one thing that I think we were all kind of really excited about going into this map is the chamber head-to-head. And while on the side of Sin, they weren't having the best performance, Starbound was kind of popping off, but not how we normally see. We didn't see Starbound going for super aggressive lines or taking space solo. We saw them, again, playing a lot more back, playing a lot more passive, which is just not what we're used to, especially with Wada's current comps and how it is, the main thing about Wada is how kind of gimmicky they were with Chamber, going for insanely aggro peaks and constantly getting them up in a numbers advantage, but we didn't really see any of that. And while Starbound had a lot of kills, I'm just wondering, were they really high impact kills as we are normally seeing, or what we used to see in the past from Wada? Because in this map specifically, it didn't really feel like that.
The funny part too is that despite them playing more passively on defense for Wada, there were some occasions, although, that Oasis on this ISO was able to find gaps and push all the way towards spawn. But because what Emily just mentioned before, middle wasn't the biggest priority on Blue Otter as it was in the past in different comps with the tail, for example, it allowed Wada to really focus on defense on middle and retake through middle, and that was a gap that wasn't taken advantage of by the flanks of the ISO. So they're just left on an island. There was one round maybe at 10 HP. They got some value with some kills there from the top of that B heaven side. But if not, there was still a tremendous power of numbers in favor of Wada from the far retakes through middle that allowed for them to have a decent defensive round, if not for those Avery 2 rounds that we saw before.
I'm glad you brought up Avery, Vance, because we have some replays to show you all. And I think that Avery just made such an impact. It's not being, of course, they've impact for the entire series thus far, but these clutch moments and these just making sure that Blue Water would walk away with this map, Emily, and a good part of that was with Avery's clutch.
Yeah, I mean, simply put, it would have been an 8-4 half for Wada if it weren't for Avery. And getting these 1v2s, I think they were back-to-back now in these clutches.
As well,
1v2s, 1v3s, just kind of securing rounds, giving Blue Water a little bit more time to work with on their in the second half going into that. And I think, yes, clutches are insane in general, but those specific ones were also really key rounds, like you were kind of talking about, Vance.
Yeah, and that's why we highlighted Avery in the first place. They've been around the game changer scene since the dawn of time, where probably it was the FTW summer back in 2020 when they play with the Dart Monkeys. That experience continues to shine year after year, and you build experience with wisdom throughout the years, right? So if you looked at those replays on how they isolated every single one of those fights, and also during those moments, those hectic moments, footsteps were being heard. So Avery understood where they could isolate these 1v1s, understand what the next rotate could be, still has util to work with on, another fade eye that they could throw into the pulse plant to isolate another fight, guarantee a kill. It's just such good heads up display of clutch scenarios that shouldn't have been won in their favor. Because also, if you look at how those spikes were planted in those moments, it wasn't planted for players playing outside of sight. It wasn't planted for somebody playing into the elbow. You're left out on an island, literally inside the A site, and you're still able to pivot from different angles to get these clutch scenarios. That is some great plays coming out from Avery that allowed here Blue Otter to really stay in this game.
Blue Otter are now one map away from keeping their GC kickoff run alive and moving to the grand finals. But if you're Wada, it's not all doom and gloom. You're moving to your map pick of Split Vans. But you do, at this point, you have to reverse sweep Blue Otter, who are willing to take you to the mat, go to overtime, and take it away.
Yeah, exactly. This is a tough one because we get into Split where when I was watching Wada play against against FlyQuest, they looked like they were giving so much map control where it comes down to like 5-player hits that were consistent coming out from FlyQuest Red was just dominating Wada. So despite like passive lines or whatnot, whatever you're trying to do and how you were able to, or how you're trying to adapt going onto your defensive side for Wada was just very difficult for them to deal with in that moment. Thankfully, they play on the attack side first, so they have an opportunity to really take the tempo of this game in the first place, but that has to be corrected going to Split.
Yes, but now that they are going to start on that attack half, which we've seen them play really well, especially when they went against Blue Otter the first time, but I think Blue Otter have improved a lot since then. I think they play a lot better together. They know when to kind of take fights. Just based on these two maps, they know like when to back up, when to play their lives, and I just feel like because of that growth, they might struggle a little bit more. And also, we're running a solo raise on the side of Wada, which is pretty hard to do in this meta. I think as being the solo entry, kind of relying on your raise to make all that space with the Sky Flash, and especially with how Wada are playing now, not really having Chamber as that second entry, but more so as a lurk, I just think it puts a lot of weight and a lot of pressure on Bunny B to be the one to open up the rounds, be the one to take space and get these first picks. If not, it kind of falls apart for them on the side of Blue. What they used to run, we've seen them both run, or for these first two maps, we've seen them come in with a little bit of comp changes, but their comp on paper looks really good. And I think as long as they fix these mistakes that they were having chemistry-wise, I think they'll be pretty solid going into this.
On paper, it's good, but it's definitely the execution that's kind of missing right now for Wada. And I think it also brings back to thinking about those last 2 rounds from the previous map, where you see the differences on what they were able to do on Waylay on the side of Blue Otter to get information and have the recall rather, and then have players following behind and spamming the right moments to get so many crucial kills on middle to get those last 2 rounds. What was missing for me so far with this way they could find information on Yoru of like jump TP, find info in the same way as Waylay and have people counteract and follow up on that for the side of Wada has been missing. And I feel that has to be such an important way to play that map or play the comp for the side of Wada, because you're playing double sentis for a lot of these compositions. So if you want to find some active information outside of just Power Pixelay's util, you need something coming out here from that duelist kit, either it be Yoru or for Waylay, so that you can really try to react the way that you need to in this map.
And we are just also seeing 2 comp changes coming in from both sides, which I think is kind of crazy. We're seeing the double duelist and Fade being brought in from Blue Otter, which I honestly love with how they're playing. You know, Badison being able to create that space, get those stuns, and have Oasis follow up through that. And also just the little aggression plays that they could have on the defensive half and what they're able to kind of hold, especially with this double controller. I think it's great. And they also have Fade to be able to secure that info, whereas on the side of Wada, they did keep the solo Sky, which I felt like they did struggle finding a lot of that info, especially on their offensive half when they make that swap, because we don't see Starbound kind of going for the aggressive picks like we talked about in the previous 2 maps. But I think bringing out a Waylay on Bunny B will kind of be key to this, and we need to see Bunny B kind of step it up and have to kind of have this kind of like hero role going into it.
Well, it's not only Bunny B, it's in the entire team of Wada who have to fight for their lower final survival, or could Blue Otter take it in a clean 3-0 shift? Ash, please take it away.
Well, this has been interesting, and it's going to keep staying interesting just due to the fact that the compositions continue to change. I think Emily's dissection of the changes and where the pros and cons may lie, depending on which team you may be taking those comments from, are really, really strong. It definitely feels like the robust nature of what Blue Otter are putting together allows them to, in a certain way, keep doing what they've been doing. Where Wada, I've said this once I've said this twice. I've probably said this 15 million times at this point. Ash, I think we may need to have, if Wada end up losing this series, we may need to have another conversation about, is Starbound hard playing Chamber impacting the ceiling of what this team can actually be, because it continues to put them in a little bit of a stranglehold, now looking at just a solo waylay into the face of double duelists.
Yeah, I think that that's something that we'll definitely potentially explore later. Overall, the Chamber, last year they were like the star player, but it comes down to the impact of the moments that those frags are coming through, like Emily was talking about. We'll see if the adjustment is being made for Wada to march to the beat of their own drum once again, like they did in 2025 here on Split.
Well, Blue Otter still hanging in the back of the site. Avery able to get one as Madison tries to teleport away up top, not really able to successfully get out of dodge. Deep barrier orb is going to be an issue here for Blue Otter on their initial contest of the spike, but as they delete it, they will have an opportunity to either play through screens, or through tower to reframe this retake. And Wada actually just going to stand tall right on top of this site here. Starbound has cleared out ramps, and looks like Blue Otter will be a little bit held back here as Avery and May are the last two standing in this 2v3 with not a lot of health to play with.
Player standing.
Yeah, there's not much that you could do here. May would require absolute heroics to be able to take this 1v3 situation. Still trying to find some sort of pick, but gonna walk into the crosshair of actually not Australis. It'll be Starbound to take that one down. A pistol round earned here for the side of Wada. But again, I think that the questions about this composition on attack to start off will develop a little bit further as this first half goes on, right? Like pistol round is a little bit of a different story. We'll see how things go once all of that utility is up for both of these sides. I think there's a lot of pressure on Australis picking into this deadlock for this composition as well on attack to find a lot of value from those grav nets, trying to punish some of the forward angles, some of the crossfires that Blue Otter might be looking to hold. You see that grav net already going out early, seeing if they can catch somebody out towards B main. Won't be the round this time, but those are the things that I've got my eye on.
Yeah, and I think the other part for Blue Otter is as they start to discern what Wada's tempo looks like, how do you want to try to challenge some of these entryways so that way these barrier orbs don't get so deep on your post plant, you know, trying to defensively retake. Those are obviously the issues whenever you're playing up against deadlock, but easier said than done as in this round it's just the classics with Madison on a shorty, pending they can find a chance to dash and dive. Structure under 60 seconds. Looking like an 8 finish. Crawler will see Starbound. I think maybe plus one more on that little angle. Avery will drop into the site. Flash of poison. And still trying to stay tucked. Not quite able to do too much with it. Sin trying to play off the back door of Elbow. Not going to work out. And the anti-eco looking pretty confident and comfortable here for Wada. Bunny V, good prediction there. A little extra chunk on to May. Oh, dude, just die already. 1 HP. May just doing what they can. See if they can find maybe one more pick, but Starbound will find him. Then that will be a 2-0 start for Wada.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I really thought that second Bucky shot was gonna put the nail in the coffin, but overall, I mean, clean round for Wada on the anti-eco. Now for Blue Otter, they've got that full weaponry online. Avery is the only player really at risk to Starbound's Outlaw there on attack. And now you see a bit more of a focus towards that mid control that's so important here on Split as well, just to alleviate some of that pressure over towards these mains. It'll only be Sin play guard over here. You have the orb.
Yeah. Flash and dash, baby. Flash and dash. Long range shots for May. A little bit tight to get there, and then a slow reaction off the teleport away. Has Wada still trading. Oasis taking damage. Avoids the majority of that flash effect. But the dog will touch, and there will be a chase down. Oasis not quite able to get out of dodge, and that's going to be a lot of good weapon collection established for Wada, now setting their 3v2 up.
Okay, getting that plant down over on default here as well. Drop down on site.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Madison was tagged. Avery now the last one to play. And nothing there. Bonus round comes through for Wada, and that is some very early presence on the scoreboard here.
I do like the shift in tempo from Wada in that round as well. Like, being able to take that mid control so early, that flash and dash that you were talking about there, for Bunny B to be able to get that entry pick on Sin, who is the only person guarding mid that round, caught with the poison orb out there as well. It's going to be moments like that here for Wada, ensuring that Bunny B can be really well supported to be able to disrespect a lot of the timings that are expected, I think, from Blue Otter, and Wada just being able to change the tempo round for round, so it becomes a little harder for Blue Otter to really get a read on how those are going to go.
Here.
Well, so far the executes for Wada have looked really efficient, really clean, really polished. Prowler just to feel things out at ramps.
Shadows
Ooh, a little lockdown here over towards A main. Hold the phone. Baddison with a shotgun. No shotgun. I thought they would have had a corner there. Now a second opportunity. Does take down power, pixel, follow up utility. Can they collect the weapon? May not make much of a difference with the spike and elimination through mid. Will now have the offense trying to surround this A site. Or maybe Starbound won't miss twice.
No, and having to take the risk, I think, trying to take the 1v1, knowing that the rest of Wada were likely hot on their heels.
30 seconds left.
I guess they were going to gamble this B site hit, but definitely not going to be the case. Free plant here for Wada, and very uncomfortable retake if Blue Otter even dare to try to go for it. It might just be one of those rounds where they try to die to the spike detonation. We'll have to see the game plan instead. They're going to full sprint through spawn. Trademark there is available to watch here for Wada, so the signal will be given early.
Well, flawless start here for Wada. Now looking at a couple of round-changing ultimates that could potentially be coming through. The tour de force is essentially just free scope for Starbound, as we would expect, but the paths are close for Bunny B. Seekers won't be too far away for Power Pixel. Starbound is just trying to hold. Catches one more. So now the tour is ready to go, but 6,700 credits. You can choose if you want to bank or spend. You figure probably spend here and save later, but maybe not.
These 4 rounds are so important for Wada, right? This is a team where we've talked about their heat up potential in these games. Like when you have players like Starbound, like Bunny B, coming alive in a matchup, how hard it is to slow their roll once they really start to feel themselves. And this 4-0 start, considering the fact that they are down 2-0 right now, I think it's just so important to kick things off here on Split.
Contact happening as Wada has forced the issue up top. And yeah, I mean, this for the first time, I would say this series, Blue Otter have not been able to get their feet on the ground yet. And that's not getting any better with that follow-up elimination on the crossover through vents. So now you need to really kind of make a decision here. If you're Blue Otter, I mean, if you don't like the look of what's happening at tower, you may have to decide to save. But no, May will find one that gives you a realistic chance now at the 3v4, especially as Sin takes down one more. Here comes the action quickly onto site. Split setup here for Wada on their post plan. Australis trying to actually get into help, but doesn't expect Sin in the corner, who takes down 2, just out of power in the corner. Last player left, Oasis will find the final punch, and Blue Otter finally get on the board.
And May getting that pick on Juno was so important over in tower. That position could have changed everything in that post plan. That retake wouldn't have even really been as possible depending on if Juno had gotten that timing. So opening up that opportunity for Blue Otter to go for that flood, understanding that they were able to go for these trades, and I think the way that they were taking those fights as well, trying to isolate those players, catching them off guard too. Small mistake even from Australis, taking out the sensor instead of having the gun out. Just a little too focused on the utility in that firefight. But Blue Otter, they put a band-aid on the bleeding that's been caused by Wada. 4 rounds in a row.
Bring them down.
Early information towards the main here from Avery. Convergent pass not gonna find anyone.
But the dash is still on. Blue not able to hold on top of the site. And this Viper's pit at mid will fade. If you could take down the lurk of Tuna cleanly, that'd be nice, and that will happen. So now 4v4. Decoy up and on. Will be deleted. Wada on the post plant. Saturate's gonna miss, but Madison finds their way on towards site. Isolation into the corner. No, not quite. Buddy B's able to take down 2. Oasis for the trade, but annihilated and brought into the cocoon. And there's nowhere else to go. Wada keep the pedal down. Quick round. 5-1 through 6.
Yeah, just a band-aid fix after all with that previous round going the way of Blue Otter. Wada not allowing them to really slow their roll. And again, I think it's been that shift in tempo here. Previously, when we saw these really streaky 2 maps to start things off over on Haven and Corrode, it was kind of awkward, like some of the timings, right? There were a lot of more like contact plays out from Wada. We've seen brief glimpses of that with Starbound trying to get inserted over towards ramps the first couple of rounds. And then some of those, the mid plays as well, just working things a little bit slower in that default. But I feel like for the first time in the last 3 maps, we're seeing Wada in the driver's seat of the tempo of this game.
Well, this is an important timeout. You need to really establish what's going on defensively here. And kind of like parts of the last half of the previous map, you're going to have to fight into an economy that's just going to be taking hit after hit here. As Wada have not just the bank accounts, but of course they've been very successful at getting on site and planning. So they're going to stay pretty healthy in this for a while. Just pistol upgrades after this timeout. I was thinking maybe there was an opportunity to kind of go into a half buy with SMGs and see if you can maybe force something with the convergent paths plus the dimensional drift, but instead they're going to try for the one-tap potential of the Sheriff, largely speaking, and see if they can sneak out a Thrifty to get this thing maybe a little bit closer in this half. Not there.
Yeah, really nice openings there from Bunny B. Again, it's been those like early engagements. Sin able to get 1, but not expecting Juno around the corner. It's all left down to May.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke goes out on the trip here for the push over towards main. Tuna's already running for the high hills. Like, she is not looking to take a 1v1 situation. They want to play the numbers advantage as much as possible.
Okay, well, comfortable round here for Wada. Has us now talking about what comes in round 8. And that's where the dimensional drift, convergent paths, and potentially Nightfall could come into play. I will also note, again, like, not only are these rounds getting a little bit out of hand in terms of the overall map count right now, or probably the round count, but we just haven't seen Blue Otter even really fighting in many of these rounds yet. That's what I'm kind of talking about. Like, for the first time, it feels like Blue Otter have just not even been able to contest with what Wada are trying to do. Juna eventually shuts down May. Comes with a little bit of cost after the recovery rifle will be punished. But yeah, I mean, we're talking, 1 and 6 out of Avery, 2 and 7 out of Battison, 3 and 6 out of Oasis. All 3 of them have been incredible so far today. So the shutdown potential of Wada has been significant.
And I think a lot of that comes down to Bunny B's timings, right? Like, on a small map like Split, the timing that you have to catch players on defense off guard with the double dash in is so imperative. And we've seen Bunny B open up rounds like that a couple of times, even more potent when, they don't have the weaponry to contest convergent paths already just completely invested into being in it.
Oh, Bunny B takes down 1. And the flood continues to be on. And Blue Otter do not have a defensive setup to deal with this. So with the composition where Wada, we're looking at saying deadlock and a chamber, like, can you really get value out of Bunny B by themselves with just a flash and dash? The answer so far has been yes, flat out. That's been the only thing that I think you could really even talk about in terms of deeper analysis. It's just Power Pixel's flashes have allowed Bunny B to dictate the openers. Starbound has only died once. I mean, it's just been a little bit too easy, even though it's been very one-dimensional for Wada.
And you consider the fact that, for Blue Otter, they've played this map once, this stage, right? During kickoff, and it was up against Wada. So the last time that they played it in an official, they were also used to the tempo of the Rays being played from Wada. There's a very different look from what you're seeing today. But the thing is, for them, they want to close this out as early as possible. And right now on Split, with how things are going, it does not look like it is going to be that 3-0 that Blue Otter are likely gunning for. They're really struggling to adapt to that tempo change. And we've seen like some repositions coming out here and there, but I mainly have my eyes on that mid control. I feel like Sin is constantly being caught out with utility in hand, not having the gun out, trying to throw that orb over towards mid to provide that cover. But again, Bunny Bee just disrespects the space off the back of the barrier dropping.
Starting to get to a point where if you're Blue Otter, you kind of have to start throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. This double set up over towards Mail. We'll have Battison stuck between shots on the Bucky. May able to connect with the Sheriff, gives you one. Wada in some trouble here at Tower, but again, the weaker weaponry on the site is starting to crumble. May just inside the smoke. Nightfall committed here on this round, as May is able to connect onto not just one, but two more. Avery follows behind that. Now a chance for weapons. Plus just a 1v2 flat out against Juno, who will barely survive any possible double swing, and that's going to come through. Wow, huge round for Blue Otter. A Thrifty confirmed by the thanks of May and Avery. And that's one that could potentially start to shift things around a touch here for Blue Otter on this half.
Yeah, absolute heroics there coming out from May. I am just appalled at the fact that the 3K is able to come through, getting the drop on Starbound into B main there as well. That was such an important pick for her to get. Wada, though, again, we do have to go back to those openers, though. Like, that was a hero moment, right, Shiv? Off the back of the Nightfall.
Yeah.
But how these rounds have been opening up, Bunny Bee's just been so consistent at creating these opportunities for Wada to scale. It's a much bigger tempo shift in this round. Wada looking to play a bit further back. Trying to force some utility out of the hands of Blue Otter, knowing that they really only have Avery's util to get that information. Dimensional Drift will be able to seek out Starbound.
Well, so here's the execute behind this. Bunny Bee convergent pass. Blue Otter this time going to play the high ground. Battison able to fight back a little bit of that battle, but the refract will happen. Juno will drop. May able to stand tall once again. Sin now in the corner, helping out with Oasis. That will work out. Okay, how about that? A little bit better. You know, you want to stay away from the flash and dash. Just put yourself in a spot to where you can help one another if there is a dash in front of you, and that seemed to have been pretty successful this time for Blue Otter.
Ready.
Yeah, with 20 seconds on the clock. Operator in the hand here for Starbound. That's just going to be a save. But really nicely done there by Blue Otter. I think that the timing on that dimensional drift was huge from Oasis to get the information. The last two maps, we know that Starbound has been going for those lurks. Very similar kind of situation here on Split, maybe sometimes accompanied by power as well. But overall, once that information is garnered, it was a good read to expect that B hit to be coming through, especially after that early presence that I think was initially shown with that gravity net. But now for Wada, you kind of wonder, now the second last round in this half, right?
That works.
The way that things have been going, it's been those bursty first picks that have really been going nicely for Wada, and it was that last round where we saw them kind of slow things down that they weren't able to get as much going.
Back in a flash.
Well, Different look this time for Wada, looking to go in through vents. Have not seen really much of an A execute since the opening rounds of this half. So they're trying something a little bit different out. Smoke down, a little bit of separation for Avery to keep their life. Decoy also coming through, allows a little bit of separation for Oasis to play on the backside of elbow. Nice, that's a good way. Again, just allow Bunny to dive into nothing seems to be the call right now for Blue Otter. And it's working out pretty darn well. 2 eliminations in the mix. Follow-up good for Oasis as the commitment is already on site for Wada. Starbound, the last one left with 45 seconds, no spike, and a lot to work through.
We've seen them do it before, though. First to be given already in the 1v4 by Battison. This crossfire is a bit of a different story with how you're going to break this one up, though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Well, toxic screen is the first enemy. It drops. Starbound is not. And we'll whiff the shot onto Sin. So 7-4. Nice little recovery here for Blue Otter. Necessary, I would say, in the first place, but it's becoming more well-structured. And not just the fact that you could say that with certainty because of the 3 rounds in a row. It's the nature of a Spink, especially of the last 2. Just, again, keeping Bunny B out of the picture.
Yeah, you called it out really nicely. I think just the repositions from Blue Otter. It took them a little while to get here. You know, the first half really, our first quarter, I guess I should say. It took a bit of workshopping when it came down to that positioning for Blue Otter, but they finally found the answer, making this a much closer initial half of split than things were looking when it initially started. Waiting on the timing here for the poison orb to drop. But again, look how far back they're playing now into B tower. A much different look than we previously saw, especially with that Raptors contention there.
Yeah. Well, try. Again, similar look. Avery just holding back, giving up tower and then backing away. Flash deeper into sight. May not affected by a lot of that. Able to win the gunfight up close and personal. Paranoia in the corner does not meet the resistance over towards elbow. And Bunny B's got the shotgun out with help on Starbound's cross. Yeah, that's a little bit more like it if you're Wada. Healing established, post plant set, and Starbound will send us likely into the half at an 8-4 count.
Really nicely done there by Wada on the adjustment. I think, again, definitely got to give credit to Blue Otter with how they were pivoting their positions on defense there to try and avoid that double dash in that Bunny B made her signature at the beginning of that half. Now, I'm calling back correctly, I think, to the last time we saw these teams on split. It was also an 8-4 half in favor of Wada. Now swapping sides. Blue Otter on the attack should be a lot more comfortable, I think, to get these burst kind of executes in as well, with Oasis being on that Yoru, swapping away from the Waylay. And being able to support Battison in those endeavors, because that double duelist dive here on split is so potent, but it starts with the pistol.
It starts with the pistol, that's absolutely right. The other interesting thing about this half for Blue Otter is that they don't have that natural, or quote-unquote natural counter to Starbound's scope by a double tap ISO, so there's going to be a different method of entry. Wada right inside of the start cover. Bunny B's able to take down one, spam through their cover, will allow a little bit of damage on both sides, but Battison doesn't like the look of it. Will retreat, so to speak. Not really too far away. Flashed into the corner towards Mail, has Australis under some pressure, but Wada just keep providing some good cover fire, and Blue Otter can't commit to the fight.
Now, but look at this timing that we're trying to get over towards the end for Blue Otter right now. Still able to get these picks here as well for Oasis and May. This changes the round.
Although Juna, right click, a little bit late to connect. Has Starbound now running forward, and hold on a second, that's your spike down. And Starbound now has 3 headhunter shots and a fresh ghost. Sin on the other side of this 1v1 is going to wrap through tower. And I don't know if Starbound is just electing to not guard the spike or what, but this is going to be a collect and a kind of a grab and go situation for Sin.
yeah, I think was gambling the
10
fact
seconds
that
left.
the spike would be retrieved and then head back over towards that A site, thinking that it was an A walk-up, which it definitely was, but not
Spike
expecting
planted.
Sin to go the long way around and clear out into B tower. Starbound now has to race on over. We still have Snakebite available here for Sin as well. If she needs to go for that reposition, it will be the push into B main to check the flank.
Oh, the first shots for Sin are there initially. But the battle continues on. Snakebite a little bit late, but does stop the potential early defuse. Put the pressure back onto Starbound now. Who toggles it once more. Takes away the angle. Sin calling the bluff. Comes over the corner. Starbound tries to snap but can't confirm it. Blue Otter take the pistol. We've been doing that all day tonight. Maybe you wanted on the opening half. Blue Otter in the second half. We're just trading pistols, baby.
Really nicely done there by Blue Water, though. I think being able to recover that round was massive, considering the overwhelming mid presence that Wada had in that pistol round. I was not expecting Mei and Oasis to get those refrags over in mid. Like, you were up against like a 2v4 situation, basically. And to be able to get those trades, I think, was massive. Mei has just been such a boon for this team. Now, heading into the anti-eco here for Blue Water. Playing it slow, maybe anticipating some sort of aggression from Wada, waiting to see if they will make any mistakes.
Whoa.
Bro.
Okay. Bro is right. Mei, a little bit of trouble here, but the dark cover actually allows the isolation to come through, and now you can potentially run this down. Flash on the corner. Not affected are either Juna nor initially Australis, who gets a little bit further back in towards the site. More flashes, more dashes, more utility Australis' way, but again, stays safe from it. Oasis watching the corner. Avery running and gunning. That's going to work out, and at the moment, it's just Baddison who's fallen, and that may stay the case as the post plant's getting established.
This timing is going to be so important here for Sin and Mail. Round could shift as Sin gets caught out. And it will be power for the backstab.
Stay away from the Guardian right now if you're Blue Otter. Let them drop into sight. What?
Shut up.
Okay. That's one way to help clear part of the site up. Now Mei has got to have their head on a swivel, and at the same time, Wada's got each other's backs. Oh, mercy. How about that from Power Pixel? The whole post plant was reliant on that double box setup with the crossfire on the back of sight. Doesn't work. Thrifty in. Wada still up 4.
It's a crazy round. And we talked about it too. Just being able to get that pick over in tower, ensuring that Starbound's able to even stay alive in that round is so huge for Wada. For Blue Water, they were looking to try and close the gap a little earlier into this second half. Now, they won't have anything to work with going into third. Starbound's been an absolute beast in this game too. 16 and 4.
Well, action here at Mail early as Blue Otter are just diving on into mid. They're going to get what they want. GrabNet will cause some concern here initially. And no follow-up as we'll shrug that off and get to work afterwards.
The sensor does get...
Paranoias.
Oh, I thought it did get triggered. My eyes do deceive me, though. I heard the call from it sound-wise, but... reposition for the sensor as well over towards B main from Australis.
This is going to be a really desperate execute with the health that's here. Australis may just pop off and get a hand. Prowler, good dashes. Bunny B has to back over. Australis also gives up the angle.
30 seconds left.
Challenge with that shorty. Follow up as, wow, just a dance across the site. Has Bunny B completely surrounded. Come out with your hands up. Power Pixel, are you
What is going on?
Drops into the site, is able to find 2 for the effort, but Starbound now has to go through the rest. 1v2. Avery on the plant does not have a weapon upgrade yet, and Starbound will slip into sight through ropes. But the teleport back. Is there a chance here? Jump comes out. Starbound hits the first. Oasis holding the angle at the moment, predicting that Starbound will check. And they do, and they miss. Oh, goodness. Little 1v2 Red Bull clutch for Starbound. 10-5, Wada up.
It's so close to what we thought could have been another Thrifty coming in back to back there. Blue Water, the way that they swarmed onto that B site, the Bucky shots that were being hit by Oasis there as well were really nice, but just minor mistakes in that post plant in the 2v1. Sure, you jump spot for that information. You're trying to bait a little bit there as well, but inadvertently also allowing that 1v1 to happen and breaking up that crossfire that was set up.
Sick. Absolutely sick.
Scout destroyed.
Well, Blue Otter back on the full purchase, but Power Pixel shotgun out. Voal loses track of Madison up and over, so an opening exchange gets it to a 4v4, but Oasis will not be a part of the play, so no dimensional drift here. No Seekers on the other side for Power Pixel. Post plant established. 2-2 split for Wada trying to break this down. They do not expect Bay in the corner, who's able to go 1-for-1. Madison changes things now to a 3v2. But Starbound, who's still alive and active, is always dangerous presence. Big 1v1 here. Madison wins it. Hard commit for Starbound. No one watching that initial cross. Sin gives up their position, but Avery, unnoticed, confirms the round. Blue Otter back to within 4.
And they needed that round too. That was such a pivotal round for them to be able to win. Otherwise, you continue forward with that broken economy based on that stolen second round anti-eco Thrifty situation that Wada were able to run away with. And things would have gotten really scary. Especially with that potential looming match point just 2 rounds away. 3 rounds from taking us to Pearl. Blue Water. We've got the dimensional drift coming in. Madison trying to get as much information as possible. Disrupting Starbound on the angle, forcing them off.
The paths confirmed a hit now behind that as well. Blue Otter making their way on site. Starbound still watching over towards ramp side. There's no initial action there. Sin's playing a little bit deeper, and once again, Buddy gets caught. Is there more here? Yes, there is! It's everything! Sin is able to find 3, and May comes up and surprises Starbound. Judah will drop. And Blue Otter now within 3, starting to build a bit of an economy, not just in the finance department, but also in the ultimates.
That momentum there as well. You could tell they were feeling themselves in that round too. Now, Wada, they call a timeout. An important one, considering they're also on the brink of having their economy broken. Blue Water have now built theirs up quite nicely over the last 2 rounds. And the thing is, though, we had the investment of 2 big ultimates there on the side of Blue Water. Yes, we do have a Nightfall still available. Viper's Pit, if we can get into the post plant here for Blue. Starbound back on that operator. The adjustments here from Blue Water, they've been kicking up the tempo. You know, kind of disrespecting, not allowing Starbound to get inserted on these lines as comfortably early in the rounds, where we saw Blue Water playing a little bit slower, focusing more towards that mid control. Wada also have 2 huge ultimates of their own to respond back with the Seekers and the Annihilation.
Okay. This is starting to get a little nasty. And it just kind of starts to generate that same feeling in terms of like how we've seen, like I think especially that second half for Blue Otter, getting their feet underneath them and then starting to run away with things. And after a slow start for Battison and Avery, they have come through big so far in these last couple of rounds. And if they start to heat up, you never know what happens. It's kind of like watching, and this is going to be a reference that doesn't hit maybe anybody besides Van Silly. It's kind of like watching college basketball right now, watching Starbound. You live and die by the three, you live and die by the Starbound. That's been the one-man show, or one-woman show here for Starbound and the rest of Wada, at least at the moment. This time Wada deal with the pressure from Blue Otter convincingly. May able to get one back, but it comes at a little bit of cost of help.
Few picks to happen on that A site now. May for the punish, the Nightfall. Get great information, and Juna's not able to hear anything right now. Finally able to do so. Actually may have caught the tail end of that teleport coming through. Here's the drop on site.
This could be punishing. Timing is everything on that. May, who has been a hero so far in the last couple of rounds, if they can get one more, Avery will have a lot of confidence to be like, all right, if May can get 3, I surely can get 2. Timing through. Oh, and
what?
May! Oh my God! In the final, you thought Avery was gonna have the perfect angle, but Juna responds. But what in the absolute 7th circle of hell is that snap from May to give Blue Otter a fighting chance?
Dude, I'm actually stun locked right now by that. Especially because Wada, they play it so well too. They're aware of the fact that one of them is likely playing the forward angle, could be in that smoke. Nobody dares enter it. They wait for it to drop. And somehow May's still able to come away with 2. Thankfully for Wada, that broken buy is saved with the round win. Her being able to close that out here. It's a deadly stack over towards this A site. Trademark to guard tower.
Out of charges.
Decoy comes through and Power Pixel caught trying to spam.
Yeah,
We'll now have tower completely open. That's huge. Starbound just trying to hold the push through. Bunny B on the flank, unexpected. Is able to find one and put some pressure on Blue Otter to make a call. And they're going to rotate on events. Ooh, and Juna's going to hear all of this. Hold the corner. Do what you can. Oh, my goodness. Thought for a second May was going to slip away from it, but the trade is out, and it should be a full dash over to the site. Does Starbound want to peek this? No. Thinks the better of it.
Welcome to my world.
And it'll be the Viper's Pit first. That'll block sight. And Avery gets the info that they need. Saw both. But where has Bunny B gone?
Spike planted.
Huge.
Last player standing.
Starbound able to find one, though, with the judge. Taking a lot of damage from the decay, though. You can't toggle it. You have to hope you can catch timing on Sin, and they've just passed right by one another. Now shrugging off the decay. Starbound looking up top. Sees one for free. Ah, but Sin right there bounces out, finds the E-limb, and Blue Otter get to 8.
Just by the skin of their teeth at that. A really nice pivot into mid. Juno was definitely hoping for more there, but a great swing to be called from Blue Otter to ensure that nobody else would fall. Overall, Wada now. We talked about how close they were to having that economy broken. Now onto a half, kind of more, actually more of an eco buy than a half buy. You've only really got the Bucky there in the hands of Power and then a couple of pistols.
Yeah.
And granted, I mean, it is a solid map to have to hold the close weaponry on. Especially with the Seekers still in play. We'll see if they're able to get any sort of numbers advantage here for Wada.
Yeah, the early paranoia toss-out, though, being seen, most importantly, by Blue Otter, will give them some confidence on their approach. We'll have to navigate through some of the utility, and I say some, I mean all the utility placed out, onto A. But as soon as this barrier orb falls, there will be a chance for Blue Otter to push without much cause for concern, unless Starbound can start to hit some headhunt shots. From the shadows, scouts on the position, but the paranoia is a little bit late. Actually doesn't even reach. Oh, that's part of me. Avery, Oasis finding a couple. Body shot doesn't affect Oasis too much. Okay, now our trigger discipline is perfect for Battison. So we get to 9-11, and I won't lie, there's been a couple of individual rounds that have stood out to me, and not to like throw a finger, but if Avery wins that last 1v1 on Dejuna from a couple of rounds ago, we're at a tie game here. Actually, it's 11-10 the other way.
Yeah. Would have definitely been a different situation for sure. Either way, though, I think we can agree that the adjustments have been nice out of Blue Otter, especially considering how this map originally started off. The second half being a lot more streaky, and the way that they're working this map up against Wada, trying to deal with that utility early on over towards that A side. Re-clearing into mid, they've had some really good insert plays too on either the extremities or that mid control.
Yeah. Early chip damage into Battison. Starbound will still return back into the middle of the fight here. Good grab net, but it's just a decoy that gets caught. Teleporting on Ismay. Able to move straight out one, but the action is still ongoing. Wada able to come away with the majority of the gunfights though. And that play will come to a halt. Wada looking good to get to 12.
What is that stuck on?
Avery. Not sure. Not 100% sure. I was hoping it was just like a visual glitch and we were going to see it shrug off, but not the case. But Sin and Avery have to navigate the 2v4. Australis watching the off angle. Avery will get one in response, but getting through the rest of this Wada defense is something that Aim Labs developers would bash at.
Very disciplined there in the 1v3. Wada, they managed to get that match point. And now for them, being able to close that out means everything for the series, right? Blue Otter going to pull out their last time out here in the 22nd round. We've got the Nightfall to work with for Avery. It's been such an impactful ultimate when it comes down to some of the, not just execs, but the opportunities to reposition for this Blue Otter squad, just denying those sound cues over to Wada. Something that we've seen not even just on Split, but on Corrode as well.
Well, this round will be interesting because we've seen Blue Otter starting to find success for the last 6, largely through tempo hits. But it almost as if like Wada has taken a step and a play out of Blue Otter's playbook defensively. They're just kind of allowing Battison to dive into spots where there's just no one there. Yeah. So they're stopping that early little peek and poke, and it kind of forces Blue Otter to, I don't know, like not rely on Oasis to do a little bit more of the entry work, but you got to be able to scale a little bit deeper and help out Battison if there is going to be a dive, knowing that you don't really have a guaranteed flash to assist onto him. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to dynamically create in this round here. And if it does find success, can you continue it for a couple in a row to get us another set of overtimes?
Look at this read here from Wada as well. Like, happily stacking over towards the A side. Skyflash doesn't get anything. But you already have a lockdown coming out from Bunny B over in mid. The check over into B main as well. It calls the bluff.
And you've got to, yeah, you're holding onto the barrier orb, so you can afford to rotate a couple of extra resources onto B, or at least to help Bunny B over towards mid if they need it. But all that early utility just gets Blue Otter onto ramp. Trailblazer deleted. Does at least catch some gunfire though, so there's some information there. And yet the dark cover will congest this potential tower push.
Wada are also aware of that potential lockdown, right? The flank. That's why you see the two holding really deep into A main. Kind of hoping that this silence, cutting noise here, might pull some rotations from Wada. But again, they're happy to stay on this A site. Play the retake over at B.
It's just because you've got Bunny B at mid. Nightfall across the site, not much there. Power Pixel going to step up into tower. No one is home here though for the offense. It's all on site. Australis trying to dance around screens. Not going to work out much as Starbound is traded. Numbers to the 4v3. in favor of Blue Otter, post plant being established. And I
Spike
like this
planted.
position from Oasis. Pending, they predict
Too bad.
that. So now you've got Battison stuck on site with 1 HP playing a one and done angle, or is it? Hindered, dealt with. Bunny B not traded. Dashing on through, refracting back, but Juna does not get the benefit of it, and then Avery's right there to pick things up. It's 10-12 now. Blue Otter staying alive, and the economy from Wada, we'll have them should be mostly fine. Maybe a couple of people who need to ask for something, though. We'll see.
I think you should be okay with the Tour de Force online at least. Kind of
Yeah, that's what I was
awkward.
thinking too.
Yeah, actually it is kind of awkward though. They're just going to go for a full save, try and take it or contest that overtime round, right? That'll be coming up next, especially knowing that Blue Otter also don't have the best economy going on right now. You do have the Dimensional Drift available, Convergent Pass back online here as well.
Interesting to call this out here. Drift thrown in early, Starbound hits once. Off the pop flash though, Oasis will trade and find a second!
Stop.
Oasis for more! Possibly another, but Bunny B shotgun gets the better of him. The stash right back over. Bunny B in some trouble. Flashed up. Nay trying to work with Battison, and the isolation is good. Blue Otter in a 3v1 against Australis' Classic will rotate to B and likely get to 11.
Should be a weapon that could be picked up at the very least here for Australis and Vents.
Spike planted.
Now 1v3, it's gonna be so hard to isolate these fights. May, you know, she loves to play in those smokes now, getting the information over to CT as well. Not looking to get caught out right away, relay that information to the team.
This high-low should win the round, and it will. 11-12 now. Convergent paths at the ready for both players. Annihilation also critically available for Wada. Everything else pretty far away after the 2 of course comes up with just a single kill in the last round. This play though for Oasis is exactly what you want to see if you're a Blue Otter fan. Almost able to get more.
That was
insane
insane.
stuff.
Like,
Insane stuff.
Getting the 180 onto Juna and Vents was actually just crazy. I could not imagine, like, I could not believe what I was seeing before my eyes. Into this 24th round, though, either overtime or Wada taking to a 4th map in this series. Heavy stack here from Wada invested into mid.
Oh, and we may determine the outcome of overtime right here in the door cover. Pop flash on the way. Free fire gonna come through. Wada come away with 2 eliminations, but we're not possibly done yet. Annihilation cut through in the middle of the map, not gonna connect. Avery able to find Australis. Barrier orb providing a bit of a mess, but still through all of the action, it's Blue Otter who hold the numbers. But wait, correct. B main goes the way of Wada. And Starbound is still alive. And this rotation through Vents is going to feel really mixy.
I mean, you have the trademark to give it away here. But I do like the read, right? They just don't know what's happening in B main. Trying to find some sort of timing. Smoke gets committed. Makes it a lot more awkward for Starbound to try to cross over into screens into heaven. But they still got to take time to clear out this site.
Left.
This is a critical 1v1 right here as soon as the dark cover phase. May will place theirs right on top of it, and Starbound quick on the reaction. Two v 2.
They're so low.
Yes, they are. Not that it matters when Starbound's got an op in here.
I mean, the
Haunt
TV
doesn't
spray
reveal
is deadly.
much. Yes, it is. Dark cover over the top of it. Avery re-clearing on screens. Here's the footsteps. Timing is everything. You hear both, but Starbound's able to connect. And Avery misses the window onto one. Sees the foot, able to connect. Juna trying to hold, gets it to halfway. Oh, Juna comes through. Timing just enough to get Wada their first map win.
Neck and neck in that second half here of Split, but Wada, they keep their lower finals run alive. one more map at minimum to go. They want to complete that reverse sweep. But it is kind of crazy how these maps have panned out, Shift. It feels like such a similar story. Every single one that we've seen so far. Yes, there's really good awareness on a lot of like the macro positionings, a lot of the adaptations that are happening mid-map, but then the hero rounds are absolutely mind-blowing too.
Unbelievable stuff. Thought for a moment we were going to get just more extra innings. It just felt like we were just inching our way that direction. But Wada able to get map number 3 has us looking now to map 4. Can there potentially be a reverse sweep? If it does get to 5, that breeze was a 13-2 for Wada when they played last time. Do they have to get it done in 4? We'll find out with the death stakes when we come back after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome or welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Emily and Ben sitting on the desk. And I just want to say, after that match, I did a tarot card pull, and it is the upright 4 of Wands, which is the universe is sending you a reminder to celebrate. You've hit a milestone. Wada, this is for you. You are not being 13-0'd. You are starting your reverse sweep potentially, because Wada take their map pick of split 13-11, Emily. And as the upright 4 of Wands tells us, we have to take stock of this moment. You know, I'm not even facetious, like that's what the card tells us, because this, it got scary at some points, Emily, especially those last few rounds where we could have gone to overtime, but Wada were able to pull it out.
Yeah, no, they were, and I think a big part of that was Bunny B swapping to this solo Waylay and finding a lot of success in it. Especially in that first half, I felt like having the Waylay kind of follow up all the Sky utility, and especially towards mid, abusing the solo Viper, going past all the utility and constantly winning those ones, putting them at a man advantage, helped them a lot in the run. And I also just think it's a huge shout to Bunny B for being able to make a big swap like that, being able to perform and being able to kind of be the opener, especially since Wada have swapped their playstyle a bit, not really having the firepower coming in from Starbound. So a lot of that did go onto Bunny B's shoulders, and they made the most out of it.
It's definitely a different look from what we've seen on Split here from Wada versus other maps on the attack side. They were a lot more quicker. They were very aggressive and playing off each other a lot better in terms of these trades when they were pushing as a team. And it almost feels like it's like, oh crap, we have the experience of having to deal that against what I was mentioning before, the 5-player site hits continuously from FlyQuest in the previous match. They feel they could do similar things with now the Waylay of Bunny B. On the defense, though, I tend to understand a little bit more why they're going back to like the deadlock and a double senti pick that they're so comfortable with playing in the first place, is because of the amount of times they weren't able to stall into 5-player site hits on defense. So you see that these walls are being placed in opportune moments as well, just try to slow down the tempo and not really allow for teams to really go into like a phase 1 and blow up a util, because they're not really. They were getting hit a lot in these moments on defense where it was just first phase util that was taking them down. So now they're trying to even out the playing field by wasting that early util on the attack side too, and then it comes down to the gunfights. And I think, yes, it got to a moment where we potentially could have had another overtime game between these two teams, but because they had a very strong attack side to start, then they had a strong cushion to play with here on the defense.
Yeah, I feel like in that second half, we saw both teams, it felt like they were running out of steam a bit just by how many solo plays that they were doing coming in from both sides. Specifically on the side of Blue, a lot of their solo plays did win them a lot of rounds, but it also costed them the match. We saw in that last round there, May feeling like they had to make a play, feeling like they needed to go for more in that 3v2 to secure a round rather than playing more back and playing more discipline. And those are like, that's like a switch you have to flip as a player, even though you are literally popping off 24 and 19. I think they were like 22 kills and I don't know, like 11 or 12 deaths. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was barely kind of making those double digits. So May was kind of like the lifesaver for them throughout that match, but you have to be able to play more disciplined, especially when you're up a man advantage, and that does not fall on specific players, but that also just falls on the team as a whole, being able to make those calls, being able to make those shouts, especially coming from dead comps, which can oftentimes be a little bit overcrowding, but it's something that someone on the team has to be able to do, so we're not losing man advantages. And I'm just worried that since, you know, we are kind of going into a marathon of Valorant here, we just played 3 maps, we're going into a 4th, I feel like it's gonna come down to not just the macro plays, but it's gonna come down to like who makes the most mistakes and if that team is able to take advantage of that, which honestly, it's not something I would like, or like I want to see, that I look forward to seeing going into these maps, because I feel like going into Pearl, going into Breeze, we could see a lot of changes, we could see a lot of improvements coming in from both teams, but it really does feel like a marathon here, and teams are kind of starting to make a lot more mistakes than we're used to seeing.
I'm glad you brought Bunny B up, Emily, because that is someone we wanted to highlight. I think, Emily, you kind of put Bunny B to the task before the match, said, hey, you have to step up. This is your moment to shine. We need to see you activate. And Emily, I'm going to put it back to you, because I think we saw a Bunny B that was absolutely activated.
Yeah, I mean, going into it, I was a little worried again seeing Bunny be on that solo that solo duelist role, especially going from the Yoru to the Waylay. It's a little bit of a big swap, and a lot of it did come onto Bunny B's shoulders, like I said, just because of how Wada's been playing, not playing super aggressive with the chamber. We need someone to kind of step up and bring that firepower that they've been missing here, and we saw that. We saw Bunny B not only on the attack, kind of abusing that mid space, constantly going for those first picks on the Viper, but even on that defensive half, constantly, every time they went towards A, we saw Bunny B pushing down mid, going for a flake, getting kills there, or even just taking mid presence so that the rest of the team can kind of start shifting over to whatever site that need be. It was very impressive seeing that Bunny B can kind of just come back from the last two maps, not having the best performance and having so much impact here.
Definitely saw some different types of playstyle from Bunny B from the previous map on Yoru on Corrode to this one as the Waylay on Split, where I've been noticing, especially on the defensive side, of Bunny B as this Yoru, you're trying to play more of like a setup kind of thing instead of trying to just brute force and be the tip of the spear to find info for the team. Again, trying to support Starbound or anybody that gets contact first so she can flash after and they double swing. This time as a Waylay, you don't need to do that, and you're just going to be like, okay, well, I'm just going to double dash through, get the space, and they were able to do that perfectly here for the team of Wada. If this continues on, I love it. But Pearl is coming up next, where if no comp changes for the side here of Wada, you're going to have Bunny B going back as Yoru. So that's going to change a little bit of the approach, unless they really want to say, hey, this really worked out for us to play this type of aggressive style on Split. Do we want to do some sort of last minute pivot here? Because maybe it doesn't change like the approach that they have too much from a Yoru to a Waylay on how they want to try to execute. But I think it could maybe help in that moment.
Well, I think it's important to note, Vans, that while Wada have won that map, they are still one map away from elimination. And the next map they have to play is Pearl Blue's pick. But some good news for Wada is that you have a 100% win rate on Pearl. The bad news, Blue Otter also has a 100% win rate on Pearl, Vans. So one of these is, we might see the verse continue, but someone's going to lose that 100%.
And it's going to be a war of who's going to play the defense better, because both of them found most of their successes on the defensive halves with the different compositions that they play. I think on one end here for Wada, you have this tail comp coming out. That's going to be utilized by Astralis. And then on the side of Blue Water, you're actually playing double duelists with the Waylay and the Yoru. I think where it really shines for how you're kind of playing, I think in an unorthodox method here for Blue Water, is that your Opera is not going to be on the Yoru, that's usually Oasis. The Opera is going to be on Badison, that's playing the Waylay. So you're posting up a Waylay on an Op, and then maybe you're just leveraging the Yoru to support the anchors with Sin a little bit more, because you see a lot more assists coming out from Oasis and big numbers as Sin as a KJ anchoring up. So it's definitely a different type of look that you have here on your defensive side on how you play with this composition, and hopefully Wada has something prepared for that.
Yeah, and looking at it, this is what, the first map that we've had so far where we haven't seen any comp changes coming in at all, I believe. And going on to your point, I feel like one of the spotlights for Wada is I want to see Starbound kind of reverting back to their old play style. I want to see Starbound going for some early picks, dismantling what Blue Water can do with this double duelist comp, because it can be overwhelming at some points. While they do have a good amount of utility for these retakes, they don't really have a whole lot of stopping power for it. So I feel like a big amount of pressure and a big amount of like their win condition is Starbound getting an early pick, being able to go back and play into their retake, and not just letting Blue Water get super comfy in their post plans.
Well, I think this is going to be a heck of a map. Wada have to win this map in order to bring it to a map 5 to keep their lower bracket run alive, or can Blue Water take it? 3, 2, 1, Ash shift. Been doing great. Keep on doing great. Take it away.
This one's been a fun one to cast here, friends. It's been all action pretty much from start to finish. We've had tight maps. The action, in a lot of ways, have kind of spoken for itself. Again, we're starting to see, though, I think the desk is right. As we get deeper into these maps, it gets to become more grueling just based on how long we've been going, but also because the maps have been getting closer to overtime, if not deep into overtime. We're starting to see individual mistakes pop up, and it feels like a lot of it is because people feel like they have to make the right play. They need to make that extra step. I think especially when we're dealing with odd man number situations, this needs to be, I think, for both teams, come out the gate swinging, assert some buffer, some zone of control, let yourself breathe, let yourself settle into the map, and reset this series a touch.
Yeah, I think grounding themselves is definitely the really big key as we head into Pearl because of how much this map is going to matter to both these teams. The desk is talking about it. Wada, again, this is their chance to try and take it to map number 5. And for Blue Otter, they do not want to go over to a breeze when that was such a dominant Wada win the last time around. They want to try and end that early. You definitely don't want to get gassed out either. Like, it takes so much out of your tank, I think, to be playing such long maps every single time. There is yet to be one dominant one from either of these teams.
Well, early battle starting to rage here at mid. Blue Otter are finally able to find the first blood and take that into a second. Australis on the retreat, trying to just gain a little bit of space. Salvo kind of holding, at least partially, this Blue Otter approach. Madison will still dive up and over, though, and that will allow an opportunity to gain some of the space needed to get the plant off, but spam through the smoke at Flowers is going to work out for a counter pick. So 3v4 post plant, but all of Wada are here.
That they are looking already re-entry into backside here. Nobody's going to be coming into mid. A lot of post plant utility that you were talking about, though, that has to be dealt with. Nice flash to continue to delay. Blue just have to buy time.
One enemy remaining.
These are just clean shots, really clean shots out of Oasis and the rest of Blue Otter to take the pistol. First time we've seen Blue Otter take the opening pistol. That will change things up just a touch, and we'll go into the anti-eco to see if they can follow up.
That mid-fight just got so scrappy there, too. I think just the trades back and forth when it came down to those flashes. Blue Otter overwhelming those peaks with numbers on top of that. We also have seen, though, Wada capable of stealing away that anti-eco that you were just talking about just in the last map. Overall, I think
right here.
You take a look at how this setup is looking, though, for Blue Otter. They're trying to wait to see if that mid-aggression will come back through like we just saw on the pistol round. Wada not going to bite. Take a look over at that positioning from Juna, though, already looking to be able to jiggle over into A main. That's why you see the stack here from Wada into mid. That forward angle on B here as well. It just allows them to contest this middle control a lot more comfortably.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Wada will also have a couple of incognito defenders in particular. Looking over towards Juna's direction, who's in the corner right now. Do you clear this? Do you check this? 1-for-1 would be fine. Juna's going to give a star over towards the A entryway, and it looks like based on this angle, that is prepared. And that will be a clean first blood and put a ton of pressure onto the defense to have to stand tall with classics.
Not getting the chance to pop that number either is definitely going to be a big downfall here for
Australis does connect. A little messy here for Blue Otter trying to find the defenders on site. Australis gets a little bit of extra damage in. Definitely gives a lifeline to Starbound for the rest of this 1v3, but all long-range weapons in hand against the Headhunter will mean that. A little bit of a poke out for Madison, who gets 3 in the round, and Blue Otter will take the anti-eco and, for the most part, hold on to the weapons that they want. A couple of the Guardians and the Outlaw will retain into the bonus, and it'll be on to Avery and May to decide what they want to do to supply support for that.
Yeah, it's a nice re-clear into A main there for Blue Otter, just to ensure that Juno wasn't going to find any of that value. Heading into the bonus round, though, you're going to see Blue Otter looking to 4-1 over towards this B side. Just trying to contest Starbound a bit earlier. Push them off the angle. Instead, it will be Bunny B looking to walk up over pillar. Starbound prepared to play contact.
Bunny B tagged, pushed off the angle. Starbound, like you mentioned, still playing in the corner. Cannot retreat too far. Only over the screen. Look at that aggressive star placement. Madison read nicely initially by Starbound, but just could not get further away from that teleport position. So Oasis will get the first blood, and Blue Otter will have a chance to set up their post plant again behind all this smoke.
Again, there's just so much post plant utility here for the side of Blue Otter. The drone does come through. It finds a couple of players over in the back halls, but you got 3 lined up.
Shots. Bunny B have been low. Australis exactly flashed up beyond recognition. As the numbers now avidly watching all things at once. Power Pixel, let's get one off the flank. Juna, another one from the front, make it 2. This is where it becomes difficult, though. Especially with Avery still lurking at screens. You just don't expect that. But the first shot misses, and whoa, Juna has a little bit of an extra lease on this gunfight. Finds the win, but the time is going to dictate the outcome. So, how about it? Blue Otter, heck of a start here. Able to win the bonus, 3-0 up. Juna will retain the rifle going into next, but everyone else will be on a save.
It was a great round from Blue Otter. I wish Wada played that a bit differently over towards B main. Like, you see Bunny B going for that angle over on pillar. Honestly, I was expecting Starbound to play a little bit more aggressive with her. Just provide a bit more of that support. Maybe even get a trade through in that situation. Instead, it playing for themselves over into back screens on B and the TP out, sure. But you know that with a composition like Yoru and Awele, if you're hitting towards that B site, the Yoru is almost always going to have a teleport into back calls. Now, Wada on the back foot into this 4th round with really nothing to work with but a hero rifle in Juna's hands over in Art. Nobody playing near her either, so wouldn't really be able to recover that gun if Blue Otter managed to take her down.
That's true. That's very true. Well, see where the action decides to unfold behind this owl drone. Does it scout the player on the connect? No, not quite. So Art is still contested. Juna's going to step just on the outside edge of this nebula to see if he can catch anyone crossing. But there will be no initial effort. Face, Madison, up over, refracting back. Spike was never a part of this, but the defense for Wada now has to try to put together an idea of where do we go? Do we commit behind this? We don't really have info at A main, but we also didn't really believe the commit through Art, and it looks like they've guessed correctly. Power Pixel a chance, and they land.
30 seconds there for Power Pixel. Also opens up the opportunity for a flank to come in a little bit later, right? Still buying time with the Prowler.
Australis lands, not once but twice. Bunny B, and a Thrifty is how Wada get on the board here. I mean, yeah, Power Pixel, the first shot, incredible for the effort, but I think mostly it's just the fact that Wada don't bite on that little dash over the top. There's just no reason to. And so the stack up ends up helping out, and Wada get a Thrifty.
Not even just that, but Australis throwing out that salvo over in B main made all of the difference to deny that flood from the rest of the Blue Otter players. Like, Oasis was completely on an island, nobody able to follow up. Now, as we head into this next round, again, despite winning out that bonus, right, things got really close. A bit of an awkward buy. One away from the dimensional drift here for Oasis. That's why we see the prioritization for A main right now.
Well, opening utility will start to fade, and we'll feel things out with the real big difference maker right now being Bunny B, who's already through B. Dimensional drift. Gonna try to scout things out. Power Pixel trying to catch the angle, timing. Able to actually find Oasis out of the dimensional drift. No follow-up there, not just over through Art, but also over to A main. Paths will come through for Madison, trying to take back the space, but the defense is already re-wrapped back through mid. So now all of a sudden the smoke is gonna fade pretty quickly. Starbound may have a chance to, yeah, make safe the back of the site. Maybe even more than that. A small tag onto Avery. Through the wall. Nova Pulse out. Defense moving quickly. Bunny B, Australis, both finding one. May, how much heroics is in the tank? Not much at all. And Sin's long wrap will not be in position to do too much. Just a criminal error off the dimensional drift from Oasis leads to Wada coming together 2 in a row.
Yeah, really expecting to be able to get Power Pixel there. And then on top of that, I was kind of surprised to see the Blue Otter players playing all like kind of grouped up into Art as well. They were going for the chase down, but you're also aware of the fact that Juna did have that Cosmic Divide available. You have to be able to contest on site. They only had one player doing so, and it just wasn't enough to buy that time that was needed. Wada starting to close that gap early on despite that bonus win coming out from Blue Otter. The adjustments have been nice.
Oh, good first blood for Bunny B. Puts this round into a little bit more of a comfortable position with the numbers. Madison thinking about it. Do you want to dash into that? Not quite. Instead, it's Power Pixel, who will take the second elimination of the round and make this even more comfortable for Wada's defense. You gotta have it. Oh.
I got really nervous there. I cannot lie.
Same.
I was afraid that Australis is going to exit that zone. It's going to be a different story. Sin's not able to win the fight over into A main, and now things get really awkward. Blue Otter, they might have all of the mid control in the world, but Wada fully in control of CT and that B main that Blue are walking towards.
Well, last effort for Blue Otter, stifled by Starbound. Bunny B will make it pretty much flawless. The only difference maker being Australis, who drops. The Armageddon is at the ready. We're going to go 3-3 here into another gun round. This one's another early pivotal one here after the 3 stretch for both these two squads. Now we can start to see the difference maker being the ultimate economy in favor of Wada and Blue Otter. Yeah, smart idea here with the Hunter's Fury, possible Cosmic Divide at the ready. Need to talk about what exactly their protocols are depending on what gets used here by Wada.
I think also just calling this earlier before more rounds slip away from you, just being able to get a handle of things. Overall, though, I think it's a big shout out that you made when it comes down to these ultimates that are online. Wada have great retake utility. I think it's going to be hard for Blue Otter to find opening picks into this round if Wada play it right when it comes to that positioning. The only person that you're expecting to play maybe a little bit more forward will be Starbound, trying to get a bit of that information, allowing Wada to stack a bit more comfortably onto one of those sites. But overall, the fast flood definitely looks like the name of the game for Wada here. It's going to be up to Blue Otter to find an answer to that question. How are they going to manage the utility they're expecting to be dumped on them into a post plant? Hell, it might not even be when the plant goes down. Like, it could be off the tap. Like, it could just be one of those fast floods to deny them any comfort while they're trying to execute on site.
Okay, off the timeout, 10 seconds so the barriers drop. What is going to be the call for Blue Otter? And it kind of feels like the conversation may also surround the how do we avoid Starbound as they're in full purchase, because that is always going to be an issue. Starbound watching an aggressive angle, takes a blind shot through the smoke, doesn't land. But the position is now known. Scouting drone for the defense through mid, clears just about everything, but May holds an angle very rogue and aggressively through B long, and it catches Bunny B. That changes the dynamic of this entire round because now Wada have to essentially split their defense.
Yeah, I like the way that Blue Otter are approaching this. We talked about how badly things could go if they went for a burst execute. They needed to work slower picks, try to pick Wada apart. Whoa, rare whiff there. Just the shoulder peek from Battison to draw the operator out.
Oh, Australis is going to hear the footsteps of the decoy. And that is actually going to maybe pull some utility? No, not yet. But it definitely pulls the attention for Australis. So now it's just the trademark that could potentially reveal the play in towards Art. And it's going to be a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Juna to see what they can grab. Trademark deleted. Juna, realizing the issue, will decide to play just inside of the dugout and inside of the Cosmic Divide. Spam shots. Gonna tag there.
10 seconds left.
Counter spam coming through. Juna now down to 44 HP as the spike is planted, and the post plant will play over towards A main.
Look at this positioning right now for Sin and for May. These are key spots. Just understanding what Wada has to work with in this round. These late mid wraps could be everything.
There's utility over the top. Madison not affected by any of it as of yet. Prowler able to scout out their position, and Starbound's able to land that shot somehow through a thick wall of utility. Oasis only getting one. Starbound continues to connect. Sin now on the corner. Good for one, make it two. Nova Pulse not needed. Avery sees where Power Pixel is positioned. Just don't give away anything for free. Long swing will work out, and Blue Otter retake the lead, now up 4-3.
Great success right off the back of a timeout there for Blue Otter. I think on top of that, though, Wada, if they're going to lose that round, they can't be too mad about the fact that they at least did not invest any of those ultimates. They held steady, were trying to be confident into that retake, so they have a lot to still work with off the back of that. But this pick on Bunny B, I think, was just such a difference in how Wada have been rotating across the map. It's been based on a couple of rounds where Bunny B has gotten that space, allowing them to stack so much more comfortably, and that time around, they had to play it a little bit more split.
Oh, Juna, wow, takes damage for the pre-fire, but survives it, bounces out, and catches Blue Otter a little off guard there, thinking that they were safe from any early challenge on that orb. So an early first blood goes to Wada. And that changes, kind of like I said from the last round, the dynamic of this round for Blue Otter, losing out on their dive of Battison and the Waylay.
Slowing things down once again. See how passively Wada are playing.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury goes out, trying to find anything on this A site. Not going to connect him whatsoever.
They called the
fully
follow.
Revealing that.
Yep. But 40 seconds on the clock, and yeah, Wada is going to think that this is going to be a late B hit. So the patience for Blue Otter may work out for them to get a post plant. Juna's still watching a nice safe pixel peek. And yeah, Wada will realize that they have predicted this incorrectly. Australis still has the salvo to delay the initial plant. Avery going to plant it in a really weird spot. The Armageddon is going to come down, and Avery can't get away. Oasis, though, does find Juna. May another one deeper, but Starbound connects to the tour de force. Slow field now an issue to try to keep the scaling deep. Sin on the back of the site has the lockdown. Try to commit to it. Bunny Bee has to try to force this gunfight, and Oasis is going to find 4. Just kind of picking them apart from range. Everything was focused on the plant, and you just kind of missed the Yoru sitting over towards main. 4 eliminations for Oasis, 11 and 5. And Blue Otter are starting to cook up again as Wada will go to the timeout.
It's absolutely insane coming out from Oasis. But yeah, timeout now. Just 2 rounds after Blue Otter called one of their own. Trying to dissect what is going wrong for them. And again, these slow works over towards that site. Sure, they may have revealed a lot early on, but maintaining that mid control there for Blue Otter is also just so important. Just really nicely done for Blue Otter to be able to kind of thrive in the chaos, cutting noise before that re-hit. For Wada, kind of curious what the adjustment is going to be. Again, we still haven't seen that aggression that Emily was talking about out of Starbound. Like, the pace at which they have been playing, the style at which they have been playing is so different from the signature that we know them for, especially on that chamber. Granted, I do think that if you call back to Split, right, and how we saw a lot of those like aggressive Waylay plays coming in with the fact that you can have like the TP in from Oasis off the back of the flash while the Waylay is also dashing on you too, it does make it really uncomfortable at times to play a little bit forward. But again, you do have that TP that is available. It's not like Blue Otter running a KO or anything like that. You should feel relatively comfortable to be taking some risks here and there, because otherwise you're not really applying the pressure that you're looking for from a chamber player, especially a player like Starbound, who is able to have those huge moments when it comes down to the first engagements.
Yeah, and a lot of it, like you mentioned, has just been quick snipes constantly hitting. So, I mean, it's odd, but at the same time, there's also success behind this. So, do we change something up with how you play Starbound, or do you change something up with how you play everybody else? Well, we'll see what we get. Full purchase, Odin, Operator in the hands of the defense for Wada. No craziness for Blue Otter here, as they have the dimensional drift if they would like it. No real way to counter it for Wada, so you'd have to think that Blue Otter are cooking that up if they decide to use it.
Working this round really well, though. The smoke that goes out into B-Link, breaking that trip, already forced out that drone from Australis, so it won't be available.
Good first contact. Power Pixel only able to find 1 in response. And it'll be, once again, Juna. Revealed. Saturated. Oh, yeah. Run her down. Whoa, careful, don't line up. That's not as nice as you'd like it to be. Good flash behind this, though, for Oasis. Will save the moment, but this is what we're talking about. Starbound just does not miss. 1v1 with Oasis. And Oasis is opting to hold the angle here. What? Oh, my goodness! I thought Oasis was going to be able to lock it. It's a slow peek from Starbound. But instead, a gut check snap and a 1v2 Red Bull clutch for Starbound again.
Taking a look back at that as well. That flood onto sight there from Blue Otter. Really nicely done, but it's these hero moments from Starbound that they've, again, been so consistent for. It feels like anytime Starbound is in a clutch situation, I'm going to have to check the stats later, but it is so rare that they don't close it out. Now, still an advantage here for Blue Otter, but Wada, they get themselves just a little bit closer. Continuing to pressure into this B-lane.
First contact, good for Australis. Stays alive. Follow up, Blue Otter looking to force the issue, and Power Pixel's watching. All right, well, that's one way to do it. Holy cow, what a change of events off of another 1v2 moment from Starbound. Oasis very well may still catch one off guard here, and will. Power Pixel coming back to the action, jumping and working the Odin out. We'll have a 5-5 tally through 10, gracing our screens.
I did not like that last kill, though. Like, who jumps around the corner with an Odin like that? Something that we've seen Power Pixel, though, do, like, pretty consistently on this map. Like, a lot of those spam plays, a lot of those just, like, spray and pray moments as well. It's something that they are definitely known for on that LMG, but for me personally, that's always a tilter. 5-5, though, Wada able to tie things up. Taking a look at the alt economy, for Wada, they're one away from that Nightfall on the side of Blue Otter. Nearly able to get that Convergent Pass online here for Badison as well. The orb prioritization is not going to be the name of the game this time around, though, and it will be Power Pixel picking that up here for Wada instead.
Shot lands. This time, Starbound does give us a first blood. Bunny Bee on the corner. Good read on the Badison. Spike still in hand, though, for Blue Otter. The problem is it's a 3v5, and you have no sight control whatsoever. Who is going to create that for you? If you even try for it much at all, because you got to keep in mind we're zeroed out on bank account, and going into the last round of the half, the last thing you want is to be in a safe.
I like how just
Avery still almost gives you 2. And I just don't know how you clear out this tunnel. A couple of tags on the shoulder. Wow, Australis still fights back and puts Avery down to a single shot worth of health.
30 seconds left.
Nice little bounce there. Has Avery dancing. Shock dart. Ooh, holy cow. I don't know how Australis didn't lose half of their head right there. But the spike gets planted. A chance for the 2v4 brewing. Recon bolt this too, though. Chance for Sin, only gets 1. But damage for Avery, down to 1 HP. Nah, not quite able to cleanly catch Bunny Bee. Maybe there was a chance against Power Pixel. But no, not the case. 6-5. Wada at the edge. And again, the economy is not going to be great for Blue Otter. They're going to have to force buy with a Hunter's Fury and a Convergence Pass to play.
One from the Cosmic Divide, though. Could definitely be a huge difference maker to try and shorten those sight lines on and execute. Something that we typically see over on that B site. We'll see how Blue Otter want to play it, though. Again, that mid control has been a really big part of their plan, just being able to take down that trip into B-Link to continue to apply pressure on Wada. But it's also been nice adjustments from Australis, like on her repositions, not looking to get caught out, still being able to play far enough back that she can util for that team. Overall, though, a very split default this time coming out from Blue Otter.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
No. No. I did not like that.
Yeah, it's another one of those moments. Another one of those moments.
Odin, man.
Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Sin eventually takes it off the table, but Starbound will pick up the baton and play the position over towards Art for now. 3v4, not impossible. Still got so much ground that we have to clear, though. It just feels, it just feels terrible. Yeah. You have to win a gunfight somewhere. I hate to say it.
But he's going to get all this information too. Right after that fake TP ends up being used by Oasis, so no opportunity to even try and TP back to the guy.
Oh, that's a gift. And the orb means Cosmic Divide.
You are divided.
June is also snuck
30
away
seconds left
here.
But do you commit through the screen? They do, but Oasis punishes. Oh no! Starbound still with the land though, because of course they do. Cosmic Divide delays the plant, or pardon me, the salvo delays the plant a little while longer. May still able to commit to it. 2v2. Wall gonna fall here soon. Oasis still playing screens. And the barrel's been seen.
Here.
But can you isolate that? How do you isolate that? You try to force the peak. And it works! Oh man. You don't trust the gravity vortex, and now May. Nova pulses away Australis for a moment. 2 long-range battles in front of them. Clean one for the first. Starbound has to hit the toggle, and will. May halfway. Starbound misses the first shot. Another toggle comes through, and May! A huge save! Another 1v2 Red Bull clutch, and May comes up. Giga Chad status to tie us at 6 as we swap the sides.
She has had so much impact in each of these maps, perfectly playing that post plant there. Just insane stuff, especially considering how this round started, right? Like, you have the spray down with the Odin outside of A lobby. Another one falls in Art. Somehow, heroics from Oasis to be able to get that TP pick onto Bunny B, exiting that ultimate. Actually, just insane stuff. Now into the pistol rounds here, though. To be able to find the advantage into the second half for either of these teams. One of them only.
Well, opening pistol shot for Oasis does not land after seeing a lot of the action crossing through B long. Good damage tally, at least, onto 2 players. Recon drone will be sent. Clears out halls. No reveal on the sensor. Sin will hang. Help will be called in as Avery will watch over through mid. But a lurk from Starbound has Wada thinking about a rotation to A.
Yeah, they're starting to walk away from that B site. Starbound still hasn't been met with any resistance here. I do like this forward positioning from Battison, though. Especially the walk up into window. Should be able to hear that rotation coming in. Steps will absolutely be
Oh, shots are not all that clean. Still comes away with the win and has a chance to retreat. Defense now in a position. Get a read on this. Starbound rarely misses those. And that's now Blue Otter with the numbers. 4v2 situation. Spike collected. Second opportunity for May. Sin following up. Bunny B is able to take down 3. Would have to get the full ace, though, to convert the round. And the sentry turret is now in the way. Sin thought about it and then thought better of it. Pop flash on the corner, and the crossfire is perfect. Blue Otter, first time we've seen it in this series, take both pistols. Comes down to can they survive through the anti-eco now.
I think that's a huge shout. The difference that these pistol rounds are able to make. The fact that we hadn't seen that happen just yet. But, man, some of the Wada thrifties, they definitely go insane too. So you can't count them out, especially not with the fact that Starbound is still going to have a couple bullets into that headhunter. Regardless, Wada surprisingly actually look for the fight over towards B long. Turret will give the reveal while waiting.
Doing a thing.
Ah, nice shot from Battison. Now here comes the dash behind it. Wada is trying to get onto site, but the spike is now down. And Blue Otter are fully prepared for anything further at B. Minute 10. Trying to rotate back to A is not going to feel great, so you're just going to hard commit to playing through this site. And Battison will finish things off. Flawless round for Blue Otter, up 8-6.
And a great recall smoke coming up from May there as well. It gives that false sense of security for Wada, thinking they wanted to go towards V main because of the execute that they can provide with the salvos, looking to clear out behind screens into halls. But the thing is, you also have the fact that, you know, with the outlaw coming in, it's just that fake to be able to goad them into scaling up, thinking it was going to be that full smoke. A tech pause coming in with Blue Otter, up 2 rounds so far. It's a bit early when it comes down to those ultimates, but for Bunny B and Battison, they are getting a bit closer to the convergent paths, to the dimensional drift. We'll have to see how this swings, but overall, I think Shift, it's continuously just like such a streaky best of 5 series between these two teams.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, it's been streaky in the way that, like, 3 rounds here, 2 rounds there, 3 rounds here. Like, no one's really ran away with anything yet, which is great. We love that. I think, like, the best that we could really go back to was, like, getting 4 out of 6 rounds. Like, that's been, like, maybe the best, like, overall streak of, like, 2 rounds here, you lose 1, 2 rounds here, you lose 1. But largely speaking, this has been, after timeouts, good answers, good responses, and that just means good Valorant. I mean, in a lot of ways, it's really refreshing for us to see, I think, this early in the year. I don't want to try to use the avenue of competition because we're in the lower finals after all, but, like, even watching the match last night between Blue Otter and 100 Thieves, I was really impressed with what I was seeing from the teams coming off of timeouts. And that has been the case throughout the entirety of the series. So just a moment to kind of give a lot of credit considering how early in the year we are. It's going to set up for, I'm sure, a lot of matches either between these two teams or late into these tournaments that are going to look like this.
Yeah, it's definitely an exciting prospect to see how the scene is going to continue to develop over the 2026 season. As we head back into this round, though, bonus on the side of Blue Otter. Battисon's going to get scanned right off the gate. Still going to go for the angle.
Oh, and the teleport for Starbound actually puts them a little bit closer to detection for a moment there. But no full action there. May the one taking a little bit of the damage. Worse for wear, to be sure. But
found them.
It is a bonus after all for Blue Otter. So you limit your expectations, maybe your touch.
Placing swarm grenade.
It's a nice clone over in B-Link there as well from Wada. Bunny GB just being able to deal with that alarm bot really well. The drone out from Avery.
Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, and that drone being down and the pushback from the Sova means we are going to be Sin in some trouble. Oasis on the corner. Doesn't like the look of it, teleports back, and that just leaves Sin out for the fishes. Avery does respawn, gets us to a 4v4, and actually puts some damage over towards Hall's side, but this Nebula up top will mean Bunny B can plant safely. And slip back over to Hall's. Retake utility. What do we got? Is Battison going to dive in, or are you going to trust that Battison can hit the shots behind this? Maybe a little bit of both. No, Battison will go into the Spectre. He's able to find one, but Starbound has a quick response. Now you know where Starbound is, though. Just teleports away just as the shock dart was queued up. Juna over towards Pillar. May placing stars to see if they can try to congest the area and start on a defuse. And there we go. Gravity Vortex does pull May off the angle, though. Oasis finds one before falling. Now it's just down to Starbound. A couple extra attacks come through. Avery giving him the workout. But May is holding. Starbound can't find him up until after the defuse comes through. The bonus is successful for Blue Otter. Starbound, the only one to survive for Wada.
Also crazy to think too, right? The fact that May is, what, 14 HP by the time she's actually looking to get that defused town. It took one stray bullet. That's all it would have taken to be able to win that round out for Wada. But a heads up call to have the healthier players looking for the fight, knowing that they would have a better chance at that survival, trying to body block those bullets in those initial engagements there as well. Wada, they have a hero rifle to work with here in the hands of Starbound, being very confident that they should be able to get some sort of pick. Blue Water, with the full weapons in hand, they're not going to go for that extremity control that we have seen previously, playing a lot further back to ensure they can retake as a team, expecting Wada to be very grouped up with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't want to miss anything here, though, if you're Blue Otter. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of pressure to pull the convergent path with that first blood. Maybe freeze that choice up just a touch. Starbound was looking for the trade, but the quick reaction for Battison gets them out of the action. And the convergent paths will still be sent, but it doesn't really turn into much. Battison will still drop. May still holding towards dugout. This is a tough angle to clear with just pistols, but Australis does it now, has a weapon to play with. Oh, no. Here we go. A potential Wada Thrifty. Sin trying to get back into the action with the Outlaw. Avery and Oasis working with her. And the post plant is not revealing a thing. They're trusting the star first. Starbound on the corner. What? Sin damage in, doesn't really finish the kill though. So now you got to do this the hard way. Star has been depleted. Salvo to follow. Time going to be the issue here as Blue Otter are just going to run out of it. Oasis can't really hold. And that's going to be a thrifty round for Wada. Not technically, I guess. It should have been, I thought. But regardless, 7-9 the count.
I guess the Vandal purchase probably just puts it up a little too, probably a smidge, honestly, over the amount needed for it to be a thrifty. But overall, I think that, I mean, who knows? I think it's crazy, though, for the side of Wada to be able to win that out. The fact that they're even able to get that plant down, I think, was the big part of winning that round out because of the sheer amount of utility they have to delay that defuse. Blue Otter.
You want to play? Let's
half by coming in here.
Oh, goodness. You thought maybe Starbound was going to get both. It's damage onto both, but Battison will survive somehow. And Wada are looking good to get this back to within 1. And in the meantime, this is just down to how efficient can you be with a lot of ultimates nearly ready to go. Armageddon could be huge. Nightfall obviously could be potentially massive as well. And interesting, Bunny Bee is going to hit the Dimensional Drift here.
Enemy down.
And Avery will find one lurking. Oasis connects onto another. Oh, this is not what you wanted. Oh, plus the read on the Bunny Bee, but Battison's not strong enough to stay in the fight.
Spike plant.
So 2v3, Bunny Bee low. And a shot from Sin puts Power Pixel out of the commission, but it all rests now with Avery. 1v2 against Starbound's scope is not fun. Especially on the angle that they're watching. That's the one. And that's why. Starbound hits. 8-9 the count. Got mixy for a moment, but Wada are back to within 1.
Valiant effort there from Blue Water to try and answer back with some sort of eco of their own. Heading into this round, though, Wada, you've got Nightfall available here for Power Pixel. Blue Water, Avery and May have their ults up here as well with the Hunter's Fury and that Cosmic Divide. Timeout to be called here from Blue Water, and you're mentioning it earlier, Shift. The timeouts have been really potent for both of these teams when it comes down to those adjustments. I think especially on split, the Blue Water timeouts were really good at helping them yield results and bringing it so close to nearly closing this out in a 3-0 fashion. And we're neck and neck once again. Not a single one of these maps in this Best of 5 series. Now on the 4th map of the series, has there been a moment where either team has had a huge lead aside from that first half of split being 8-4?
Yeah. It's very true. Okay. Coming off this timeout, can Blue Otter get us back onto the winning ways here and get this thing closer to a finish? Can Wada continue to ride the Starbound horse into a potential F5?
Okay, he made himself laugh too much, guys.
Gosh.
Don't mind him.
I know, I'm the funniest guy I know.
drone to go out, trying to clear over towards B long, but look at this mid pressure. Blue Water. Got 3 players walked out. Juna,
Right there.
angle, still able to get that kill on Battison is huge. Juna needs to stay alive here. Doesn't know 2 others have pushed up.
You might have an idea of it though, considering the Yoru decoy was seen over there. Oh. Haunt reveals onto May. Careful. Oh man, what awareness this is out of the Fade utility. Unbelievable. So off the timeout, Blue Otter try something crazy. At least compared to the norm that we've seen them set up defensively, and it comes up empty. Any heroics?
Not for now. It is a really good response from Wada to throw out that Haunt into mid, ensuring that they could clear May out and not have her have any more impact into that round. Only player of Blue Otter
30 seconds left.
towards this A site is going to be Oasis. They have a quick rotation coming in. I think Oasis gets caught by that, but still on the angle, taking an individual fight. This is kind of what the desk was talking about earlier, right, Shift? When it comes down to these really big moments in the later portion of the second half, everyone tries to be a bit of a hero. And you see it on both teams, this time it being Blue Water that it kind of falls prey to that. Instead of looking to group up, play a little bit more disciplined, and I think that that's also where you see kind of the experience on the side of Wada coming to light a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fair. I just you're also in a situation with the crazy strategy that once it falls apart, someone has to try to make a play, I think, and
oh yeah, for sure.
it leads it leads to those extra eliminations that just put the round out of question, like it does here. But still, I think that's an absolute fair assessment, and it's one that will have to be a continual focal point as we get into this marathon of a battle between these 2 teams. I mean, it's just been one after another of back and forth affairs on these maps. So
just to clarify, I wasn't talking about the mid play necessarily. It was more so the positioning over in secret. But yeah, tying things up here, I think you take a look at the ult economy. Blue Water, hey, they've had some crazy close eco rounds while also taking curfews of their own. So you definitely can't count them out quite yet.
Destroyed.
a little utility battle to get us kicked off here in round 19. Couple of hero rifles plus a Hunter's Fury and Dimensional Drift keeps Blue Otter in fighting condition here in this round. Armageddon on the other side. Cosmic Divide close for Juna. Could also be seen. And we're feeling things out in this B long play. How much does Australis commit to try to pull the defense around here?
My boss.
Portal closed.
Mid slowly as well. Wada, they put a bit of pressure over towards B main. Now everybody looking to now regroup together. Again, nobody wants to get picked off. He has a hero rifle on the side of Blue Otter is alone on this B site right now.
30 seconds left.
Well, here we go. Sin kicks us off for the first and second. Hunter's Fury perfectly timed.
One enemy remaining.
There's an opportunity for Sin to just continue to hold this angle. A couple of extra tags, and Starbound has to make the quick swap over to the Headhunter, but 15 seconds. You don't like your opportunity to try to even get further onto site, so Starbound's going to back away to save the op, and Blue Otter, thanks to some of the hero rifle play, mostly out of Sin, are going to see a 10th round get converted on.
It was so huge. Like, that positioning was so dangerous because it's one of those, it's one and done, right? For the side of Wada, though, they get disrupted by the fact that Avery calls to use that Hunter's Fury. That was such a big part in yielding that success there for Sin. Without that ultimate coming out online, it would have been much more comfortable for Wada to try and flood and clear her out. Now you've got the lockdown to work with here for Blue Water. We talked about the fact that these ults could come into play this round. And it ends up netting them the round win. I think going into the next one, I'm interested to see how Wada are going to continue to work that mid control. I think the clone trying to disrupt that alarm bot has definitely been a big piece of that. Already forcing off the angle here. Both flashes,
Yeah, I like
though,
this.
used.
Yeah, true. But I still like the idea that Blue Otter are just putting the pressure on and forcing Wada to have to respond. Potentially by using an early Cosmic Divide just to clear some space to execute. But meanwhile, keep them over at mid. Sin holding a little bit of help from Avery. Here's the check. Avery has been noticed. Sin in trouble. Has to jump out. And going 1-for-1 there is actually not terrible at all. Problem is you also lose Battison over towards A main. So the defense has to restructure away from mid by splitting the map and spreading it pretty heavily.
Oh, this angle for Oasis is huge. Timing on the smoke is perfect too. Denies Australis from taking that opportunity to cut through the site.
Cosmic Divide going over towards the back. Can Oasis do much with this position? Oh, has a freebie and more. His second one is huge. Turns it into a 2v2. Avery sliding, able to find another onto Bunny B. Leaving it now down to Juna. Recon bolt out. Up top, able to find the first Juna almost. Gosh, we've seen it so many times from Juna, but not this time. 11-9. Economy still fine for Wada, but a 2-round edge with elimination possibly staring at you has Blue Otter feeling good.
Huge heroics from Oasis there. Being able to get 2, change that entire round, and then the refrags from the rest of the Flood from Blue Otter, really beautifully done. Wada, they try to, get the picks back over towards A main. They get one over in B-Link there as well, really capitalizing off the utility. It's just not enough. Now, no ultimates to work with here for the likes of Wada. Meanwhile, Blue Otter have 3 in their pocket to reach that match point.
Tense moments in these openers. You just do not want to give up a bad first blood if you're Wada. Similar setup on this defense over towards B mid. Pressure from Wada largely just avoided by Blue Otter, who still have an alarm bot here. Plus a star. Alarm bot actually gets triggered. That'll force the retreat backwards just a touch. And the eyes are now up for Sin, who's looking for a little bit of spam. Careful. Not much damage tallied, if any at all, on either side. And we'll reset with mid now being taken by Wada.
There was also a gravity well or a Nova Pulse that was invested into B-Link too, so Wada definitely have to be happy about what they've been able to pull out from Blue Otter so far.
Portal closed.
TP expired now for Oasis. I like the timing on that dimensional drift to get the information, knowing that that clock is running down, and Wada have to make a decision now.
And it's forcing them into Sin, who has a lockdown available, avoids the incoming utility from the Tejo. Sin still holding the corner. They expected this is cleared. No, they don't, because, yeah, they thought that the salvo had done it, and Sin! Lightning strikes twice for Sin on the beast point. More over the top. No, Juna's able to get one. Still so much more that has to be done, and it will not come through. Blue Otter on series point, and the money is not great. It's going to be a force for Wada here on out.
Match point.
That was such an important round for Wada to take away. You're talking about the economy for them. Things not looking good in that department. The final timeout to be called here on the side of Wada with their backs up against the wall. We talked about also that alt cycling from the side of Wada. The fact that last round they didn't have anything to work with, and the fact that they can't take that round either leaves a lot to be desired as far as trying to build any of those alts up. Only thing that you could really hope for, I think, is maybe a dimensional drift from Bunny B if she's able to get an opening pick or 2, maybe farm up an orb. But again, the retake ultimates here for Blue Otter feel very comfortable.
Oof. Where have things gone wrong for Wada? I mean, it's going to be a really tough question to answer, because I would say in the history of Wada rosters until now, if Wada have stumbled, it's because Starbound has not had the same impact that has been what you come to expect from Starbound. Playing Chamber every single map, no matter what, just hard set on it. That was a lot of the counter gameplay it felt like at the end of last year. Can we counter Starbound, whether it's picking an ISO or using extra utility to push off those op angles? That has not been a problem today. Starbound has been unbelievable. But
Time to jump.
And this is a question that was posed by the desk at the very beginning, talking about the fact that you're going into compositions that may not have as much of a fleshed out utility kit because you're always using chamber. Is that hurting the rest of the team, even though Starbound is giving you 25 plus, it feels like, a map right now?
See how this opening pick goes. It's going to have to be a TP out here for Starbound. Not able to land the shot. I think it's more... I feel like you look at this composition for Wada, though, it's not an issue when it comes down to utility. They have a lot to work with the double initiator. But Emily was also posing the question of how much impact are these high frags coming from Starbound, though? Like, what is the impact in that round? Sure, heroic moments, but we're not seeing like the same openers that we're used to seeing from this player.
Who's next?
Oasis. Scope out, doesn't want to fall victim to the dimensional drift, will back away. Buddy B getting a ton of information here through B, but not enough that feels good. Buddy B behind the lockdown tries to find Oasis, but the scope hits. So the lockdown holds off the hit, and now Sin once again inside the site. Whoa, tries to go to the EDS, not going to work out there as Power Pixel's able to find one and immediately go for the plant, but May stops it in its tracks. The follow-up from Oasis is good. Now the spike has to be forced. Oasis trying to jump in with a shotgun, but from range, Judah baits it out. 8 seconds on the clock. Judah gets you another, but the saturate is in. You have to try to hold this, but Avery will finish it off through the wall. Blue Otter shut down Wada from having a chance at redemption in the grand finals. And Blue Otter have now established themselves as a major threat here in Game Changers North America, looking for a championship against FlyQuest.
13-9 here on Pearl. A 3-1 series win for Blue Otter, taking down the previous year's kickoff winners of Wada in this lower final. They'll move on into that grand final tomorrow up against FlyQuest. It's going to be an insane matchup, but again, you have to give a lot of credit to Wada in this matchup. They definitely fought their hearts out, but Blue Otter were so quick to pivot in a lot of these moments shift. There's a reason why this match felt toe-to-toe the entire time.
And at one point, we were talking about it before we went live, like, is this going to be a repeat of when these two teams had matched before? And you had said, like, Wada definitely has the veterancy, definitely has the experience. Blue Otter, if they come clicking, they're not to be taken lightly, and now everyone knows that. So huge shouts to Blue Otter. They're going to make it to the grand finals after a grueling match last night, followed by another one here today. Blue Otter into the grands versus FlyQuest. We'll be back after the break to give us our final thoughts and set up tomorrow's action.
a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Well, folks, Blue Otter have done it. They take the lower finals 3-1, taking down a GC favorite, Wada, and move to the grand finals. For the final time, welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Emily and Van Silly on the desk. And Emily, I said it in the beginning of the broadcast. I said, if you had told me that we were going to see Wada in the lower bracket a little bit ago, I would have said, that's insane. What happened? If you told me that Blue Otter took down Wada 3-1 in lower finals, Emily, I would have called you crazy, but that's exactly what happened with Blue Otter putting in the final nail in the coffin on Pearl.
Me too, bro. I don't even know what happened today, to be honest. But I think Wada, even though they did take the loss today, I think it just shows things that they can improve on. I think I would love to see them kind of bring back old Wada and start meshing it with this kind of new, more passive, more by the book Wada that we saw today. I feel like, especially on that last map, it was just very strange how they were playing, especially on defense, having Yoru kind of be the B anchor of all things and kind of having to be the one solo alone on an island, and then having not even our chamber kind of take these aggressive fights, but our Astra or our Teo kind of just pushing up mid-round. It was very strange.
Yeah, it was definitely difficult on how they were approaching the first contact and information on the defensive side here for Wada, but I want to spin it more for Blue Otter on how good they looked, because you're looking again, we talk about the experience of Wada, a team that made it to the LCQ. They know what it takes to like win these matchups, and it should be a walk in the park to make it back here to the grand finals. And then I get the word correctly this time around too, an agglomerate of players mixing in here into this roster of Blue Otter, and he still made it work. The first map was an overtime that went so many rounds. The second map was decided on the last round of regulation. The third map the same. So you have to think about the experience is definitely going to be more on Wada's side to be able to push this to a fifth map, and not on an unsigned team or like a mix of inexperienced roster together that should be, you know, they should be chasing for this victory, and instead of them, it was them controlling the game the whole time. It was actually really nice. I think, Emily, you were talking about it. They won pistol, bonus. You had a clutch coming out here from that round number 12 from May. It was looking really good here. Really knocked out the win from the sales here of Wada.
Yeah, and a big question for me is Blue, being such a new roster, kind of what their foundation will look like when it just comes to the fundamentals of the game, kind of their chemistry going into these matches. But it's been getting literally better and better every single match that they played, and we really saw it here on their defensive half on Pearl. We saw them kind of supporting their anchors really well, whether that be with a dart, or you're running up with some flashes, or even just giving some simple smokes. Wada had a hard time kind of just popping through one choke point, or even on their splits, but Blue was always ready. They were bouncing off of each other, someone playing anti for the one flash that they have coming in from Wada, and they looked really clean, just kind of ping-ponging off each other and locking down those sites.
Yeah, to reiterate, it was supposed to be Blue Otter having to play catch-up in this map number 4. This should have been a series that has gone to at least a map number 5, with seeing how the resurgence of Wada on split looked very, very good. But man, really good props on how they maintain the composure for Blue Otter at the same time. You were talking about these recon darts, especially when Sin was playing solo on that B side, but just other ways where they were mixing and matching off, playing off each other on Pearl, where usually those mistakes are going to be happening a lot more for an inexperienced team like Blue Otter, but it looked like a team that's played with each other for the past couple of years.
And we have one of the members of that free agent team who absolutely killed it today, Blue Otter. It is Sin for the Verizon post-match interview. Sin, come to the front, take a seat. Hello, Sin. How are you? I mean, this is such a basic question, but how are you? You're smiling. I see so much joy. How are you feeling right now? Describe all the emotions to me.
Obviously, I'm super excited to win. I mean, not a lot of people believed in us, and but low-key, we knew that we had it in us, because yeah, we just had to show everyone. Yeah, I'm obviously really happy we won. We were a little scared about Breeze, so I'm happy we closed it out in the 5th or the 4th map. Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about this because you kind of come from, I argue like a dark horse kind of era, right? It was a Blue Otter team that has a lot of kind of free agent folks that kind of have come together on this team who have so much experience in GC. But then you come through and you have this incredible lower bracket run, proving a lot of people wrong, like you said. How does it feel to continually prove people wrong, people who have come in and expect 100 Thieves to win, expect Wada to win?
Obviously, it feels great. We were obviously the underdogs. The gambling lines were crazy, so we're really happy that we lost a lot of people money. Sorry.
In these trying times.
And a lot of people probably hate us right now, but I hope we earned a couple new fans too. So
I think you've earned so many new fans since. I think there's so many people in chat who are complimenting the way that you play as a team, the stuff you were coming up with, how you play overall. Like, I think you're stepping into grand finals tomorrow, right? You're going to your grand finals tomorrow. Talk to me about will this be your first grand finals?
Yeah, my highest placement has been like 7th or 8th. Like, I've never gone this far. Yeah, I'm really excited to face FlyQuest tomorrow. I didn't think I would make it here, but here I am. Like,
yes, you did. You made it here, Sin. Let's be very, very clear. You and your team did this. You'll be facing FlyQuest Red tomorrow, who are an incredible, story GC team. You said to me just now, you said, hey, we knew we had it in us. What are your thoughts going into facing FlyQuest Red tomorrow?
Obviously, they're a very strong team. They've played together for a while now, but I think there's a chance. I think we can beat them for sure, especially after today. Wada is obviously a very strong team, and they've won against FlyQuest multiple times before. So we'll just have to show them what we're made of, I guess.
What is it going to be that's going to make Blue Otter take the Kickoff Championship? Like, when we look tomorrow, if and when Blue Otter win it all, beat FlyQuest Red, what can you and I point back to and say, this is why Blue Otter took it?
I think the only thing stopping us from winning everything is like not playing together and taking our one. So once we figure it out, we all play together, I think we can win like any game. Like today, we were working together really well, and yeah, that's how we beat Wada.
Well, I'm gonna let you say, if you want to say thank you to anyone, shout out anyone, because you said you're moving to your highest placement game tomorrow. I want to let you take the floor and say your thank yous and your shout outs.
Yeah, thank you to all my teammates for being so supportive of each other. We did great today. Thank you to our manager Tora for always rooting for us. And thank you to my collegiate GC teammates who've been hyping me up in the chat all day. Yeah. And our coach. Go to timeouts from our coach. Sorry, yeah. I might have won us our games today even. Yeah, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I'm going to let you go off, take a break, get ready for tomorrow for your first grand finals. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
See you later, Sin. That is what GC is about. That is exactly what it is about. Creating the new generation of Valorant, of GC. This is why this is my favorite broadcast to do. And I literally have chills. I don't know if you guys can see it with the camera, because this is exactly what we love to see. We fostering this new talent, creating an environment where they can be themselves and play, get those goated timeouts, beat these top free agent teams like Wada, who made it to the LCQ last year, Vans. This is, I can't stop smiling. This is so exciting.
It was super wholesome because, if anything, Sin made me a fan of themselves as well, because of how they answered the question, how they made some people lose money. I just love that type of answer. and you're saying it so wholesomely as well. It just makes me a huge fan of experience this whole series, and then see how they come out of it super proud, where they don't expect to be in this position. It's not over yet though for Blue Water GC, but you look at the teams that they toppled down in this bracket to make it to this point. I definitely do feel what Sin is feeling, that they have what it takes to really try to upset against FlyQuest tomorrow as well.
I mean, Emily, let's take a look at this bracket, right? This is a bracket, we did not see it turning out the way it did, but also that's what we love about GC. Expect the unexpected, North America, haha, hee hee. But FlyQuest Red having an upper bracket run, and Blue Otter meeting them there.
Honestly, I'm so happy for Blue. I think they're very, very deserving, especially after what they did today going against Wada. And on the side of Fly, I'm also just really excited to see how far they've come and they've grown, because in my eyes, FlyQuest is like the most not consistent team right now, but like they don't have to rely on solo plays as much as these other teams that we've seen. I feel like their foundation is so strong. They have such experienced players and a pretty good coaching staff that's been around for a while. So I feel like, you know, the fact that they have that team chemistry already, the fact that they're able to trade very consistently, they're able to fight together consistently, I think that's going to be a tough battle for Blue. But after today, anything is possible. I just look forward to watching more Valorant.
That's what we like to hear. And honestly, I think we have the best outcome if either team wins tomorrow. FlyQuest finally getting that, you know, that crowning moment that we've been waiting for so long, and Blue Otter having this incredible run, taking down a team like FlyQuest is something that we love to see for GC. And again, I cannot overemphasize how much this is what it's all about, creating opportunities for women and marginalized genders in the scene to do exactly this. There are stories everywhere in esports, but especially right here in Game Changers North America. But that's going to be it for us today. On behalf of production, the casters, and everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. We have grand finals tomorrow, and happy birthday, Van Silly!
Thank
We'll
you.
see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.